Hey guys, hello, everybody. Welcome to Infamous Sylvia's channel. How are you guys doing today? Well, I didn't think I needed to address this, but we gotta talk, fam. Infamous family, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. But let me go ahead on and put my little disclaimer at the bottom of this so we can have a conversation. Disclaimer. As a professional blogger, my role is to deliver news and information from all sides of the issue. The content shared on this channel represents factual reporting to the best of my ability. You hear this? To the best of my ability. All sides. Okay. But there's been an uproar, y'all. There's been an uproar. An uproar. Yeah, that is a sad situation, Faith. That is a sad. I watched the video. It's really horrible. Um, Sad. But anyway, guys, I wanted to address something. I guess the picture that I posted set an uproar in the on the YouTube world, an uproar. I want to tell you guys, Sunday I went to church because it was the theme was fill a pew, right? Bring a guest. We are family. That was the theme of that Sunday, third Sunday. Pastor invited me, as well as Woody, Kenneth, and I promised the pastor that I would join them in church. So the theme was fill the pew, bring a guest. We are family. And in my capture, I put we are family, right? Nothing wrong with that. As Christian, we are all family, right? But obviously, there's been some ruffled feather on the internet. Some ruffled feather and some false narrative has been put out about me, right? False narrative as if I was fraternizing, I was doing something that was unethical in the media world. The media world. Faith, Faith, you putting it, I mean, you know what, Faith, you on it this today. She says the devil is busy. That's why your picture upset people. You can't go to church, can't say I rebuke you, nothing. Ooh. The devil gets ruffled. So, I'm just gonna put the link down. I'm just gonna put the link down. Maybe I need to hear from you guys. I need to hear from you guys. I need to hear from you guys because maybe you know something that I don't know. Right? Maybe you guys can lighten me up on the issue here. We're gonna talk about what we're waiting for today in as far as the YSL case. But I just want to get an understanding. I want to get an understanding. And you guys, the Lord is with you. They will never talk, bless talk. Okay. Sylvia, hold on a second. Never bless talking about Miss Sylvia all the time. Hey! Don't say that, Mr. Copeland. Don't say that. Don't say that. Hey, Amber. Don't say that. Amber, hey. gonna hit the link.
Hey.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think, Amber?
Um, I'm not sure what actually happened, but
No, either. Maybe you could enlighten me a little bit. Make somebody like
yeah, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with it, but people will hate. People are people, and and especially when you're doing something right, when the devil gets after you. So hey, just keep doing what you're doing. I don't see anything wrong with it at all. So it's a shame, but that's the world we live in, you know. So
Kenneth, can you hit the link for a minute? I need him to hit the link because I need maybe he can give us some light on what's going on. Because
yeah.
obviously there's some okay, I have another person. Two minds, one mic. Hello, two minds, one mic. How are you?
Hello, hello. How you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm not too well about this, Miss Sylvia. I'm not too well. This really, really bothers me.
Okay.
And I have some concerns. And if I'm too loud, please let me know.
Okay. I can hear you.
So this live came up last night and I watched it.
Mhm.
And there was so many things in there that are triggering. For the first part is the biggest part to me was he had phone calls from the courthouse officials in regards to you. And he said, I don't want to put names out there, but I had several calls. That's what he said.
Mhm.
And that's concerning because as media, and anytime you have to write on both ends and you have to look at both sides, that's what has been done all along, in fairness. Okay, so for anyone to put it out there that you're unprofessional and that the court officials are calling him and saying, well, what's going on? And then you use a word family as a big old part of it, not even knowing what the theme at church is really disturbing that you took that, turned that, and tried to capitalize off of that really fast. Really, really fast. That's disturbing. And it's really disturbing that he's now insinuated that there's people at that courthouse that are calling him about you when there should be no talk about you because he's a witness in an open case involving you.
Yeah, definitely.
And those are against the rules. But the courthouse officials are calling him? Come on now. And then to insinuate that you're running around here saying you're family with him, not even knowing what it is. So are you saying the pastor's wrong for having that theme? Is the church wrong for who they had in the building? Wouldn't the state promote that he's not on the street terrorizing anyone, but he's in the church praising God? You can't have it both ways. And you can't pick people apart where they can't get picked apart at. But he knew what he was doing, and he knew he was going to turn it around. And his chat wasn't even interested. His chat was in a whole conversation about the election. So his followers weren't even following what he was saying. But that is direct slander. It's It's direct slander. You didn't come out on any of your lives. You go to talk about motions. You go to talk about the state. You try to get interviews on both sides. You've been in that courtroom from day one. He has not. But you have court officials calling you. Who are these court officials? Is it the state? It's not the judge. It's not the defense. Because you chop them down in your conversation using the charges as if they were already charged with these. What happened?
Hold on a second. Please don't put the name on my chat. Please do not put the name in my chat, please. Thank you.
So that's the whole disturbing part about it. That's the whole disturbing part about it. He made sure it was a direct attack to you. Direct attack to you. But how would he feel when the shoes reverse and the direct attack comes to him? And it outs the things that he's doing out here. Because I know. I know a lot. I know a lot. And I'm going to ask you one good time. I'm going to ask you one good time to not speak on her again and to take down that video because it's misrepresentation. You falsified it and you even insinuated court officials are calling you. I'm going to give you to the end of the day at 5 p.m. If not, we going to see what you do. And we going to see the things that you've been doing because it's not right. It's not right at all. This is a church event. They should be happy folks are in church on Sunday. You can't have it both ways, but I got you. I got you, and it's all going to come out. What's done in the dark comes to light. And you, my sir, you are a fraud. And I'm a let everybody else get theirs in, but I'm going to come back with some.
Okay, 444, go ahead. 444, go ahead. Did he step away? All right, Kenneth, go ahead. We'll let 444 come back.
You say wait now?
No, I was saying, did you have something to say in regards to this?
I don't, I'm trying to learn how to work your phone. I don't even know what's going on.
I don't either. But obviously the picture that I put up caused a problem in the on the whole internet, I guess. Where's 444? Just 1 second, y'all. 444, is he? People's phones is kicking them out. Hold on a second. Maya is trying to figure out what happened. Hold on a second. Okay.
Yeah, people, when they see me get on here, they go to calling my phone.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Obviously the picture that with you and I in Dallas has caused a problem with the internet because I posted We Are a Family based on the theme. So it's a problem. So I don't know.
What type of problem is? They want smoke?
Another blogger went live last night and decided he wanted to speak on things that he don't know. He used the video as a personal attack to Miss Sylvia. I'll put it out there for her.
Right. So why? So
he interjected himself He interjected himself and tried to say that he had court officials from the courthouse calling him about it. So that's
Hello?
concerning right there.
You hear me, Sylvia?
I tell everybody they are welcome to my church. And
Sylvia,
for
you hear me,
one,
Sylvia?
Hold on a second, 444. Go ahead, Woody. I mean, Kenneth.
yeah, anybody welcome in my church, as long as they come with good intention. These other bloggers, like they just trying to get some type of attention, and that's what we always want to do: kick each other, pull each other down, so we can lift ourselves up. Don't entertain that. He should not even be a topic right now because this is his motive. He wanted to be discussed so people can go see who he is. We don't entertain that negativity.
And it was already struggling from the beginning, but it's the point of everybody went wild with it last night because of the things that he was saying and the contents he was saying it in. Calling Miss Sylvia unprofessional. What's her motive? This not what media. Well, he said he's an investigative journalist, which that's not the correct actual professional name when you're truly certified with it. That's not what you call them. But I'll move on from that part. But he really went in. He really went in and he really tried it. And the people from the courthouse he insinuated are calling his phone. So we just want them names put out there since that's what they're doing to someone who's not even there every day of the case. That's really interesting. So what ties are underneath that table
Okay.
that need to be unwrapped?
Okay, so I'll
444.
say I'll say this case is dismissed because he's hiding Brady material, based of all, because he's not showing Brady. First of all, because that's what Brady is, to let y'all know. But Miss Sylvia started this channel a long time ago. I've been taking this ride with her for years. And she always said this was the people's platform. This is the people's platform for them to come on here. And this is the new way of journalists. This is the new wave of how people should do it, transparency. And this is the way of the world. So he just stuck in that old form. To where Miss Sylvia been doing this for a long time. She's been building up her platform. She has everybody on her platform. Right, wrong, or indifferent, however you want to see how she gives her platform. This is her wave. And this is the new media wave. So he maybe say yes. Other journalists don't do it because they backed by some sponsorship where they can't do it. He's on court TV and he fears that if he do this stuff, he won't be called upon. Sylvia don't care about this. That's why we love her, because she can't be bought by these big sponsors to tell her where she can't do this and do that. She is the people's champion. That's why we love her, because she make her own rules. And if she give this guy, some people change. Everything is not the same. And if she felt in her heart that she could reach out to this young man and change his life and get him on the right path, I respect it and I commend it. We need more journalists out there like that to get the people on the right path, regardless of what somebody did in their life. A mistake is okay. But Miss Sylvia shouldn't be slandered, calling groupies and all of this when she was doing God's work that day. She was doing God's work. How could you say somebody that worked for God, that brung someone? God says, bring someone to church and bring someone. What God said, all it takes is one. And Sylvia found this young man, and I'm shocked he even said, yeah. God put it in his heart.
Opposite. It's not
Yeah, that's the thing. That's not.
God put it in this young man's heart to go and help. She wants to reach out to more people. She hopes she can reach more people through what she's doing with this young man.
The crazy thing is, I invited her.
He invited me.
Exactly. So
So,
if I
people be on the outside looking in, looking for any opportunity to get their attention on them. It's wrong. You know what I mean? This is about the Lord. This not about no court. This ain't about anything for him to be trying to make it an issue.
he's distorting great information.
Well, I just want to know what court officials are at the courthouse on a Sunday calling. They should have been in church too.
Exactly.
They should have been in church too. But the real problem for me is he put it out there on the live for everyone to personally attack her and to share false information. It was the theme of the church. You bring one and you fill the pew. We are family.
Miss Sylvia,
Yeah.
Sylvia, you ready to go? You ready to go for dinner? We're not gonna let these people destroy us. They've been doing it too long. We could go have dinner later on today. So when you come on out the house, we're gonna go sit down and have dinner, and we're gonna discuss whatever we want to talk about. We not.
Well, y'all gonna have to DoorDash me something then, because that's just
No,
not
you can
right.
come too. You can
I'm
come. We
not
can all
there.
sit down.
I'm not
I'ma
in
have
y'all.
security with us.
I'm not in y'all area, Woody.
We'll
If
fly
I,
you in. How about that?
huh?
We'll fly you in.
But then I'll come to dinner with y'all. Y'all fly me in. I'll come to dinner with y'all. I
So,
promise that. I
so we're gonna have
promise
to fly
that.
you in. What today? We're gonna have to do it next week. 'Cause I'm gonna be busy for the rest of this week.
Hey, his birthday coming up, so he's
I,
gonna be.
well, all right. You can fly me in, and I'll come. I'll come to dinner. I got to make sure I clear my schedule too. You let me know in advance.
We can
But
do
we
it. We
ain't.
can do it
We
next week.
ain't. Huh?
We can do it whenever you're free next week.
All right. I'm gonna hold y'all to that too. I'm gonna hold y'all to
All
that.
I got in this word, all I got in this word is what? My word.
All right, all right. Well, go ahead and send me the info because I'm gonna be on your heels. I can't miss that plate. And I'm on a diet with Miss Sylvia for 30 days now. And woo, no wheat, no flour, no sugar. So let me tell you.
Give her whatever she need, and she got my number, so she can call me and I can get her the money.
All right,
He's serious too.
look,
I like to say this last thing. I like to say this last thing. Mac Shaw just praised Mr. Woody for everything that he's been brave to do. And he's been brave to do what he's been doing. So his work is being commended. What he's doing with Miss Sylvia, because Matt Shaw said he give all the power to Woody that he has did what he did with the judicial system. So if that's what Sylvia's work is, to expose the judicial system with him, so have at it. At the same time, doing the right thing, and he's going to church and doing what he have to do to give himself to God. And that's the right thing what Miss Sylvia is doing. So I don't think she did nothing wrong. She's doing God's work. Y'all have a great day and God bless y'all.
Thank you.
you too. Thank you. It's the point of how it was done, what was said, and how he played it. Okay, he could have went on about his day. That's what could have happened. It was a great Sunday, a good Sunday for everyone. He could have went on about his day. But since you insinuated this courthouse calling you, who at the courthouse on a Sunday calling you, and you said multiple calls. You have multiple calls. So that means you're connected with more than one.
And you've been controlled. So what they've been doing at courthouse is playing chess all along. They're manipulating every situation. You know what I mean? So if they see this going on, they trying to stop this. They see that going on, they trying to stop that. They trying to make the ball in their court. So for you to call and try to bash this lady, like, man, for one, you for the already Harris. You're, yeah, man.
Well, it's the whole point of you did it for the attention, right? You did it for the attention. You said these things to hurt her. You came for her, and that's okay because now you got the attention. You got the attention. But see what you don't know is I'm ready for him to say something else. I'm ready for him to say something else because I know a whole lot of everything, a whole lot of everything. And I'm going to tell you what he's focused on. He should not even have the time a day to focus on. And got a lot of other stuff he needs to worry about. Miss Sylvia ain't one.
Miss
Miss
Sylvia,
Sylvia ain't one.
I mean to cut you out, but hey, you want to do a documentary? You want to go walk through my neighborhood and I can show you where I grew up at. Since you want, yeah, we can do that whenever you got time. I can
Okay.
show you where I grew up at, my mama, and let you get paid off of it. We're gonna stop
Oh,
him. We're gonna show him.
oh, y'all heard
So when
that?
you
That's
got
Okay.
that
time, that's
that's
where you
what
go.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about there. It's positivity. And you know what? They don't want nobody to have any type of positivity in this. Everything always got to be the negative, pull from the negative. Oh, she's this, she's that, she's this, she's that. Well, what are you? What are you? And what you putting out here? Because it was false information. It was definitely falsified. And if he did lie about the court officials doing what they did, then what? Is the court officials going to come forward and say, we have not reached out to this gentleman? We have not called him several times? Is that going to be said?
Hey, Gucci. Go
Good
ahead.
morning, sis. Look,
Hey,
you know
honey.
I had to call in because I'm watching. I'm in Nebraska.
Oh,
The
Nebraska.
boys now we've been here since yesterday. The boys, they got a big championship weekend this weekend, so we had to come all week, to practice. But I don't know why this man was. You know who I'm talking. I ain't no names, nothing. Why every time you associate with good things or a good person that trying to uplift, he always have negative things to say. And everybody in America know everything he says a lie. That's the part that gets me. I don't know why everybody want to mess with you. So, I'm just calling to tell you, stay strong. Nothing wrong. You're doing a great job. Smile. All right, there you go. Right? So stay strong. You're doing a great job. I'm always watching on and off. So don't let none of that negative stuff bother you. You work so hard to get to this spot right now. You know that. Ups and downs. You work hard. Do not let no mess distract you from what you work hard to accomplish. You know that. All right? And tell my little partner Dallas, I say, hey.
I will.
All right? I'm going back in the chat because I'm in the gym. I had to step out for a minute while they're practicing. I don't want the loud noise and stuff. So I'm back in the chat. Hey, Mr. 444, how you doing, my guy?
He left.
He left. I'm seeing everybody. Hello, everyone. I will be in the chat. I'm going to say, but Sylvia, again, baby, I love you. Just stay positive. All right?
Thank you, Gucci.
All right. So you remember that. Stay positive. I'll text you later.
Okay.
All right.
The support is good for Miss Sylvia. It's always going to be good for Miss Sylvia. And there ain't nothing that he could do to stop that. But you know what? It's stuff like this that has to be put out there because they want separation. They want negativity. They want slander. They don't want you there. They don't. Because why? You're being fair. You're being unbiased. You polite to all sides. All sides. So you supposed to do the work of the devil to have them see you in a good light? And then the person that is coming from don't even got a light within them. Everything that comes from that was all negative. But don't understand, you were trying to demonize a church theme and took a photo and went all the way left with it. And you had to do a whole full live on that and keep on slandering. So you got my attention now. And I'm on it. And when I put it all out there, I'm going to ask you once to take that down because it was falsified, sir. And you know it was falsified. Because the video I post, you ain't going to appreciate. And you ain't going to appreciate me. And I don't care. I don't come for friends. I come for truth. I come for honesty. And I don't come for playing under the table. But your court officials that you claim that contacted you, they'll be exposed too. They'll be exposed too. Because if they're working underhanded with some media outlet, that need to a light shone on that too. We see the game, we got the game. But there's certain people out here that know a lot more than others, and they don't even have to be there. You playing in the right tree is what I'm saying. But you gonna leave this one here alone. Woody, they got me hot today. I couldn't
I
even.
feel bad.
I appreciate you. I couldn't even sleep last night after watching that. I said how he turned and demonized that the way he did and didn't even know the church thing. He would have knew if he was out in the community and seeing what was going on at the church. And they trying to make it seem, oh, Woody went to church with her. That's his church.
Right. So you got
That's his church. That's your church.
people be so quick to be on the outside looking in. They see something and they want to criticize instead of just like look at it as a good thing. Don't matter if you don't know what's going on. You look at the picture. It's us in the picture, and we are at church. So if you didn't know that I go to church every Sunday, guess what you'll think? Oh, Miss Sylvia took me to church. Why would you look at it as a bad thing? Why you won't look at it as in he trying to get his life together? Before you want to say, oh, whatever Wolf said, because I didn't look at it, and I'm not gonna go look at it because I'm not even gonna let that get on me. We know the truth, and that's how they matter. You feel me? Like the truth don't matter to a lot of people. Everybody take life as a game. You know what I mean? Everybody they feed into negativity, and whatever clown this year they did it, like it's okay. He gonna get his day. It always come around when see Miss Sylvia, she got a pure heart. She a good person. I go off her energy. She would never be around me if I didn't believe that or feel that. So whatever he trying to put out there or say, we gonna do everything in our power to show. We gonna make him regret that.
Oh, I'm already on that. You see what I got? If you already see what I have, he knows what he's doing. He knows very well what he's doing, and he knew what his intention was last night. And he knew what he was doing with that, and he knew that he was working it off a lie because he didn't have no inside information. And you can't even convince me that court officials gave you inside information because they don't know. Were they in the church? They praise God. If you call them from the courthouse to them on a Sunday, that means you didn't even go to church that day. You didn't go to church. You weren't there. So it's the whole point of people like that take a narrative, they run with it, and then they put it to what they want other people to believe. And that's slander. That's slander. That's a personal attack. You
Can
don't
y'all hear
see
me?
her doing that. You don't see her doing that. You see her, just reading motions and, trying to talk to attorneys.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can hear you. It's the point of how it was done and how he did it and what his intentions were. That's the problem. That's the problem on how he did that. And you know what? I don't respect that. I don't respect that because if he had a true concern as a quote unquote, what he said, a professional, then he would have had enough decency to send her a message or ask her, what was this about? What was this about? And she could have said, oh, it's, the church thing. Maybe you should come next Sunday.
Well, somebody put
They
in
must
here.
didn't know you came to church with me the last Sunday.
I guess not.
They didn't know.
I put it out there, so I
I
don't know.
can't hear you. Your mouth just moving.
You can't hear me?
Can y'all hear her?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear you. People keep calling me like they don't see me on here. I'm about to get mad in a second. Can't say something now.
Huh? Can you hear me now? You're gonna have to go out and come back in.
I see. I read your lips. Then I'm about to come out and go.
Okay.
It's probably
Okay, this person says here, Lady Justice says, Miss Sylvia, I'm new to your channel. As a law enforcement officer, perception is 9/10% of law. Regardless of why you were in church, the photo is not a good look, primarily because the state is. But it's Sunday. I go to church. It doesn't matter what anybody think about what the picture looked like. It was Sunday and I went to church and I was doing God's work, period. That I don't care about perception.
Well, I'm just saying, how can you be a great blogger and cover all sides if you leave out one side?
I'm curious about who y'all talking about at this point. I didn't want to ask who it was because I don't want to shine no light on.
Woody, I'm gonna show you after.
Just text my phone the name.
I'll text you right now.
And if you talk about this person I just told I ain't going to do no interview with, then I understand a lot why. Do it start with an E?
No.
DB. I got to show you a few things though, Woody. He just need to go on and have a seat.
So
He just need to go on and have a seat and stop doing what he's doing. They say that 9/10 of the law is, what did it say? Perception? Miss Sylvia?
Yeah.
Did it say 9/10 of the law is perception? Is that what that comment said?
Yeah.
Then where does truth and facts and where does evidence that are facts come in at if it's all perception then?
Oh, he's in here now. He's in here. Two minds, one mic. He's in here.
Oh, he's in the chat now?
Yeah.
It's not the person who tried to bash you?
Right there.
That's the person who tried to bash you?
Mm-hmm.
Where he at?
Right there on the chat. Oh, you want me to put him?
Can he talk?
Hold on, I'll bring him in. If he hit the link.
Hit the link.
Oh, he don't want to join?
No, I don't know.
It take a minute. It took me a minute too.
It ain't take me no minute.
You must be quick with it then. Well, I got one hand in the cast, or my fingers are. Minute too.
That's not him. He hasn't come up yet.
I think I might have to get out because my blood pressure rising.
Oh,
I said the wrong thing, so
please don't say the wrong thing.
yeah, I'm gonna get off, okay?
Okay.
Not, he ain't gonna come up anyway. He ain't gonna come up. He ain't gonna come up. He ain't gonna. So since you're in here and you don't want to come up, let me explain the picture that you did your whole video on. You said that you had court officials calling you, telling you about her and this video on a Sunday. That's what you said. So why would any court officials call you? Her job is to do both sides. I'm biased. No feelings, no opinions, and to get all sides. So if you leave off one side, as you said, for professionalism, how are you covering the entire story? And if we're family, and the theme of the day at church is fill the pew, bring one, we are family. If you were invited to church, you wouldn't go? If you were invited for a story somewhere, you wouldn't go as a media blogger? Would you appreciate if another blogger bashed you? and falsified information and personally attacked you. And then you come in and sit and watch after you did that, and you were wrong for that. You sitting quiet, you're invited up on the platform so you can explain why you would do that and slander her like that. When you don't even know the backstory and you don't know what was happening at the time. So what was your will? What was your intention? And you're dealing with the courthouse calling you about her on a Sunday, then where are your ties at? Are you fairly covering it? Or have you made your mind up of what it is and you're only covering what they want you to? Because as media, they don't give you the agenda of what you cover. You do that on your own.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to move on from this topic because it's not getting us anywhere. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson, Pastor.
Hey, Miss Sylvia.
Hey, what's going on?
I had to come out because they're coming for you. Okay.
It's okay.
You know, I'll be watching. You know, and I think my greatest thing and fear is people. And I know you said let's get off of this. People going to have their own opinion, and I think the person that is doing the bashing and the lying. I mean, I don't foresee someone calling on a Sunday about some business that's taking place Monday to Friday. And even if they did, I mean, they don't have an oath, okay? But for them to, I think they're trying to get the clout and try to get some notoriety off of, you know, trying to get the clout and trying to get I wouldn't listen, Miss Sylvia, you're doing God's work, you're doing your thing, okay? And we, your people, need you. So don't get frustrated, don't get discombobulated. This internet game is like very blind, like is so crazy, you know. But just keep moving forward. I wasn't even in tune none of this no more. I wasn't in tune that none of this no more. You see how YouTube, they lied, YouTube shuts you down, but then YouTube found out the truth. That was the power of God, okay? Because if it was that deep, shut it down. I wasn't even tuning. I know it's hard because you look at the comments and one of the friends of
Earl, yeah, I'm gonna mute you because your phone is messing up. Go ahead.
As a part of the journey into your viewers, okay? I have already made up in my mind with my podcast that I'm not going to be reading a lot of the stuff, okay? I will give people like already ask questions, and that's what I will read. I'm not going to be reading a lot because these internet trolls, they're going to forever be here. But you need to stick to what you're doing, okay, Miss Sylvia? Don't even worry about it. Do the power of God. Hey, go to church with Woody. You can go to church with Donald Trump if Donald Trump gonna step in church, okay? If that's where you want to go, that's where you want to go. If that's your coverage, that's your coverage, okay? If you want to go live there, if you want to go live when they're preaching, that's your coverage. That is you. You need to do what you are deemed to do, okay? Because guess what? Ain't no person gonna stop what God has for you. What God has for me is for me. That is Mississippi Mass Choir. Now, see, y'all about to get me started up in here, but I'm going to shut up. But you keep going, Miss Sylvia.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Hey, Errol, I had to take you down because your stuff was making noise in the background. How are you? Errol? I had to take you down because your stuff was making noise in the background. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear other
Yes, can you
background
hear
noise.
me?
I hear background noise as well. You got to turn that.
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
You got to turn YouTube down. I hear background noise as well. You got to turn that.
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
You got to turn YouTube down.
Okay. All right, now is it down?
Hello, hello. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's still up.
It's better now.
No.
Okay, cool. You know, I just want to say one thing.
No.
Okay, cool. You know, let me see here. Hello?
Hello? I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you. Hello?
Yeah, now you can hear me?
Yeah, and I also hear the note. You got to take YouTube
Okay,
down. You have
I just
YouTube.
want to say this. The word of the Lord to you.
Yeah, and I also hear the note. You got to take YouTube down.
I just want to say this. The word of the Lord to you is victorious. Is victorious. You are anointed for this. Is victorious. You are anointed for this. And keep going on in the name of the Lord. You are anointed for this. And keep going on in the name of the Lord. And keep going on in the name of the Lord.
Is it stuck, Miss Sylvia?
I don't know. It's still like repeating.
Is it stuck, Miss Sylvia?
I don't know. It's still like repeating.
Is it stuck, Miss Sylvia? You're gonna have to mute him because it sounds like he on two platforms and he got the echo.
Yeah, he got a lot going on back there. He has to turn off YouTube.
I understand the frustration. You know, he got his acknowledgement. That's what he wanted. That's what it was done for. He wanted an acknowledgement off of it and a reaction. But you can't put falsified stuff out there. You too old for that. You too old for that.
Yeah, I just want to move on from this, y'all. I want us to talk about
Today is Tuesday, motion day.
yes, motion day is supposed to be dropping by today.
Anything new from this morning?
I don't know what the problem is, but I tried. You still hear the background noise?
No, I don't hear it anymore.
Okay, I'm good now.
Yeah.
Okay, all I want to say is this again. I want to say the word of the Lord to you is this: victory. You are victorious in the name of the Lord, and you are anointed for this. And no weapon that's formed against you will prosper. And all those that rise up against you in judgment, you shall condemn. For your vindication is from the Lord. So you keep your head up, keep pressing forward, and do what the Apostle Paul said. I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. So you keep your eyes on the Lord and keep doing what you're doing. And I come against all the naysayers, all the backbiters, and I speak the blessings of the Lord upon your life. Because see, when you're doing God's work, we know that the enemy doesn't like it. Well, we already know he's defeated because of Jesus. So you keep him under your feet and keep your eyes forward. And you tell Woody that he's in my prayers and that I'm believing God for the best for his life, that I see the anointing of God upon his life. And what the enemy meant for evil, God meant for good. So you keep doing what you're doing in Jesus' name. And give that word of the Lord to Woody. Because what the enemy meant for evil, God meant for good. Amen?
Amen.
All right.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
They say no good deed goes unpunished. And you put a lot of good work of faith out here. You do what you're supposed to do. You look at all sides. People come on your live reckless. You tell them, we just here to give facts and read. We're not here for feelings and opinion. That's what people want to follow. They know the people could come to your platform and they can get good interviews. They can get all the motions, and you're sitting right in there. You've been minding your own business. On that great Sunday. We have a great week ahead of us. A lot of stuff is going to be dropping today.
Yep.
Nothing in there yet? Nothing from this morning?
Not that I haven't seen anything yet.
It's probably going to all be pouring in this afternoon.
Yeah.
But you don't let nobody ruin your spirit, because there's other people out here that you don't have to even touch it. You don't even have to touch it. You have so many supporters that support you for you, and they got you.
Yeah.
Strength come in numbers, and you got the numbers.
Yeah. But let me see something. Somebody asked me a question about, there's no court until next Tuesday. Court's on next Tuesday.
That was the original date, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The 30th. The 30th. And today is the final day for the for anyone who's supposedly putting in a motion. That goes for the state too. And then the reply to motion is on Friday.
Now, are they going to bring defense in to be present, to be able to hear the motions being argued? Would they bring everybody back in, because they have to be present, correct?
All the defendants are going to be back on next Tuesday.
Oh, so they're not going to be there during the argument.
Next Tuesday is when the argument starts.
Okay, got you. So she's given herself an entire week to go through all the motions that are the deadline today, correct?
Yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what you have to come. You have an interview coming up, right?
I have 2 interviews coming up.
Yep.
I got to make phone calls.
What day are those ones again?
I haven't set the date yet. I got to set the date. I have 2 interviews this week, guys.
Okay. So let's ask the chat, how many motions do they think that will be dropped today? How many motions do you think will be dropped by 5 o'clock today? What's your guesstimate?
Let's see. I would say about 6.
Mm-hmm. Collectively?
Individual, no, collectively, 1 each.
Oh, I don't know. I was kind of thinking still about 4 of them are going to be his.
You think 4 of them is going to be steals?
I do. I kind of almost want to bet you a little bit just because he does push them out back to back to back to back. He's like, hold on, wait, got to add this. And then he'll come back 2 hours later. Another one will drop. I'm going to add this one up in here too. So I'm thinking about 4 just from steal.
So Clifton is basically in agreement with you. 4 from steal and the rest from the rest.
Yeah, that's exactly what my thought was. It's going to be about 4 from Steele and Adams. I always want to remember to bring Adams when I say Steele, because a lot of people, forget about my little friend over there, Mr. Adams. He's part of that on there. So I think 4 from them. I say 1 from Weinstein for Kendrick. And then I think the rest is just going to be 1 individual.
I don't think, there's going to be definitely from Lil Rod, because that lady talked about her. There's going to be motion put in for him.
Oh, that's correct. Mm-hmm. They still trying to get him off, correct? To dismiss him all the way out. I remember that they had one that was put in like 2 months ago asking for that. But it was never really heard.
I don't think so. But I think that's the, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. Have you guys, hold on. This Amstead, have you guys watching old movies with old reporters that used to go meet up with victim and suspect and take notes? Reporters have been meeting people since the beginning of time. Amen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is correct. And they tell you as a great reporter, you're never supposed to leave a side off because it does show bias.
Okay, this person said, what happened to integrity? People have to be accountable for their action. If you're not accountable, you have to accept the consequences.
I would say, what type of actions? Integrity, because when you're covering media, you have to cover all sides, the good, the bad, the ugly. So that wouldn't go under an integrity. It would go under job description.
Okay. Prentice says, it seems to me like a lot of people are using the whole situation to make a name for themselves. Don't give that any energy.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go back down here. Okay. Adam, Steele, and New Kobe and Shaq. The New Kobe and Shaq, okay.
Definitely, Markia. They definitely are a force to be reckoned with. Definitely. Very thorough. Very thorough.
Okay, roll one up says, do you think the DA has an issue with you bringing so much to light? That's a very good question. What do you think?
Yes. The hug was not granted.
No more hugs.
No more hugs.
Okay. Cece said, do you think judge will honor everyone filming that's there in there? You look beautiful today. Oh, thank you, Cece. It's already a rule 22 in they already have that in the courtroom. Okay, so Jaya said, is Sylvia a prosecutor or the defense? Is she a reporter? Seems like they're getting the role twisted.
Oh gosh.
I'm a vlogger. Vlogger, y'all. Vlogger. Okay. Sylvia, did you know that Fonnie Willis was a lawyer for YSL Mondo before the RICO case? Yes, I knew that. GSG. Yes, definitely I knew that. In fact, I did a thing on it. I had the video when she I think I have it. I might have to go through my video stuff and then replay it, and you guys could see when she was representing him. All right, if God can forgive, why can't we? Amen, Monica. Monica, every time you try to come up, if your device is not letting you up, you might, if you're using an iPhone, you might have to go out into the what do you call it? Chrome. You have to go out to Chrome, copy it, and go to Chrome and put it in. Sorry, y'all. All right, Miss Sylvia, can y'all give a brief recap of the first hour of the live? It's a little, we just, I really don't want to talk about it again. We got off the topic. Just do a replay because I don't want to talk about that topic anymore. He says, I know that's my song too, Miss W. I'm singing Gregory Abbott, Shake It Down. And you got what you need. Take it down. Okay. I messed up. Another song. What you talking about? Okay.
Not you doing that. No. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Am said very thorough reporters can actually talk on both sides about the case if they want, as long as they don't interfere. Hey, thank you. As long they don't interfere with the case at all. There's nothing illegal about going to church with some. Thank you.
And you're definitely not dealing with no case information in church.
I have not talked about now one bit of the case. We talk about the Lord. Talk about how good service was. And I can give you what chapter he came from, the pastor. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verses 9 through 12. Go read it. You'll see. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verses 9 through 12.
I'm just saying the appearance, looked like you went up on the podium or in the pulpit and just started discussing the case throughout the church event. I mean, I don't know what pastor is going to allow that, but yeah, that's definitely speculation of how it looked.
Running around with sworn witness while being a court blogger is doing too much. At least wait till he release. Good work. Otherwise, Miss Sylvia. Running around? What thing running around with the man? I'm with the church. Lord Jesus. Went to church and took a picture. That's it. Go see the camera. Go get the church camera. It'll show you. Took a picture. Go on in my car. Went on about my business.
Made it seem y'all must have took the same car, went there and went in the pulpit and discussed the case. Lord. They got you crucified before even knowing.
Okay, respectively, Sylvia. clearly pick side. Respectively, Sylvia. Sylvia has clearly picked a side. I am all free YSL, but I am not a reporter nor in the room like she is. So maybe become a problem for her. Okay.
I missed that one.
It was. Okay. There's a motion. A motion just dropped.
I knew it.
Hold on. All right, missed 11 o'clock. DeMonte motion for mistrial. DeMonte's motion for mistrial has been dropped.
One for Weinstein, I figured.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what else. Oh, y'all might have to get out this room because I think the lady's gonna come in here and clean. Hold on. Gotta get out this room, get my computer laptop. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get off. You talk to the people. Hold on, I'm gonna get off of here and then come in the other phone.
Okay. You guys drop your numbers on the motions. I'm with, I believe that was Clifton. He said 4 for Steele. We got 10 total was his. Drop your numbers. I'll have Miss Sylvia send a cash app to the winner. I'll send it to her. Let me see the comments. 12, 34. 9, 12, 5.
All right, y'all.
13. Wow, 13.
Somebody said 30.
Debbie. Yeah, I told them to go ahead, drop the number of how many motions they think, and whoever the winner is, I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you. I'll send them a cash app.
Ooh, y'all gotta get cash app.
Mm-hmm. But y'all have to break it up. You guys are Law. What was that? Law Malcolm said 50.
So you're gonna
PPS 7. Rocktown 10.
she gonna give you
Black Beauty 30.
What? Black Beauty, you think 30? That's a lot.
Oh, how sweet is that? CC said, if I win, give it to Miss Sylvia. Bless your heart.
Oh, Cece, you're such a sweetheart.
Christopher 19. Monica 8. Gerald 21. Wow.
You writing it down so you know who win?
I'm gonna go back on there at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, that's when they all drop. We'll have the exact number. We got to pull up the comments. We could do that on the phone separate. 14 for Leak. Sparkle 15. Joanna 7. GSG 8.
8, yeah.
Grandma Ways. Damien 10. Tatum 8. Says since the Harvey rule applies, we won't see that many. Well, you got to remember it's different things that, you know, that can be done. So different things. Black butterfly, 12. Baby girl, 12. I think the highest one I've seen so far is 50, and the lowest I've seen is 2.
Two. Who said 2?
It was way after.
Another one just popped in. Another one.
All right, you might be out, number 2. It's already 2 in.
Another one just popped, and this one is from Yak Gotti. Hold on. Let me see what it says.
Every time another one drop, y'all hit that celebration tab right off on the right. Hit it. We gonna get them all going today. Kimberly, 7. Tabby, 9. Baby girl, 5.
Another one. The other one was a reconsideration for the bond. That's Yak Gotti.
Absolutely. I knew those were gonna come. Absolutely.
So, I guess somebody that has the 8 and 9 probably the one gonna win, because if they all do a reconsideration for a bond, that means a lot.
Yeah. Well, there's some really good numbers. If I win, give it to Miss Sylvia and add 20 to it. Joanna, is it going to be your 20? That's great. That's great. Ooh, Calico, 371. Oh, you want them to go through the entire law book front to back.
That's the like number. That's the like number.
Blue skies, it's 5 p.m. End of business day. That's when they have to be in by. 19 for Miss Naturally Nolans. That must be New Orleans. Oh, Sharon with 379. She's not playing.
That's her, what's the name number? Her like number. Her like number, when they hit the like button, they give a number.
Which one?
Thank you, Nona, for this cash app. You know, like like when they come in, I ask them to hit the like number. And, that's her like number. We have 370 something likes already in the chat.
How many we have in chat right now? What we got in chat right now?
We have 684 people in the chat right now. Now, how many like numbers? I don't know.
How many of y'all think that everybody is going to have a bond motion put in? Money Man said it's going to be 17 filed today.
Okay, Money Man.
Stacy at 29. That's a lot. So I think the 50 got beat out by 379. That's the highest.
That wasn't that number. She was giving her like number.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, oh, she want them go front to back.
I think 50 is the max, the highest so far. Time said, if I win, everybody that said 8 we have to share, and Miss Sylvia can definitely have my winnings. Oh,
love the support, y'all. Love the support.
Okay, as of now, they already have a bond motion in due to Harvey. Okay, Mr. Steele love motion will go in on all 8 from Steele. What is from Steele? I think more than 8. Okay, more than 8. And on all 8 Your thing is playing in the background.
Yeah, I already took it off. I just need the chat. Clifton said, I'm sticking with my 10.
You already we already said it, Red Bunny. We already have Weinstein. Weinstein had 2 to drop.
Now, he was the first one in.
Miss Sylvia, I'm a little behind, but just know people have your back, and the way you handle these cases from personal aspect and love and respect you give to everyone means the world. Oh, thank you.
Aww.
By Kinsey. Okay. Key says 26. 13 from
BA baby, 13. Hero, 11. Denise, 15.
15.
Rainy, we're talking about motions right now and how many are going to drop. They have till 5 p.m.
And
After that, Nikki, 18. Miss Richards said, I'm sticking with the 4.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kinsey. Kyrie said he said on his live he had 2 and still had 3. They the main ones 8, no more than 10 because of Harvey. Okay, so Kyrie said no more than 10.
Tim K, 12 means 2 from each defense attorney.
I got the hiccups. Did you eat lunch today? I didn't eat lunch yet.
I have not, but I have that salad waiting. Mr. joined in on the plan for 30 days, so I'm proud of him.
Oh,
He did. He said he was going to do it because you were consistent on following up. And he said he could do it with something like that. I said, well, you too grown to have somebody to have to follow up to make sure. He said it just give encouragement. I said, okay.
That's right. That's right. With the encouragement.
He gave up his fried chicken last night and he took that salad with me.
Oh, great.
And he said, I never thought I liked crunching on lettuce. But it was good. It was good. Jero, 13. Yes, Money Man, the state can join in also. They are attorneys as well, and they will have motions to put in. I know Love did say that on the last that she did plan to have motions put in. But today is the deadline, y'all, 5 o'clock.
Hey, Robert, my little buddy. Robert.
Nosy Rosie Grant says she was number 10.
Nothing, Rob.
The state won't make the deadline to respond.
Our lease, we got Doug's too. We already counted that one already. He did too. Kay Queen said the state won't make a deadline in response to motion. They're gonna come with some kind of excuse.
Cabell, great. Let's just have a moment of silence and hold those heart buttons off to the right.
Okay. Thank
Y'all
you.
hit those hearts on the right. Cabell, thank you. Oh, Yak filed a motion.
No, the response is on Friday, but if they have to file a motion, they have to do it by today. This response, Lamar. But if the state has their own motion, they have to file it today. But to respond to the others, they have to do it Friday to the defense.
Oh, they going in on them hearts. Go, Cabell.
Thank you guys for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Motion for mistrial.
All right, hold on a second. I need.
Oh, let me turn this down. It's loud for them. Okay. That should be better for them. Is it better, y'all?
All right.
Weinstein is saying the state did this on purpose. So I couldn't get that one. The chat going fast. They're about to go crazy.
Okay, we do have the motion. You want to read it?
Sure. Miss Jams, that was really good. I tell you, that's exactly what I had yesterday. And let me tell you, it really did change my mind. That's exactly what I had yesterday. And it was very good. I still have the stuff from yesterday.
She's gonna read it for you guys. Hold on. Look, I just volunteered her. All right, here we go. There it is. I just sent it to you. You got it?
Oh, wow. Like heaven to me, 7 altogether. You're welcome, unpopular opinion. I'm sorry. I'm too close up on it. I'm working with one hand. Kyrie, it was just for a moment, not continuously. You keep yelling silence in the chat. Cavell just did that for a moment.
You got it? You got it? The mics.
What was that?
Did you get the? I sent you the email with the motion.
Send it to the one that I emailed you from 4 minutes ago, a couple minutes ago. Look at your email.
Okay.
Send it to that one. And I want to make sure my mic is right so I don't blow out their hearing because it seems this brand new phone volume works very well. Shout out to Samsung.
Send me another email because I don't see it.
Okay. I'm going to resend what I just had sent you.
Okay. Just hold on, guys.
Okay, I just did.
Okay, hold on. Nothing coming through. Nothing.
6-5, correct?
No, I said email me, not.
I did, but I'm saying the last two numbers is 6-5, correct?
Yeah, 1565. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had. Okay,
It's not coming through yet.
I got you. It's okay. Just did. You get it?
Hold on a second. No, I didn't get anything yet from you.
All right, let me just go into the other one, make it faster.
Sorry, guys.
One moment.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Ashley. Fannie Willis is the one speaking from the pulpit around about the case. This isn't about you. It's about corruption being exposed. Truth deflection. Thank you.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and put it up on your screen?
Yeah, just 1 second. I was someplace else. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. I don't know why my thing is not showing the whole thing. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Sorry. Shoot, I can't get the whole thing up. Hold on. Why did I get my phone to answer my phone? All right, there it is. All right, y'all see it now? Guys, y'all see it? Let me move us out the way. All right, you ready?
All right, guys. State of Georgia versus Diamante Kendrick. Diamante Kendrick's motion for mistrial. Comes now, Diamante Kendrick, petitioner, by and through his undersigned counsels, and brings this motion, for mistrial, showing as follows. We think that in all cases of this nature, the law has invested courts of justice with the authority to discharge a jury from giving any verdict whenever, in their opinion, taking all the circumstances into consideration, there is a manifest necessity for the act or the ends of public justice would otherwise be defeated. They are to exercise a sound discretion on the subject, and it is impossible to define all the circumstances which would render it proper to interfere. But after all, they have the right to order the discharge and the security which the public have for the faithful. Sound and conscientious exercise of this discretion rests in this, as in other cases, upon the responsibility of the judges under the oath of office. Jones versus State, and they did State versus Perez. The state has had witness after witness fail to provide the testimony that it would like the jury to hear. Rarely in the recent history of Fulton County Superior Court has one party had to impeach so many of its own witnesses, including at least the following key witnesses: Trontavious Stevens, Walter Murphy, Arch Bennett, Eduardo Nava Flores, Adrian Bean, D'Angelo White, and critically, Kenneth Copeland. What is the state to do? Losing its case, apparently unconcerned about the need for public justice. The state clearly sought an opportunity to restart the trial by triggering an event in such egregious violation of the constitutional rights of Kendrick that he would have no choice but to request a mistrial. Now goaded by the state and the actions of Chief Judge Glanville, Kendrick has no option but to move this court for a mistrial to respect the constitutional rights of Kendrick and not defeat the ends of public justice. While this trial has been riddled with scores of errors, at least 3 demand an immediate mistrial. First, placed in an impossible position by the state, the court is faced with the task and requirement to reset the case to at least the point the afternoon of June 12, 2024, when Kendrick moved Chief Judge Glanville to recuse himself, and he improperly failed to halt all proceedings pending determination of recusal. Since that date, the jury heard days of testimony from Mr. Kenneth Copeland, testimony that can't be unheard. Second, Kendrick's constitutional rights were violated when neither he nor his attorneys were present at a critical stage of the proceedings. The secret ex parte meeting among the state chief Judge Glanville, Copeland state investigators, court staff, and deputies. Third, Kendrick's due process rights were violated when Chief Judge Glanville wrongfully coerced Copeland to testify. None of the above 3 reasons for mistrial would exist absent the state's intention to goad Kendrick into the unfortunate position of having to regretfully request a mistrial. Do you want to touch on any of that or go right into the background?
Go into background. I'm sorry. There's
Okay.
vacuuming going on in here, so that's why I'm
Okay,
still muted.
gotcha. In January 2023, nearly 18 months ago, trial began in Fulton County Superior Court in State versus Diamante Kendrick. Jury selection took more than 10 months with trial before the selected jury beginning November 2023. A secret ex parte proceeding was held on June 10, 2024. In attendance were Chief Judge Glanville, sworn witness Kenneth Copeland, prosecutors Love and Hilton, investigators from the Fulton County DA's office, court staff, and members of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. A central figure, perhaps the central figure in the state's case against Kendrick and other defendants, is Mr. Kenneth Copeland. On Friday, June 7, 2024, Copeland was sworn in. After being given a grant of immunity and being warned by Chief Judge Glanville that incarceration may be the result of refusing to testify, Copeland continued to plead the fifth. Copeland was held in contempt and ordered incarcerated by Chief Judge Glanville on that date. Chief Judge Glanville instructed Copeland and all other parties that Copeland would be returned to court on Monday, June 10th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m., where Copeland would announce whether he was prepared to testify. Defense counsel were told to be present in court at that time and were in fact present. Unknown to any member of defense counsel, an ex parte proceeding was held in Chief Judge Glanville's chambers on that date. Among the attendees were Chief Judge Glanville, ADA Love, ADA Hilton, investigators of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, deputies, sworn witness Copeland, court staff, and Copeland's attorney, Ms. Kayla Bumpus. No member of defense counsel was present at the ex parte proceeding, despite Copeland's invocation of his Fifth Amendment rights and the meeting being a critical phase of the trial. Neither Chief Judge Glanville, any member of the court staff, nor the Fulton County DA's office made any member of defense counsel aware of the ex parte proceedings, either before, during, or after the proceeding. Several defense counsel were later made aware of the ex parte proceeding with sworn witness Copeland, though not from Chief Judge Glanville nor from the DA's office. Critically, Brady material was disclosed in the ex parte proceeding and withheld from all defense counsel. A review of the recently released transcripts of the ex parte proceeding reveals the occurrence of the following events. Copeland announced that he would invoke his Fifth Amendment right and not testify. Copeland stated that he would rather sit in jail for 2 years than testify. Chief Judge Glanville informed Copeland that Glanville could keep sworn witness Copeland incarcerated until additional defendants were tried, not just the 6 defendants currently on trial. Copeland was informed that there were over a dozen defendants left to try. Following the above coercive actions by Chief Judge Glanville working in concert with the state, sworn witness Copeland stated at the ex parte proceeding that he would testify. Chief Judge Glanville also presented sworn witness Copeland with a printout of the perjury statute and the false statement statute of the state of Georgia during the ex parte proceeding. Copeland stated that he would lie on the stand. The state never gave Kendrick these critical Brady materials. These troubling facts not only implicate Chief Judge Glanville as the impermissible effort to join forces with the state to coerce Copeland to testify, but also demonstrate an illicit effort to repress Brady material that should be provided to Kendrick. Following the secret ex parte proceeding on June 10, 2024, petitioner filed and presented a motion to recuse and accompanying affidavit from Douglas Weinstein to Chief Judge Glanville on June 12, 2024. The motion to recuse was based on the impermissible secrecy of the ex parte proceeding and violations of the Judicial Code of Conduct that occurred during the secret proceeding. The motion was summarily denied instanter with a formal order issued on June 14, 2024. Despite meeting all requirements of Uniform Superior Court Rule 25, the motion for recusal was summarily denied without following the required procedure of 25.3. A formal order denying the motion was entered on June 14th of 2024, 2 days after the motion for recusal was filed. On July 1st, 2024, Chief Judge Glanville reversed his order on June 14th, 2024, and referred Kendrick's motion to recuse to another judge to determine the merits of Kendrick's recusal motion. On July 15, 2024, Judge Krause recused Chief Judge Glanville. Mistrial is required as all proceedings after June 12, 2024 are void. This honorable court is now faced with the inevitable and impossible task of rewinding the case to the afternoon of June 12, 2024. If a party files a motion to recuse a trial judge and the motion is denied, but it is later determined that the judge should have been disqualified to act in the case, all proceedings after the filing of the motion to recuse are invalid and of no effort. Kendrick moved Chief Judge Glanville to recuse during the afternoon of June 12, 2024, and he denied that motion. Critically, Chief Judge Glanville failed to follow USCR 25.3 by not halting proceedings and sending the recusal motion to another judge to rule on the recusal. Hold on, I gotta go down. Where are we at? Subsequently, Judge Krause Judge Krause on July 15, 2024 found that Chief Judge Glanville should have been disqualified. Therefore, under props, all proceedings since the afternoon of June 12, 2024 are invalid and have no effort. I gotta go down. This honorable court is now saddled with the repercussions of Chief Judge Glanville's failure to follow Rule 25. He should have halted all proceedings as required under Rule 25 and referred Kendrick's motion to recuse for assignment to another judge. Nevertheless, he persisted. Under repeated objections from Kendrick and other counsel, the tainted testimony of Copeland was presented to the jury over the course of 4 days. The remainder of the day on June 12th and June 13th, June 14th, and June 17th. During that time, Chief Judge Glanville, who should have been disqualified, repeatedly ruled against Kendrick and other defendants on multiple objections regarding the questioning of Copeland. Now this court is tasked with unringing the bell. How is this court to accomplish this impossible task? How does this court take the jurors' notes from these days from the jurors? How can the jury unhear days and days of testimony? There is not a matter of a witness uttering a single statement that a court instructs the jury to disregard. It is neither feasible nor plausible that an instruction to disregard days of testimony can be followed. Instructing someone to not picture flying elephants only results in the listener conjuring images of Dumbo. Given the impossibility of erasing the proceedings since June 12, 2024, proceedings that are void due to the state knowingly improperly requesting Chief Judge Glanville to hold an improper ex parte meeting with a sworn witness and Chief Judge Glanville subsequently failing to hold proceeding as required by USCR 25.3. This honorable court has no alternative but to declare a mistrial. This motion for mistrial would not exist absent the state requesting the improper ex parte meeting. Simply put, Kendrick was goaded into requesting this mistrial through the state's intentional effort to put Kendrick into this position. Mistrial is required as the June 12, 2024 secret ex parte meeting was at a critical stage and violated Kendrick's rights. Kendrick's constitutional rights were violated when neither he nor his attorneys were present at a critical stage of the proceedings. The secret ex parte meeting among the state, Chief Judge Glanville, Copeland, state investigators, court staff, and deputies. Defendants were not provided notice of the hearing under both the federal and state constitutions. A criminal defendant has a right to be present during critical stages of his trial. Allen v. State, defense counsel should have afforded an opportunity to attend any hearing where a sworn witness in a critical stage of the trial is being coerced to testify. A critical stage is one in which a defendant's rights may be lost, defenses waived, privileges claimed or waived, or in which the outcome of the case is substantially affected in some other way. Brennan v. State, it says internal citations omitted. Here, the outcome of this case is substantially affected by the bullying of Copeland into changing his mind regarding testifying. Copeland is the key witness to the state's allegation that Kendrick was involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. While the case against Kendrick is weak at best with the testimony of Copeland, without Copeland, the state has virtually nothing attaching Kendrick to the murder of Thomas. The ex parte meeting with Copeland was thus a critical stage of the trial which Kendrick had a right to participate. A mistrial should be ordered by this court given that Chief Judge Glanville denied Kendrick's constitutional right to be present at a critical stage of the trial. The ex parte meeting with Copeland. Furthermore, this mistrial is a direct result of the state putting into motion the ex parte meeting, knowing that such a meeting would go Kendrick into moving for mistrial. Let me get the next one. Mistrial is required as Chief Judge Glanville tainted the proceedings by improperly coercing Copeland to testify. Copeland's testimony is tainted by the improper meeting prompted by the state where Chief Judge Glanville wrongfully coerced Copeland to testify. Chief Judge Glanville's coercion of testimony by sworn witness Copeland in the face of Copeland's repeated refusal to testify and Copeland's statements that he would lie on the stand was an act of impermissible intimidation and violation of the Judicial Code of Conduct. Kendrick's constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial have been violated by the above actions, and the state's actions in working with Chief Judge Glanville on the coercion that has intentionally goaded Kendrick into the only possible outcome. This motion for mistrial that should be granted by this court. As a result of the state's actions, Chief Judge Glanville has violated multiple rules of the Judicial Code of Conduct, the violation of which deny Kendrick's constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial. As requested by the state, Chief Judge Glanville held an improper ex parte meeting conducted with sworn witness Copeland. The secret ex parte proceedings with sworn witness Copeland also violated at least Section 2.92 of the Georgia Code of Judicial. Do you want these ones in? These are just the citings.
No, we don't need the sightings. We can go ahead and read.
Okay, let me go down. Conduct which assures every person a fair hearing. Ex parte communications are presumed to have been in error. City of Pendergrass versus Skeleton. Likely prompted by the state, not only did Chief Judge Glanville fail to notify defense counsel about the ex parte proceedings as required by Rule 2.9, but Chief Judge Glanville made every effort to conceal the proceeding. Chief Judge Glanville should have not coerced sworn witness Copeland to testify. A trial judge not attempt to intimidate a witness to testify in behalf of the state, either in or out of the presence of the jury. Wynn versus State, Benton versus State. The situation of the present case is analogous in the situation in Webb versus Texas. While in Webb, a trial judge intimidated a defense witness into not testifying, the corollary is present where a trial judge, Chief Judge Glanville, intimidated a state's witness into testifying. The Supreme Court's language in Webb's instructive in reversing a conviction, the state court said that in light of the great disparity between the posture of the presiding judge and that of a witness in these circumstances, the unnecessarily strong terms used by the judge could have well exerted such duress on the witness mind as to preclude him from making a free and voluntary choice whether or not to testify. ID at 98, that same disparity occurred with Copeland. A trial judge in his chambers in cooperation with prosecutors, surrounded by investigators and law enforcement, coerced Copeland with the threat of years of jailing. The state and the judge exerted such duress to preclude Copeland from making a free and voluntary choice whether to testify. Thus, Kendrick, who was neither present nor represented in the ex parte meeting, was deprived of his 14th Amendment due process rights. As in Webb, this court can't repair the infringement of Kendrick's due process rights under the 14th Amendment. Regardless of whether the violation was under Webb or Wynn, Kendrick's rights were violated by the judge's intimidation and coercion of Copeland. As the state likely expected, Kendrick has now been goaded into seeking a mistrial because of this due process violation and respectfully, regretfully requests a mistrial. Wherefore, Kendrick respectfully and regretfully requests this honorable court to declare a mistrial based on the practical impossibility of voiding the case after June 12, 2024, the violation of Kendrick's rights by his being absent at a critical stage of this proceeding and or tainting of the testimony by Copeland. By the improper coercion of the testimony by Chief Judge Glanville. Furthermore, Kendrick's respectfully requests this honorable court find the request for mistrial was goaded by the state when it requested that Chief Judge Glanville hold the ex parte meeting. Absent Kendrick from the meeting and join with Chief Judge Glanville in the coercion of Copeland. This, gotta go down. This, the 23rd of July, 2024, respectfully submitted Douglas S. Weinstein, and then it has his and they had included the form.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
No worries.
All right, guys, what do y'all think? What do you guys think of the motion that he filed? What's your opinion? What's your opinion, guys? What's your opinion? All right, I'm going back upstairs now. I think she finished upstairs.
I think I would like to see less repetitive. I think it's very easy to get lost in motions, when it's repetitive like that too. I feel like just get to the meat potatoes, put it all in there. But I feel like I covered 3 or 4 of the exact same thing, just, use with a different case.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes that could be a negative, with the repetitiveness.
Yeah.
But the facts are the facts. I mean, they truly are goaded into this. The judge, there's no way to parachute in, as she stated, and be able to unwind the damage that has already occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have had a chance to move forward if the ex parte hadn't happened, but there were so many other things that were present at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
But I would just like to know, what does Chat feel about how the motion is written?
What you guys think? What you guys think? What you guys think? Can you hear me?
See, there's a lot of good messages.
What did they say? Let's see.
So the one, let me go back to hers. I think it's a battle between with what Krauss said regarding it wasn't improper and Weinstein saying it was improper. That is from ICOS Green. ICOS, well, we know that the law protects that, stating Krauss, that obviously it has no really big effect because the law states it is illegal.
Hmm.
Kimberly said, I think it needed to show each point, giving all the law you can, that it does help.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dawn, this is not the only motion. 2 have dropped so far. They have till 5 p.m. So it's going to be a very busy afternoon with them dropping left and right. GSTR 316, what was this motion filed? This was a motion for mistrial from Weinstein's team. He got it across very well, very well. Even did a repeat on it when he went out. I know that's strategically done. I just say it for reading purposes of myself, nothing professional about him. He did great on making sure that he included it in the beginning, during the middle, and he closed out with it on the end. And he always says he was goaded into this, so this wasn't something he was seeking. He had no choice. It was given to him. North Side said, honestly, they don't need a mistrial. They need dismissal. Mistrial just means more money they got to pay them lawyers. Absolutely, North Side. Wendy, 4 by steel, 2 by state. Oh, I missed that one. Ashley, I think she's going to grant a mistrial with prejudice. How can you not? Lovely Shell, you are correct. Weinstein did say he was filing 2 motions, and he did. He did just that.
All right.
That's a good one, too. Based on music has a meaning. Based on facts, this should be granted. Absolutely. Absolutely. You are absolutely right.
What's the deadline for motions response today? Today, talking about the response, that's on Friday. Hey, AJ.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. How are you?
I'm well. How y'all doing, man?
You're doing wonderful.
In my opinion, this is the motion right here. Like I said in the chat, this is it. I know she was talking about how repetitive it is, but at this point it has to be because every single defense attorney has been going through the same thing. So they gotta drill it in. And the way that Weinstein worded it, saying they was bullied and all that stuff, Miss Judge Whitaker ain't got no choice. She made it her business to say that anything unconstitutional would be a cause for mistrial. And we've watched, and with Weinstein's motion, everything that happened was unconstitutional. So I see her granting a mistrial with prejudice because like Weinstein said, they was goaded into this. It's like he said, the state tried to purposely mess up the trial in order to invoke a retry so they can start over again, but they went about it the wrong way. They broke laws. So it has to be with prejudice. They can't get another crack at it, and that's my opinion. And that's all facts he said. And I don't see Whitaker, you know what I'm saying, denying it. So I don't think bond motions are not needed. Just get them boys up out of there, man.
I agree. Danielle?
Hi, Auntie. I feel like we all knew it was coming. Like based off the language that she used, she talked about how if this and if that. I feel like she knew it was coming. And just like AJ said, they broke too many laws. You can't unhear what you've already heard. They've broken too many laws. Love is probably at home drinking and typing really fast. She's typing really, really fast right now. And we all knew it was coming. And I think I think he overwrote the motion just to cover every loophole. No wheels unturned. I think Weinstein did his thing with the motion. No loops. And like AJ said, that's why they probably didn't even ask for a bond. Like, it's time to go. Bring those boys home. And that's how I feel.
There is a bond.
Yeah, he already put one in prior.
Yeah, there's a bond motion. There's a bond motion.
Okay.
And I'm not saying, as I said before, AJ, I'm saying for reading purposes, so when you go over it continuously, he did well, like I said, in putting it together. He put it in the beginning, the middle, the end. I'm just speaking from reading purposes. It's longer.
Gotcha.
Not how Weinstein is very good with wordplay. And his number one thing is this is not something that he was seeking. They were goaded into this, and that's very correct. But I was just saying I had to cover it from the top, the middle, and the end, because he's going to make sure that different case law is going to cover the exact same thing. And I think that's very smart to put that in there. He's a very intelligent employee or attorney, and his wordplay is very good.
Miss Sylvia, does they have you said they have to respond by Friday?
Yes.
I mean, but at this point, y'all, what can the state say?
I'm with AJ Nutt.
I mean,
they'll find a law somewhere, some loophole.
But
this ain't the other guy, y'all. All them case laws, them old case laws she was throwing out, and the other guy was letting her have. This ain't that.
But you know what? They're probably going to go off what Judge Cross said, as far as like the meeting not being illegal. So they're probably going to go around that part.
Meeting could be interpreted as not illegal. What was said is definitely unconstitutional. You still bullied that man.
Absolutely.
That still happened, and then you proceeded to ignore his request and then have him put on the stand again. So you can't ignore that.
And they also can't ignore that now the judge and the prosecutors are on still witness list. So
thank you. And that's why I believe Whitaker, in lieu of them being on the witness list, in lieu of having the other guy and Love and Hilton be witnesses, she would just go ahead and end it due to it being unconstitutional.
I agree with you, AJ.
Like, Weinstein has still been putting in these strongly worded motions with very specific details, and there's no rebuttal to the truth.
Like the judge said, she even talked about using old videos and listening to 1,000. It's like she says she doesn't know stuff, but she didn't heard about this stuff. She didn't heard about all of this. Let's be clear. Everybody has.
Definitely. From the way she was talking in the introduction meeting, you could tell that she was, you know what I'm saying, she had been listening and watching.
Right. She might not know like all we know, but she thinking like, I don't want to listen to 2,200. I don't want to listen to any of that from 1991.
She said 91. So I don't see anything other than the love coming back with some case law. But if you notice in her rebuttals that thus far this trial, they don't be on point. She tends to change the topic of the argument. So she might try to do that.
But even with the change, like you said, it's just too many laws that's been already broken.
Correct.
It's a mistrial.
It definitely with prejudice. I want to keep saying that because mistrial just mean they reset.
With prejudice, absolutely, it's over.
It
What do
has
you
to
think?
be.
What do you think, Auntie?
I agree with you guys on the mistrial. I really do. Definitely. Now, as far as with prejudice, without prejudice, it has to be the prosecutional misconduct, and that's where we got to figure out the ruling on that one. That part.
Right. Correct. But isn't the ex parte prosecutorial misconduct?
Well, there's a motion already out there to remove ADA Love and ADA Hilton. So that motion will get more into the conduct and the ethical part and to see if anything was illegal on that behalf. So it's not going to come from the other ones. There's a specific motion out there just for that.
So, like, even with the judge wordplay in the meeting, like, that's illegal in itself, right? Like the stuff that the judge was speaking on, the other guy.
You talking about Krause? Talking about Judge Krause?
I'm talking about
No, Euro.
Well, you have to understand there are certain in law, there is certain circumstances that would require ex parte. However, the subjects that are noted were not ones that fit the description here. So there's a difference, and they have to be present or invited, or they have to have the right to respond.
So, but the good thing is, still put in the part. Remember when Bennett? They said that Love was a witness to Bennett's situation, and Judge threw it out. But now he gets a chance to bring it back in because he said that it was not proper for her to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct, because it never met any of the reason case law states that a ex parte would be warranted. You got to remember, it didn't fit the description, and also the biggest part, it says that you immediately have to let the other party know. They have to have the opportunity to attend or respond or object. They were not given that before, during, or after until Steele took the podium to basically be the whistleblower.
Right.
Okay, Cool Breeze says they'll say all Glanville did was explain to Woody what his consequences would be for refusing to testify.
That in itself is wrong, right?
No, because he kind of tried to. No, you're right, because he can't give him information. The attorney, his attorney, is the one should have talked to him about the consequences of him not testifying. The judge cannot say anything.
Exactly, and we've seen Euro do this before. Back in motions, when those guys took plea deals, he was like, "I think it's best for you to take this deal because you don't know what can happen in trial." Blah 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 blah. Like that's his MO.
Well, it did state in there, they illegally advised him incorrectly. In one of the motions, it does state that, because if you are held in contempt, there is maximums for contempt. So one is 20 days, a fine, depending on which part it is, but you just can't hold someone voluntarily forever until they
Or,
do.
or
Isn't the temp to 20 days? The max is 20 days?
I thought it
Correct.
was 20 days, but
20 days max, and then or a fine or a fine.
I muted you, Danielle, because your thing is giving a
that's a good
feedback.
question, Cavell. Sylvia, can the guys who took the plea deals go back?
Go back where? The jail?
Go back and appeal.
Nope.
So they just, dang.
Oh, remember
Now,
the habeas corpus or something like that.
Right. So they were supposed to see it through, my boy. They just didn't.
well, see, y'all. Well, that's different because I was under the impression, I know over here, if you take a plea deal with a case that's in trial and the case is thrown out due to wrongful doings or inaccurate information, incorrect information that cause these charges to come forward, here they do acquittal for everything pertaining to that case, even if they pled out. So I know the separate one with the other 17, nobody took pleas there, but there's a few on this case currently that has taken the pleas. I know for my state that anything pertaining to that case, they have to throw out. So the plea deals will no longer be in good standing. I'm not sure about Georgia.
Right. But yeah, man, the state caused this on themselves. They rushed it. They've been, and like he also stated that every witness they've had, Love has impeached. Like they ain't been saying nothing. So it's like we've been watching it for nothing. Or they've been going through this for nothing. Excuse me. Because she's impeached every pertinent witness other than the cops.
But if you remember, AJ, it really doesn't even matter the outcome because it's for sure an overturn on appeals.
Definitely.
So it's not standing on its heels no matter what.
But appeal implies guilty verdict. That's why every time he said that, I was like, so what you gonna find them guilty and you just get it back in appeals? Nah, bro, you still gotta go through this. It still would have had to go to a jury, and nobody was leaning towards guilty, like he said. I mean, like Weinstein was saying, that the state knew they was losing, so they tried this dirty tactic to try to get a reset. Let's get some more time. Let's get some more money. Let's try it again. No, you don't get to try it again, man. In my opinion.
In your opinion. Thank you. You're entitled to your opinion. She's frozen. Danielle, you've frozen. So we're waiting for the others to drop.
Definitely.
Let's see if anything else has dropped.
You got a super chat, Sue.
All right, thank you. Wasn't Pee-wee plea overturned? Yes, that was overturned in his old case. All right, so guys, I'm going to go ahead on and read the bond motion. All right. Second renewed bond motion for a bond. Now come defendant in the above case. I was trying to see if I can show it to you guys, but it's not. Okay. In the above case, showing the court the following. One, that to the present date, no bond has been issued to the above mentioned Kendrick. Kendrick is currently being held in Fulton County Jail for over 2 years since May 9th, 2022, charged for the following with 9 counts, 1, 2, and 57 through 63. Kendrick was denied bond in 2022 and 2023, after the state argued that defendant and his co-defendant were a danger to the community. Number 4, since the denial of the bond on 2023, the state has presented its case in a plotting manner with no apparent concern that Kendrick and his co-defendant at trial are incarcerating, presenting witnesses list that at times had topped 700 witnesses. 5, to date, the state has presented almost 100 witnesses with no end in sight. While the state has argued that Kendrick is a threat to the community, none of the state's 100 witnesses have presented any testimony demonstrating that threat. The state has had 7 months to do so and has failed. Hold on, I gotta go to the next one. Hold on. Has failed. Hold on. Gotta go to the next one. Sorry. All right. Number 6, since the denial of bond, the state has offered and entered into plea agreements with at least defendant Murphy, Arnold, Stevens, Greer, Kitchen, Sledge, and Lee, permitting them to return to the community. This offer was decided having previously argued to this honorable court that those defendant poses a threat to community. The court having been convicted by the state's argument, convinced by the state's argument before, should no longer provide the state with the benefit of the doubt. One most now question how much of a threat the state truly believes these defendant poses. Therefore, any argument made by the state in the opposition of this motion rings hollow. Number 7, this court has granted bond to defendant Miles Farley following his severance from the present trial. Number 8, that Kendrick poses a significant risk of fleeing from the jurisdiction of this court or failing to appear to court when required is not an extraordinary bail risk. Number 9, that Kendrick poses no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or any property in the community, and will not jeopardize the safety of the community if admitted to bail in this case. Number 10, that Kendrick poses no significant risk of committing any crime pending trial. Number 11, that Kendrick poses no risk of intimidating witness or otherwise obstruction of the administration of justice. Number 12, Kendrick assures this court that if admitted to bail, he will neither flee nor go into hiding, but will respond to each and all order of this court as directed. Number 13, reasonable bond by definition is one which is adequate to assure that the principal accused will return to face the judgment of the court. But at the same time, one which is attainable by the defendant. In this case, the court failure to set a reasonable bond for Kendrick has kept him incarcerated since the date of his arrest. Number 14, if Kendrick were to be granted a reasonable bond and through the surety authorized by the state of Georgia, he could return to his employment and aid counsel in preparing for his defense to the charges in this case. 15, a Rule 9C is attached, therefore, for the convenience of the court. Wherefore, Kendrick prays that the court set a reasonable surety bond pending the deposition of this case. Respectively submitted, Doug Weinstein, Katie Hedinger, and that's it. That's the bond request. Plea deals can be appealed. Yes, they can be appealed because they said the habeas corpus. That's what I mentioned earlier. They have up to 4 years on felony and I think 1 year for misdemeanor. So they have already been on for 1 year. So they got, I think, 3 years already to go. No, they're on the second year. So December would be a second year. Did y'all hear that? AJ, you heard that? I'm mad as a juror. Oh, y'all wasted almost a year of my life. Oh, you're not. Don't even say you're a juror. Stop it. Don't even say, because then they're going to look at your phone. They're going to go check you out. You are not a juror. Stop it. Somebody said 30 motions. So how many motions? We got 2. We only got 2 motions so far. What? They said, okay, the judge just signed off. It says temporary suspension of Judge Paige Reese Whitaker from the criminal assigned wheel.
That's what I'm on right now.
What does that mean?
I think it's looking like I'm on the other end of it.
Okay. He just suspended her from giving her any more cases. Okay. It says here, pursuant to the Fulton Superior Court bench, they can't assign her any more case. Superior Court bench policy 23-02, judicial assignment during a lengthy trial, see attached, effective November 2nd, 2023 by the Fulton County Superior Court bench, specifically paragraph 3, relief afforded to the clerk of court is directed to suspend Paige Reese Whitaker from all criminal assignment wheel effective July 22nd, 2024. And she's assigned to, okay, they just removed her from the wheel, y'all. Oh, no, they removed her from the wheel.
You remember the graph they released on how many judges, all the judges up there, how many cases they had assigned to them?
Mm-hmm.
So Glanville cases ain't going to be at no 26 no more. So he's probably going to get the majority pushed back over. to him now, since his calendar is no longer cleared.
His calendar is cleared.
His is?
Yeah, it's cleared now because he doesn't have what's the name? They cleared it so he can get more cases.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's no longer, you know, where they couldn't assign him. He's going to be working now.
Yeah, he's going to be working.
She has so much to catch up on anyway. I mean, I don't see how logically the county is even thinking that she could just come on in and take it back 103 days and fairly rule, because there's too much stuff she got to go back on that was incorrectly entered and allowed. It's too much. It's way too far gone. And it's not fair to everybody who lives within that county to have a whole bunch of the funding go back for another trial. Fulton County residents need to be looking for their money back.
I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. We got 35. Hey, Angie. Angie!
I
How are you?
I am fine. How y'all doing? How you doing, Sylvia?
I'm good. It's been a while.
Yes, ma'am. It has been a while. So now if I'm gonna mind my mouth. Okay, I know I am. I know I'm not.
No cussing up here.
I'm gonna do good. I'm gonna do good. But I just had to.
Good.
I just had to do. I just had to come in and weigh in on some things because I spoke about that live from that gentleman last night, and it really,
We moved on from that, Ange. We moved on from that. We're not talking about that live.
I know, but I saw Gucci up here. That's why I hit it, and I just thought it was necessary to let people know that to recognize when they're being manipulated into trying to create some kind of fake outrage. Okay. Just to make one person look bad and possibly receive some negative repercussions from something that you're not even doing. something that is, you know, I mean, just a whole bunch of lies. Like people from the media, big media, they take pictures with, you know, people they're interviewing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with you, you know, reporting whatever, because, you know, listen, everybody know that all media isn't unbiased. If so, we wouldn't have right wing media. We wouldn't have what the left do. Okay,
Hello.
you know
Hello.
what I'm saying? So you never walked around representing that you were some type of what they would call traditional journalist or what have you. However, you can represent yourself as a journalist. Okay, you
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying? And media does not mean that it is, you know, it has a specific protocol, and it is only meant for certain outlets like, you know, the ABCs and what have you. No, that's not what it is. Look up the word media. Okay, it is all inclusive.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and I just thought I think it is so negative, because the trust and belief, there isn't no whole bunch of people that call no one person to ask about you, especially they know that your relationship isn't one where, you know, you guys are friends or what have you. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. It's just, you know, just to do a live, to misrepresent those the people, you know, in the courtroom, the people that's there representing the media, the defense team, the prosecutors, the judge, and, you know, just because that person has some kind of issue with you. And I
Mhm.
think it's totally unfair. It's harassment, in my opinion. And I think, you know, a man of that age and a person that is supposed to be, you know, say he represent journalism to the highest degree, should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, say that you're not interested in interviewing people and stuff, but only to say that you're secured and interview. You just waiting to, you know, you just going to interview that one person. You understand what I'm saying? To say in the beginning, oh yeah, you know what she's doing can affect, you know, us and how, you know, us coming into the courtroom and things of that nature. But then later on, when you sit down to eat, to say, and when somebody asks you a question about is what she going to do, is what she's doing can affect you, you say no, nothing she's doing will affect me. So that's how you know this was some kind of fake presentation to manipulate, you know, your followers and anybody that, you know, come to you as a source, as one of the sources of the YSL case. You know, I mean, just look at the numbers. They don't lie, right?
Yeah. True.
Okay, look at the support. They don't, you know, it's not lying. And I just thought it was, is at this point, it is harassment. I mean, it's like somebody TMZ in your life. Everything you do, here you go. Here go my live. I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. So I don't want to, you know, I say I kept it good. So I ain't going into it.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, yay. So, but I just wanted
But
to,
you'd be dropping some bombs if you did.
girl, yes, well, you know, I would light it up. You know, now when I covered it last night, you know, I kind of lit it up a little bit, but you know, I was going to be nice because I want to make sure that so people don't get, um, you know, fooled by this fake, you know, problem. I guarantee you, he was doing all the calling to the people. Did you see this? Do you see this? Whatever. Nobody is worried about who you know, what you do, this, that, and the third, whatever. But, you know, the individuals that are worried about you doing that, these males. You understand what I'm saying? And I think it is, at this point, it's a sick obsession.
Yeah.
And I just hate. And I even said on my live, I said, if you know, if you still going to court probably like next year, beginning of next year, I said I'm gonna accompany you to, you know, to your job, and I'm going to see if you know, if they're going to, you know, have all that to say, you know, when I'm there, because it's going to be a different, you know, a different vibe. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's all I want to say, y'all. And I'm gonna get up out of here. Y'all
Okay.
have a good one. Don't be fooled by the foolishness.
I won't.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Out.
Okay. Bye.
Sylvia, I have a question.
Yes. Check the private chat.
Gotcha.
We talked about that, did we not?
We did.
Okay.
But I have a question. When just say these guys are granted a mistrial and things are over, seeing as how they've been locked up for 2 years, do they get anything back, or will they have to like legally?
They have to
try
go legally. They have to go legally. They can't get anything back unless they go legally, like sue. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. They have to sue.
All right, and that'll take years if.
You know how lawsuit goes.
Right. I'm just saying, especially if it ends the way it seems to be going to end, and it's the state's fault. It's like, come on, man. These men have you taken away their life. You cost them. You know what I'm saying? Everything. And it's one thing to seek justice, but it's another to try to manipulate evidence and manipulate people to get there. If they was dirty, beat them like, you know what I'm saying, straight up do it. Don't cheat your way to try to do it. Don't connive your way, you know what I'm saying, trying to manipulate a jury into thinking something that ain't been proven or can't be proven.
True.
I don't believe nobody came into this. I mean, you have fans in these chats and stuff, but everybody wanted to see a fair trial.
That's
Whether
it.
it was one way or the other. If they could prove that something happened and that these 6 defendants were involved and can prove it, then so be it. But for them to be blatantly, you know what I'm saying, doing this, that's what this particular case has exposed. It's exposed the hidden and silent corruption that these states and these attorneys and these prosecution teams get away with that otherwise wouldn't be seen or known.
That's so true. That is so true.
Mm-hmm.
What was the final cost that they said up to date that they have put into this trial thus far?
They didn't say. They didn't say. They gave some estimate, but they didn't give exactly what amount. It was in millions the last time I heard.
That's ridiculous, man. For them to have not moved the needle in either direction. You know what I mean? Like me being from here, I see this. I mean, it can be seen all the time with a lot of other, not so high profile cases. Like they waste money and time and effort, and they get men to take plea deals, which, as we know in the law in the eyes of a court, counts as a conviction. So,
Thank you, Yolanda, for the super chat. We're just waiting as they drop, guys.
I'm not saying much. They said I was talking too much on here on the chat. I'm like,
Don't listen to them.
I was told to come in. I got called. Y'all don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. I'm here for the good. Don't do me like that.
I asked her to come in
This
because
is my friend. She called me at home and told me to get on. So y'all don't do that. This is not an issue. This not that. We are covering what we can cover. I have a lot of good stuff that I do for Miss Sylvia and give her. So let's not do that. Let's keep the positivity and keep on promoting it the right way. We're not here for that. I'm not here to bash y'all. And we're not here for that. We are here for something totally different. Let's not get it messed up.
I asked her to come on because I knew I got stuff in this household that's going on. So she's my co-host today. If you guys don't like it, oh well. AJ, hey.
Hey. But
Felicia said, oh well. What's the deadline for motions? Then she didn't set any time frame. So it might be until 11:59. She didn't set a time like the other judge said at 5 o'clock. She might just, as long as they get it in by today. Friday is for reply. Friday's for reply, Stokes. Friday's for reply.
I mean, I can see the state trying to reply back about the ex parte being, like Cross said, was nothing wrong with the ex parte. I can see them trying to drive that point across, but far as everything else in Weinstein's motion, I can't see them rebutting that. Or the bond hearing at this point. Like, how can you deny bond? To me, in my opinion, how can you deny bond given the change of circumstances?
And then all the change of situation with other people.
Exactly.
We do have a defendant that got bond that was charged with a murderer. So
exactly. Now I'm not saying bond is needed. I would rather, the guys just go home free. But since how the motion is in, I don't see how you can deny that at this point. Like, it's ridiculous.
Don't y'all have in Georgia, bond has to be met within 90 days?
Yeah, but remember they did only unindicted.
Yeah.
Unindicted.
Yeah. These men went to jail indicted, so that took away their first appearance rights.
Yeah.
So, which is basically them saying, I can hold you indefinitely until pending situation is over with.
Well, I guess it's different over here because over here they give you 72 hours to see a judge to have a bond set. Any bond has to be set no matter the situation, no matter what it is, even if it's a murder, if it's a rapist, you got 3 days to give them a bond. They're not allowed to hold in the state.
Man, in the city of Atlanta, I have personally seen men who have committed aggravated assaults, felony aggravated assaults, and get a bond, a signature bond, and not spend a week in jail. Then you have on the flip side, you have other men who are sitting in jail waiting for a court date. So it's all discombobulated in Fulton County.
And it really go off of who you know.
Or who you come across, what judge you come across on that day,
Regardless, everybody should have a bond, whether they think that they can meet it or not. Like over here, they'll just throw a bond that you can't reach.
Yeah, super high one.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, see that I don't mean to say it like this, but when you super rich like Thug is, they give you no bond because at that point any bond he can make. So the only way to keep him in jail is to give him no bond. But if you poor or you regular, they give you that super high bond, like you're saying, which is basically no bond. Because if I'm a regular guy and I got a $200,000 bond, you know, way the heck I'm gonna be able to meet that.
Well, they know for this particular trial, everybody sitting in there will be able to get up and move.
Exactly. But then, Sylvia, then it wasn't at the very beginning. The state said they wasn't even going to offer Thug a plea deal, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, it seems like they was out for blood from the very jump.
Now, the pleas that did come out were all life sentences, correct?
No,
Yeah.
Sylvia, they were.
Say that again? What was the question?
I said all the plea deals were all basically life sentences, though I'm reading through them. They weren't even feasible.
She said life sentence. Well, that's a lot of years. Yeah.
I mean, you might as well. You put all them years together. What they gonna be able to get out and do? I mean, them are life sentences. Them are like. You would think anybody gonna sit there? Oh yeah, I'll take that 25 plus that 25. Yeah, I could do that 50. No problem. No problem. Half my over 75% of my life done. You putting 50 more years on it? Yeah, that's a life sentence. You gonna die in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, the new judge said that she is open for plea deals. So, you know, she put that out there to put that in the state, like, you know, there should be something, there should be some type of negotiations, not 25 plus this other 20 or this other 25 or 25 plus another 10.
Right. I mean, but at this point, they in the deep end. So if I was a defense, I wouldn't even entertain a plea deal.
Well, I don't think anybody in their right state of mind will do it, because if they had a case, this would have been brought forth in 2014.
I agree.
Okay, so if the technicality want to come into place, then why, when you learned your information, you had that information during that year, why not the following year this come out? Why do you have to wait a 10-year span to try to build information? Nothing came through for you, so you have to go back to what you had. You had nothing to begin with.
Right. It's as if we rewind, it's as if Love and the prosecution wanted the jury to convict these men based off of their opinions and what they think, not what they see, because they had no evidence. Even the best stuff they had, which was eyewitnesses and the footage from the shooting, still didn't show nothing and give anything.
Well, the wrong vehicle it showed.
I mean, everything was messed. If they had a case on a murder, they would have already been prosecuted for it. So you wanted them to maybe that could have been. No, that's not how trials work. I need to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's all the state was given was doubt. The state was given doubt with the way they presented it.
Well, if you go back and watch all the videos before they got into seat, this will make sense on why it was done all these years later, because this was something that they need under their belt for furtherance of their career.
Oh yeah, it's definitely was for
This
that.
is personal.
But at the expense of these men's lives.
But if you had something from 2013 till now, it's 2024, you're just bringing this out. These men haven't been back before you for you to be able to get them. So that speaks volumes right there for bond conditions.
Only 2 has dropped. You just asked how many has dropped now. 2.
Joanna said, all the money Thug has paid his attorneys, I would take a plea deal, not with the unfair, corrupt trial. Joanna, a plea deal would have sent him away for life. I think I'm going to pay what I got in the bank so that way I could be with my children and family and have my freedom, especially if you know you're sitting there innocent.
And like what Weinstein in his motion said, other than Woody's old interviews, that's the only way Yak is even involved. His name is even mentioned in anything.
Yeah.
Take away Woody's testimony, not even take away Woody's old interviews, Yak shouldn't even be in the indictment. But all because his name was mentioned, but you can't prove anything other than the word of a quote unquote liar.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, y'all. That's why it was so pertinent for the state to have Woody, man. They needed it.
It's the same thing. You ever seen the company Build-A-Bear? You bring your child in there and you be able to go build a bear. Well, this was build a case. They had to use this large amount of time to try to build a case, and it wasn't going nowhere. So the people that they had on the ground, which is quote unquote their investigators, well, we already watched their testimony. Them ain't boots on ground that you're gonna be able to trust, because there was a lot of, they got caught in lies. The warrant was falsified. It was so much, it's so much more to it that ain't even in these motions.
Exactly.
That is, I would have pushed the warrant. The warrant was 100% falsified from top to bottom. When they went through each thing in court, and Glanville was the one that signed off on it. So that should have concerned him, that the information that was brought to him to sign off on was falsified. And he jumped over that as if that wasn't even a discussion in court.
I mean, he been like that from jump. He's been on their side. He's been allowing stuff that shouldn't be allowed, that no other. And let me pivot and say this. Even though my personal opinion aside of Love and Hilton, they are very smart. They wouldn't be in the position they are without being smart, right? So they had to have known that this was a weak case, and they was trying to manipulate it. They had Ural on their side, and which was aiding them in manipulating the jury. And now they see that it won't fly no more because Ural's not there.
Then you have to remember the backlash outside of this case that's going to take place. Think of the ones that have been before the same judge and the same prosecutors. I can guarantee you right now, if they are in prison, they are indulging in law books and trying to figure out where they have been violated at. It's not just going to end here. It's going to be ones that have already been through, that dealt with this judge and this prosecution, that is going to be looking up their own cases and seeing where they were mishandled at. So it ain't just going to be this. This is going to take an inside look at every other case that's going to be able to come forward, because I'm going to tell you, they don't have anything to do but be able to read into it. And everybody is watching this. Everybody see what is happening and what's going on. It's going to be very easy for them to pull their case back when they find discrepancies.
Definitely.
Joanna, you put would it. I see it. I see it, Joanna. I did. I had to go back. The chat was going so fast, but I thought you said just go ahead and plead out. But I was like, no, those pleas are horrible. Those are the worst ones I have ever seen to have no concrete evidence.
She
They
said,
took.
take a plea.
Yep, she said would not, wouldn't, the NT. So I apologize for that. I didn't see your NT.
Yeah, man. None of their evidence about any one of the acts was connecting. It's like when doing cross examination, we saw Steele or Adams or whoever went up there and basically picked apart the direct examination
Yep.
every single time. That's why I was looking forward to cross, because that's when the truth comes.
Things start falling apart when the cross comes.
Exactly. Every time, every single time, even with the police. Other than the 911 dispatch lady, who I'm glad she don't have to come up there no more. But everybody else, he was picking apart.
Yeah.
I just wish every person involved in this the best on the tail end. When this is over, everybody move right and move on with their lives, man.
Miss Jam said yes, straight up personal, but from who? Fonnie? Question mark.
Yeah, Stokes says guy right. The guy that testified about the cars lied about being at the bus stop. He wasn't even there.
And then the prosecution was playing so dirty by trying to get sympathy votes with a certain, you know what I'm saying, half a head or nuts mom or early on in the beginning. Remember when they had the random script club mom there? I was like, what she got to do with anything? Because she got carjacked on Cleveland Avenue. Like, come on, bro. It's like the state pivoted on their own so many times. First, it was about, gang activities going on in and around Cleveland Avenue. Then they had to pivot to the gangs, just the gang stuff. Hey, the colors represent this. And they was always talking with B's and not C's and blah, blah, blah. Then they had to pivot. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all don't even know what y'all want.
You have to think of too the circle, right? They get their information from who they put out there on the streets. So what type of incorrect information had been coming back that was being played off of as well?
Exactly. That goes into saying Woody is a liar. He was doing all this lying, but you chose to believe certain parts of it. So it's either I'm a liar or I'm a not.
Well, then you had the investigator. He really wasn't worried about the case. He said, you don't have to speak to any of them anymore. You could just speak to me, because he was about to have that date lined up.
Yeah. Yeah, the state's investigators were dirty too. Yo, you're not stating fact.
Yes, Stokes. Just send it to infamous Sylvia at yahoo.com. No, not that one. Sorry. Send it to sparks1565 at gmail.com. That one.
I was gonna say something about your Yahoo address. Like, why do you still got a Yahoo?
It wasn't, I said infamous Sylvia. At Gmail, I did say Yahoo, did I not? I don't even have an infamous Sylvia Yahoo.
Emmanuel said the investigator was wrong trying to talk to Bennett about going to dinner. Definitely very unprofessional. And how do you think the prosecution felt sitting right there listening to the testimony of her saying he told her that she don't need to deal with none of them no more going forward? And obviously that's not what they were doing. They were still going to her and her home.
Look at Chris, what Chris said.
You
Chris
said
said, I watched and listened to the whole trial. And the most concrete evidence the state proved was that Tick Slug sold dime bags of weed in the park, but only to support himself.
I'm trying to tell you, like, that's the only thing. That's why everybody keeps saying Rico. Like, where's the Rico? You got a dime bag of weed from an overzealous cop. He
And
called the
that's a
whole
ticket.
SWAT team to the police. To the gas station for a dime bag. Then you remember the other cop, Syria, who came up there? He was like, I was on my way to a call or home. He was like, I was driving south on 75 and I wanted to get off and get some gas. But he was like, he went all the way to what they was calling the YSL gas station on Cleveland Avenue. You went out your way to go there and try to fish for something, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Shorty Spot, yes. Cadillac Law is putting together a meet and greet. Myself and Seti is gonna be there. And of course, AJ gonna be there too.
I was just gonna say, what about me?
AJ, I just remember you're gonna be there too. AJ.
I'm just playing. But yeah, Emmanuel, if you know Atlanta, then you know where he was describing. You could tell he was fishing because you get off the exit. It's a gas station right there. You went out your way to cross the expressway, go through 2 lights to go there because you know what go on there.
Lynette says she's coming. Okay. No, I'm just waiting for stuff to drop. That's why we're still on. Waiting for more stuff to drop.
Right. Unpopular. So you from here. So you know, like, you could have easily went though, bro. Like, even the police was fishing.
I'm confused. The chat has something about there's an operation something. I've been missing it because it's going so fast. I'm trying to catch it, but it looks like they're going back and forth in a lot of conversation. So I'm trying to figure out what is happening.
Somebody else wants to come in the chat. I think the link should be dropped.
Thank you, T-Mac.
I don't know, Emmanuel. I don't know how many motions will drop. I mean, we probably just get the 2 we got or the 3 we got, however many we got. You know what I mean? Because for sake of saying the same thing, Weinstein pretty much knocked it out of the park with his. I mean, there'll probably be more motions for Bonds and Harvey with his severance motions, but
Okay, I see what that is. Says Walter is my favorite. The donut shop over there is pretty good too.
oh yeah, she talking about Cleveland Avenue.
How about you take care of it? Okay, I understand what they're saying in there. It's another paperwork that they're saying that he was considered a dangerous person or whatever. But I don't think that they would bring it into this case because it seems like that case is old and already finished. So I don't think that it would take any precedence into what's happening now. I think it would be more or less for him on maybe a standalone.
And it seems like Love was trying to confuse the jury again by adding all those old crimes, but not telling them they had been adjudicated, not telling them that people are already, you know what I'm saying, been on paperwork and been in prison, out of prison for this stuff. Because the jury don't know that. And if you remember back in the Bean situation with the car that ran into the laundromat, it was, they wanted so bad for one of them to say Thug was there, but nobody did. You couldn't prove he was there. So why even talking about this? Because
Well,
again,
I
Bean had
think
been
the
to jail for that.
I think the connection they were trying to make with that is because a caller into, I believe they said it was 911 or the police or however that happened, is they tried to use the description, but the description was a blonde hair, big chested lady.
Right. So again, you couldn't prove it. So why even introduce it? It's like you wanted them to speculate and to be like, oh yeah, he could have been. Like, nah, bro.
I mean, how would you bring something all the way, do the indictment, have it all the way in trial, and midway through you say, oops, I'm sorry. You know what? Yeah, this ain't gonna go nowhere. So instead of just doing the rightful thing by the law and what they took oath to do to be lawyers, they just kept on with it. And I think that's where, everyone kind of tuned in. Everyone kind of tuned in. The biggest part of the trial that had everybody kind of zero in is when they allowed the lyrics in. That was the biggest turning point, but there had already been 50 other turning points that nobody had really it wasn't as popular until those lyrics came about.
Right. And it took cross-examination for Steele to come in because they was misrepresenting the lyrics. They was taking pieces of, because it fitted their narrative. Like even with the phone conversation, I mean the Instagram conversation, when they was talking about Lil Uzi Vert diamond on his head, and little Young Thug, I think he said he got $1 million on his head or something like that. They tried to make it seem like he was putting hits on people when he was just talking about Lil Uzi. But the state saw that. They seen the whole conversation. They just cropped out what they wanted to show people, and that's crazy to me. That's why I was saying they're smart. They see this, but the way they presented it, it was like, why lie on these men?
Well, see, I think the appropriate thing to do in an investigation, you have the information like when they use Instagram posts and tweets, and they were actually lyrics of another rapper.
Thank you.
And they were insinuating that, this was something that he had done. So it's just about doing your homework and doing it the right way. I think a lot of people want sides to be picked when really you have to cover both sides. You got to cover the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I think that's where also the chat is kind of going back and forth in there because they're saying there's other things that aren't being covered that would matter. And so I'm just trying to catch up on it to see, but I can see there's a lot.
Yeah, there's so many sidebars going on down there. You'll confuse yourself. But that's a good thing. Keep the chat rolling. I don't know why, Sylvia. I'm just not reading your banner at the bottom of this.
Oh, I have to put it in there.
I don't know. It's been going, but I'm just now zooming in on reading it.
I have to put it out there. Disclaimer: as a professional blogger, my role is to deliver news and information from all sides of an issue. The content shared on this channel represents factual reporting to the best of my ability.
Can you tell us what's on your agenda, after
There's quite a few cases that's going on here in Georgia. When I tell you a lot. So have you talked to Big Jeff? How does he feel about everything? You can't discuss it with us. How does he feel about what? How does he feel about what? The meeting and new judges and work. Oh, well, he had his podcast on Friday, and I'm gonna be there this Friday at the podcast, and we're gonna talk about that stuff this Friday. So make sure y'all tune in. Make sure y'all tune in. It's 2:43. You see, Jay said, Big Jeff is ready to take the stand and bust it wide open. Bust it wide open. What's his podcast? Somebody please put his podcast in there. Mods, please put his podcast in.
He has a lot of good stuff on there. A lot of good stuff on his podcast.
It's about to pour out here.
Yeah, it just rained down here.
Oh, Khadija said last Friday she watched it and he talked about the illegal search of Young Thug's home and the state has given them back their things. He needs to fix the sound. Okay, I'll let him know.
When did they illegal search his home? When he was arrested?
Yeah. Remember when they
I didn't think it was illegal because they had a warrant for his arrest.
No, they had a warrant for him to come in. They didn't have a warrant for the
house. Got you. Yeah, that's easily thrown out then.
Yeah, they did throw that part out, but they
if that's the case, then he shouldn't have no charge other than the RICO and the gang activity.
No, but he got the other gun charge in that car, remember?
Right. That somebody else was in with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the issue. They had an arrest warrant, but not the search warrant. The search warrant was not valid. So the items were illegally seized.
Right.
Music has a meaning. If it goes for a mistrial, for sure it's going to be a lawsuit.
I mean, if I was a
Yo,
defendant, I would.
Yo said these things go back to 2007. So he's given even further back, far long before 2013 is what he's saying, that they're looking at.
He's been saying a lot down there.
So did they use anything from 2007 and try to bring it in the current?
That's the podcast right there, Joanna, right? Stephanie just put it up there. There it is right here. That's the podcast. Just click that. What Stephanie have? Let me pin it. Stuff. Now, what was the question?
Yo says these things go back to like 2007. I think it's Marley. I might be saying it wrong. Yo said somebody look up Project Phoenix.
Oh,
LOL.
Yeah, we talked about that before too. Y'all, I have over 3,000 videos. A lot of stuff. If you go back to my old videos, you'll see we talked about a lot of things like that. 3,000 videos, so you can imagine.
Bless, the podcast link is right above. It's No Days Off Radio. Emmanuel, it's right above. Steph had posted it for y'all.
Thanks, Lynette.
No Days Off Radio, y'all. No Days Off Radio is the podcast.
Who's gonna? AJ.
Yes.
What's your new channel?
What's my new channel?
Yes, they said what's your new channel?
Oh, I don't know, AJ Taylor. I gotta put put it in the chat.
Sylvia, can y'all hold on? Forever says, Sylvia, can you give an update of what y'all discussing for people like me just tuning in? Oh, I'm lost. No, we're waiting for the additional motions to drop. We're waiting because today's the day for motions to be dropped. So we read 2 motions already, and we're waiting for others to drop. And they're just having conversation about just not all things YSL, but just different topics. They just coming up just to have conversation. So we're just waiting for the motions to drop. 2 motions dropped. Both was from Mr. Weinstein. One was for reconsideration, second request for reconsideration for a bond, and motion for dismissal. Those are the 2 motions. Yeah. All right. So it's nothing. Yeah, the 2 motions, Diamond, was motion to dismiss this case and motion for a reconsideration for a bond. Okay.
Seems like we have a bigger mixed crowd today. How many of you guys in the chat think that this will end this following week with a mistrial?
Let's see, Nona. I'll ask him, Nona. I'll ask him. Thank you, Miss Jam. I will definitely go down there and get me something to eat. Definitely.
T. Braxton says, I do. Forever Young, I do. Yolanda, I pray it do. Marley Mack, I don't think that was in regards to the question. She said, yo, I tried. Praying So from Brandy. Khadijah. J Face Forever, I hope so, but I believe it will happen before this year is out. Cool Breeze does not think so. Miss Jams, I'm hopeful. Yo, they won't say none so they can get content. I'm lost. I just want to hear Jeffrey gets to go home. This is ridiculous.
That's so true.
Cool Breeze, he believes it won't because of Krause. Probably because what was written on there. Just remember, Cool Breeze, that is opinion of hers. You got to remember the law, what the case law states. It was illegal. So even that was her opinion in her order. It wasn't. It still was illegal. That's the bottom line.
But given Whitaker's own words, you can't miss the constitutional violations. You can't miss it.
Defy normalcy. Yes. That I think that once the judge starts looking into things, she will find the constitutional violations. Absolutely. Absolutely. He just wants to be invited to Jeffrey welcome home party. Marley Mack, the guys just need to come home, man. I'm booking a flight and dancing on somebody's headlights at a red light. Hey. God will free them all, DCP.
But again, y'all, I want to give Miss Sylvia her roses because without her being there, without her waking up, getting there on time, being on time, we wouldn't be able to be as insightful as we are, man. We wouldn't know what's going on, what's really going on.
The inside stuff, right?
Right.
Do you feel that it is now going to be a fair trial going ahead with what we've seen? I know we only seen really one day with this judge, but what's the real feelings? What's the real thoughts on this judge? Do we feel that she's going to go backwards and really look at everything, or do you think it's just way too far gone for her to even try to start piecing the puzzle?
I think it's going to be more fair than what it has been.
Absolutely.
If it was to continue, it definitely would be a fair trial.
Jay says she wasn't going backwards.
She's not. Jay, she's not going backwards. Definitely not going backwards.
It's way too much to even try to go backward, because if you bring up one, you're going to be forgetting something else.
Yeah.
You know, it's the jurors are the real they're the real victims here. And I think a lot more light needs to be shone on them because they've been out now. Are we in the 7th week? I think we're in week 7 that these jurors have been out.
Week 7.
Yeah.
It's been almost 2 months.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. And so if to be fair, AJ, you have the jurors come back and you ask them a question, bring them back to day 5. They're not going to know. Bring them back to day 15. They're not going to know. Bring them to day 60. They're not going to know.
And that was going on, to me, in my opinion, that was going on before there was even a pause in the trial.
Correct.
Because it was so much stuff the state was throwing at them from all different directions and different times that you couldn't remember what happened 2 witnesses ago.
Absolutely. The chat is talking about a whole bunch. They're saying that there's like other paperwork that hasn't been spoke about. Send it to me. I got locked out of the other page, AJ. So
what?
Yeah, it got locked out last night.
I don't know what you're talking about. What other page? What are we talking about?
Me and Miss Sylvia had an issue with the connection.
Oh.
Holly Hub said, no, it hasn't been that long. You do remember that when they were going back and forth, jurors were not present. Glanville kept excusing them out. We're July 23rd, and they were out 3 weeks before the 4th.
I mean, I ain't got no mic. I'm on the cell phone, so my bad if I'm a little low.
No, it's good. The overload them with information, a lot relevant, mostly information. Terrence, the Jungle Book.
I agree with you
The leader of the pack.
There's no way around, information about this case. And even if the judge was to come back, I got a question for you, 2 minds. Say the jury do come back, and the first thing Whitaker asks is if they ingested anything. If one of the jurors say, yeah, I seen it, ain't that the end of the case too?
Can we say that they've been truthful to this point when Glanville was asking them that? Obviously, this is worldwide.
Right.
They have been tainted from the beginning, and for him to deem every time that he didn't believe so, this is the real time to push the juror issue. These jurors are far lost, far gone, out for too many weeks. There has never been another jury that has sat in the box for this length of time in the United States. There's not one case that could be brought up that a juror has sat in the box for that amount of time. There's also not one case where a jury has been out just on a pause for this length of time. So it's a lot of case law that's going to have to be wrote behind this. And that's my interest in the rewriting of case law.
Right.
That's my interest and specialty. That's it. That's all.
Thank you for that input. I had to get mail, y'all.
You were running.
Yeah, I had to go downstairs and get the mail.
I mean, it wasn't going nowhere.
No, they have to. You know how you have to sign for something?
Oh, you had to sign for. Okay, gotcha. I go to the mailbox probably like 2 days a week, man. Them bills ain't going nowhere.
Oh, I don't go running for the bills.
I don't even open it till I get the money.
Hello.
Absolutely, Forever Young. Unless they leave there and lock themselves in a dark room, they know. Absolutely. Who does not have access to social media these days?
Trevor, yeah, definitely. Yep.
Nah, OJ definitely. How long was the OJ trial? I was an adolescent doing that.
Holly, I believe it was before the 17th. They were still having court, but remember, Glanville was dismissing them out because they still had arguments. He said, I know I'm far lost and gone. Free Jeff, free Jeff, free Jeff, dang it. Stokes, I don't think OJ took this long, did it? Nope, if the glove didn't fit, you must have quit. That went fast.
OJ's was 8 months.
But it was all back to back, no interruption. Let's go.
So true.
It was back to back, let's go. And that's definitely not the case here. I've never seen a juror 10 and a half months to pick a jury. But the bottom line is, you know, the Atlanta natives that are in Atlanta, this is your county. You know, this is your county, this is your state, and you have the power to change all of that with a vote.
Yep, the vote.
You have the power to change all that with a vote. So it's good to vote whether you believe in them or not, but to ensure that the ones that you may come across, your family may come across, your children, your grandchildren, you have to think about those things because
but
that's how it gets here.
A lot of these seats, though, are ran unopposed. So who you vote for then?
Yeah. I did see like one of them, I can't remember who, one of them didn't even have a person to run against, so they were automatically in.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
Judge Glanville was unopposed. Judge Glanville was unopposed.
Really?
he won't get no more.
M. Miller says, Miss Sylvia and co-host, do y'all think they will ask the jurors if they heard anything about the case? Well,
they have to.
That's going to be the ace in the hole then, right?
They have to. Every time they go in and out, that is one of the admissions that they go over.
They don't ask. He hadn't asked them. I know when I was doing the federal case in here, they did ask, but here at Fulton County, this case here, they haven't asked. Nope, they have not asked.
I know when I sat in the Senate hearing, I was up in Washington when I was helping rewrite a new law. They asked us right before we even sat down, was there any prior conversation to entering the room? Had I seen anything online? Anybody approached to try to persuade? Any decisions, any of that. It's the same thing for court cases, and you have a jury in the box. You must ask those questions. You have to ask those questions. And if you do not ask that, a judge could be faulted on that because you have to see where your jury is at and what they know and what they don't know. But one of the jurors were in trouble because of a recording that they had done. Just some of the things that we have seen throughout this case that kind of belittled people in their professional standpoint, like the one attorney, you must buy lunch for everyone. Well, how do you know where his funds are? Could he afford that?
Yeah,
Just because
you're
he's an attorney does not mean you don't know what that home life is and what he has on the table. And then you put that onto someone that they must do that. And that's a room filled with people.
yeah, you was doing a lot of regrettable things, making people do write essays and other stuff. It was evident that he was on a power trip from the very beginning of this trial.
I am DJ Prem. It's no law requiring them to ask that every day. No, but when you go on a break and you come back, you have to see the state of your jury. You do not have to ask it every single day. You have admissions you have to give them, yes. But when you have a long break, you have to ask when they return. If they have heard any information, if they have watched anything on the case, anything like that, it has to be asked. And
Are
if
the
they say
jurors
yes, they have to push forth and the judge has to make a decision.
But they didn't ask them. Since they've been coming back and forth, they haven't asked them.
I'm talking about when they return.
Oh, when they return? Okay.
Yeah. When they return, that should be, the judge should, I'm pretty sure this judge is going to do an assessment on where this jury is at.
Okay, hold on. Definitely Normacy says, okay, so many questions about the lunch, and that is on the transcript when they ask.
Yes.
Yeah. Because if he hasn't been asking, is that something that could be challenged?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No. Oh, Texas. Future said, I'm glad the comfort breaks will cease. Yeah, hey, y'all, Future. You see, she started 2 minutes before case supposed to start. She started 2 minutes before, y'all.
right? I think all those comfort breaks was helping the state, continue to get their case, the questions together. Because I mean, why else would he continuously have them out for hours at a time? I mean, the defense wasn't even started presenting their case yet, so wasn't hindering or helping them. But once there was a new judge, Sylvia, like you said, it's a whole new staff in the courtroom now.
Yeah.
A whole new turnover. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many believe that it doesn't even have to go in a mistrial for what's on the table, that a hung jury is going to take place?
Define hung jury for me. What is that?
When it's not unanimous, somebody's holding out. Say they all say guilty, and one person say, like if 11 people says guilty and one said not guilty.
Oh no.
The Bar Association says if the jurors cannot agree on a verdict, a hung jury results leading to a mistrial. The case is not decided, and it may be tried again at a later date before a new jury, or the plaintiff or government may decide not to pursue the case further, and then there will be no trials, no subsequent trial. Also, a hung jury could happen if it has it right on here. If the jury has been involved in any media, news reading, or had any of those outlets. And that's why I say that, because this is all over America. So how do you dismiss that? Lovely hung jury. I don't think it's going to make it that far. Yeah, it's a lot going on before those juries even potentially come back. Someone says, I think it will be unanimous, not guilty.
I mean, given what's been presented to us thus far, I can't see any one of those juries saying guilty because nothing has been proven yet.
Well, you do know that a news reporter did do a poll on the news on the trial, and it was for not guilty verdict or guilty verdict.
And
And
what
it
was
was
that?
98% polled not guilty.
I mean, but you got to think the local media wasn't even covering this trial 2 months ago, 3 months
And,
ago.
and you have to think that when they chimed in with this poll, it's just, from the couple weeks prior to present. So had they followed it from day one, I think a lot more would have came into play.
It says it's election time. They have to look at the media to figure out who to vote for the mistrial.
Absolutely. Jazz, that's right. You got to know who you're voting for, and you got to know who you're putting in that seat. I know a big controversy one, Sylvia, that a lot of people were talking about was the judges being former prosecutors. And that's, even though it may not seem right, it's very common for them to have that on their resume before they get a judge seat.
Yeah. Two minds. Look at your phone.
Yeah, nothing the state has presented thus far as I've seen RICO or organization conspiring to do something together. They haven't proved that. Even with their own witnesses, everybody's been doing stuff independently. Even the crimes they talked about were independent. Nothing in furtherance of.
Brandy. Brandy said the way the judge threw the candy in the microphone is despicable and unprofessional. You know what, Brandy? Stop it.
It seemed like he only did that to steal though. I was like, is that his like passive aggressive way of trying to, be disrespectful? Like, come on, bro. Right. Two minds. I have a question.
Yes, yes, yes.
Moving forward for the prosecution and Euro, will it be harder for them to try a case now, given their misconduct in this one?
If I was the person sitting in that seat going before them, I would have to question. I would have to question any actions due to these. But I think it would be very easy to see, because Love is very predictable with her temper, with showing her actions. You have to remember, her table is the first table closest to that jury. That jury has seen eye rolling, microphone snatching from her own partner, getting up, huffing and puffing. They teach you that you are not supposed to show any emotions, and you are not to display that in front of the jury. If the defense table was right there and those things were happening, I truly believe that it would have been addressed. It is very impactful on a jury to have a prosecutor doing those things, and they pay attention to that. I would say that nobody would want to see those three together in a courtroom up against somebody. If you were in there after viewing and watching this, would you have total faith that justice is going to be served?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you feel like you're going to ask to be transferred to another judge?
Yep.
But I think this is really going to take a deep dive into the connections. I think it's going to take a deeper dive into the connections to see exactly what is happening. And I mean, just look at, my heart really went out to Max in a lot of it, because Matt had took a blunt chunk of just disrespect.
Oh yeah.
Off top, off the rip. He couldn't even get out what he had to say. And it was so disrespectful. Even the investigator that went up there was even disrespectful and was adding commentary where they had to say something. It's just, as a whole, as operating, it shouldn't be that way as a whole.
And to me, as a casual viewer, it seemed like every time the defense wanted to interject some truth, he stopped them.
Well, you have to remember, anything that comes out their mouth then becomes a record. So if you stop it, it's not on record. If you can't let them out, how many times have you heard Steele say, can I just get this out for the record? Can I just say this part for the record? I just need to repeat this for the record. I'm only doing this for the purpose of the record. It was a tactic of his to keep it off the record, but they were still pushing their way through. No, I need to make the record. And he would still then try to cut off when he knew where they were going with it. And it's like, right is right, wrong is wrong. You have your evidence, you have your proof. You are responsible to present it in a way that the jury understands and the people understands, and you have to make sure that it's concrete. But this was all given through statement, and there was no supporting evidence to it. That was the problem. He didn't want that on the record. His job was to protect the record because he knew that it was going to appeals. How many times did you hear, well, if I did something wrong, then I can deal with that. But that'll be after this case. They can deal with this on appeals, or that's not something I'm going to address now. That can be handled in appeals. So that lets you know his mind was already made up. There was a strategy there for that. It was a good tactic of his, but however, he's not dealing with rookie attorneys in there. And so that's the difference. So if you really want to think of the bigger picture, think of the bigger picture of the people that don't have the funds to have the representation. What type of justice are they being served? You're only going to get as much justice as you can afford. It's sad, but it's true. But the same justice that you get from a public defender should be the same justice you get with a paid top attorney. And that is not the system. It appears he has been in with the prosecution from day one. That is the appearance. It's not an opinion, it's just the appearance of it. They never had a fair shot from day one. The judge even allowed a prolonged jury selection to almost 11 months so they can keep building their case. No other judge would allow a jury selection of that length of time that does not have a personal interest in the case. They're going to want to get it in and done and out his courtroom so he can proceed on to the rest of his cases. Because how can you allow almost a 11th month hold for just a jury selection, but your jail is overfilled? Your jail has several people waiting years on top of years for a trial. They've been sitting there. How does an arrest come in 2023 or 2022 and it's already set and ready for trial? What about those ones that are sitting in Fulton just waiting on charges? What about the ones that have been sitting there for years that are just waiting for a trial date? But you have a bigger name come in that will take precedence and hold that courtroom. Not to mention, at the same exact time, Trump's RICO came out of that same county in the very next courtroom in that building. So you have to think of everything as a whole, not just this case. It all goes together. It all goes together. And if you go back and watch those videos, they had called it Project Gitmo. They were saying that is where Fulton County is at right now. How many people that are Atlanta natives in the chat that know somebody that was stuck in that jail for way longer just because it didn't go through the right process? It's just not a little small area to look at. It is so much of a bigger picture. So why would you say they would take precedence to hold these courtrooms for these amount of times? Because of their name. Because they do have plenty evidence on people that are sitting waiting on charges and trial that they could go with, where you don't have to spend all this time setting up and putting pieces together when you actually have people sitting there that should be in courtroom trying their case for actual stuff.
Man, they get their time out of these people first.
Well, it's only because of the name. If he was Jeffrey Williams, no artist attached to it, and he was just Jeffrey Williams from the other side of town, and nobody knew him, this would not take precedence. He would be waiting years on top of years, just like everybody else. This is a money grab. It is for media. It's so that they can show that they have successfully tried 2 RICOs under that county, and it goes under Fonnie's belt.
When you say it's a money grab, how can I follow the money? Like, see exactly where it's going and if it's being inappropriated. Like,
Watch the hearing that they've held on the Trump case in front of the commission. They speak on all the funds and what's happened with some funds. They get into detail, and there's an Open Records Act that you can get certain things and know what money has been spent and where.
gotcha. Because it seems like millions has been poured into this, and I don't see where the millions going. Y'all, like, you spent it on investigating it because all you did was pull old information and old files. You spent it on what?
Well, it's not their money. It's the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, true that.
It's the
And I
taxpayers' money. So you think they care? It's y'all natives that live there. It's y'all money going into this. Would y'all be wrong to ask for a refund?
I'm trying to tell you.
Calling a thing. Bonnie is not fulfilling the Oprah Records request. Some of them she cannot stop. Depends what it is. Memphis, I just try to explain in full so that way one's coming in, they understand what it is. You may understand, but there's other people actions.
You muted. Yeah, I can't even talk. You muted yourself.
Who?
You got muted. You muted yourself.
Oh, sorry about that. Forever Young, yes, watch all those Open Record acts. Bonnie fired several people and harassed them from trying to do what's right. That is correct, Forever Young, and it came out in a meeting. Did anybody catch that meeting? It was live.
Nah, I didn't catch that.
I am DJ Prem, so how would it be a money grab? You get those and they're successfully tried, your county gets more money. $250 an hour per DA. Investigators putting witnesses in hotel, gas, lunch. The money adds up. It definitely does, but it's not coming from that department. So that's the difference. Unpopular opinion. Yes, that is correct. T. Braxton, that is correct. I'm just Lynetta Williams. That is correct. You are absolutely correct.
So I'm reading back on the motion for bond, right, Sylvia? Weinstein said the state has presented 100 witnesses with no end in sight, and none of those 100 have presented any testimony that demonstrate his client Yak is a threat. Like that's ridiculous for a
Sylvia, you're
judge.
muted. Sylvia, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm there talking to AJ, and I was listening. AJ, I don't even remember what I said to you. Lord have mercy.
Oh man, but now I had mentioned the 100+ witnesses they've had.
Well, he was right. They haven't proved anything. No change.
That's ridiculous. Like, you would have thought a judge getting this case and the state having 700 people on the witness list, he would tell them to narrow it down. And then when they did narrow it down, it was like 200-300. Like, come on, y'all. You need a good 50.
You got to remember, though, it's the appearance. It's the appearance of it. Even though if their intention was just to do 40 of them, right? It's the appearance of it. It is a scare tactic to show we have 500 people that is willing to come up against you. How would you feel as a defendant if you see a witness list 500 strong? You're going to say, I need to plead out.
Yeah.
I can't go to trial with 500 defendants on case.
And then she was burying, I ain't gonna say burying evidence, but giving them just 1,000 terabytes of information, giving them 100 witness lists. Like, how can the defense try to vet all of that and you only gonna use 2 or 3 of them folks, 5, or you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah.
That's what one of Whitaker's points was. She was like, tell them who you're going to use, what you're going to use, so we can keep this going. If it keeps going.
It's just been going on too long. Too many things have been crossed, like I've been saying for a very long time with this. The longer they allow it to keep going on is the longer more things are going to come out. And that is the bottom line. That is the bottom line. The more things are going to come out. And I believe that office is under enough scrutiny with the other RICO that they had a chance to be able to save face with this one. But it ended up going the opposite direction. And it's sad because she really did have the fire coming in. She really had the fire coming in. If you watch all the videos before she took seat, if I were a Atlanta native, I would think that she was coming to handle business.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff be smoke and mirrors, man.
John, what's next for us when this trial is over? It's going to be the next 17 defendants that have to come up after this one. Nobody took pleas, so it's all going to trial. So once they get done with this one, it'll move directly into the next 17 that have been severed.
White House. Ain't no White House for her.
AJ, you funny.
It's going to go there no matter what, T. Braxton, because some new laws have to be rewrote, and fighting for those laws is going to have to happen. So things like this can't happen.
I think Georgia needs to revisit their RICO though. They have to rewrite that. It's too broad. It's too. It allows for things like this to happen, for people to to go on trial for things that aren't RICO worthy.
She's under investigation for real?
Who?
She said the Spanish investigator for Atlanta police office is now under investigation. She is one of the one that investigated Lil Woody. Malvarino, what's her name? What's her name, AJ? Marino?
Where you see that at?
She put it right here.
You're muted again.
I'm not muted.
Oh.
I'm not muted.
Your mouth was moving before it even came up. It says that two minds will make. You're right, because the Spanish investigator for Atlanta police office is now under investigation. She is the one that investigated Little Booty. You are right, Markia. And if I'm not mistaken, they have added 4 more to that list as of today that they are looking into.
Thank you, Black Beauty.
And Marquis, it also stemmed from that, that video where they had said immediately, they had said that they knew he was represented. That's horrible. That's way past horrible. Yo said she's been under investigation. Ain't nothing happening to her, though. It's got to go through the process. As you can see, things aren't very timely. 2013 to 2024, it may take a while.
That's right. Music has the meaning. Vote, 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 please. Guys, I'm just trying to, I'm nervous, anticipating the drops. So that's why I'm quiet, and that's why I asked two mine and one mic to do all the talking. I know some of you guys frustrated because you're not used to me not saying anything, but he's helping me out.
We're almost there. I mean, they don't have much time left. We should be seeing a lot more coming through right now.
She didn't put 5 o'clock, so it could be 11:59.
Well, according to law, end of business day is supposed to be end of.
Did she say end of business day? In the Did she
say? No. In the laws is what I'm stating is usually when they give you to file the motion.
Well, in the federal, they give you a date. It's 11:59.
Oh man.
So
said, who's talking? Still talking. He's doubling down. Reaper Keeper, you are exactly right. You are exactly right. He said she was a PO.
Yeah, in New York. She used to be a PO in New York. Before she moved to Georgia.
But you know why her reputation is going to go very far? Because she acknowledged the mistake and said, I won't stand behind this. And she dismissed herself. I mean, that goes to show her ethics. And that I think that's what everybody wants to see for Fulton. As the last day that Glanville was up there, he was speaking as if, it was coming back to him and they would, deal with everything. He didn't even think the recusal was even a factor.
If this trial is considered a mistrial, and how do they not let the men that are still waiting for this same RICO, how do they not let them go? Why do they have to wait for their trial to be a mistrial if it's the same thing?
You mean for the other 17 defendants?
Yeah.
Because I believe they severed them.
Right. They're severed, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. That's going to be a hard one, though, because they are directly connected, but then they said that they're severed because it was a standalone. And I believe that would have to play out its own process. I believe that probably the attorneys for them are going to come forward to say, what this case was brought forth was off of a case that had been thrown out. And so there just may be enough grounds for that. Defy normalcy. If they are severed, why are they not doing their case now? From what the prosecution has put out there, it's going to be one after the other. But it is different from state to state. I do know that. With it being Atlanta, I'm not sure how they would proceed. I was shocked that they even tried to throw it all together. So I would say I do not really know on how that case law would work for those other defendants after being severed. Yes, that's correct, Reaper Keeper. All the guys who are severed still don't have all the lawyers assigned to them, haven't received discovery, etc. They are far off from any kind of trial. Yes, true. On that last court date, the one attorney didn't even know who he was there representing. And then they said he has two of them. And then the judge said one of them had to go back through the system to get reassigned. So it seems like it's a very a mess. Will they use the same evidence in the next two trials? I can't see how they could because it's not even the same people that is in connection. That would be a far reach. Forever Young, can you all imagine this new judge allowing these long tapes of calls and interviews, just playing witnesses on the stand for weeks at a time? I can't. Juicy J, yes, I have a firm.
Oh, what you practice? Like criminal defense?
I'm gonna send you my stuff.
Okay.
The judge told Steele to put it in a motion. I think the key word she used was violating constitutional rights. Exactly, Ashley. That's exactly what they wrote. Lovely Shell, yes, the second motion was read. It was just bond. Asking for bond.
She do have her own channel. All you guys that's asking.
Which one? Miss Sylvia? Chanel?
Huh?
Chanel has her own channel. Which one?
No, they
Lovely
was
Shell?
asking you. They was asking you about your own channel. They said you should have your own channel, and I said she does have her own channel.
I just put it up, guys. I wasn't going to, but with stuff like, excuse me, with stuff like this and the stuff that I do know and could assist other people, why not? You know, why not? If she doesn't grant mistrial, it's going to be not guilty verdict. Music has a meaning. I don't know. Music has a meaning. They did a people vote on the news and 98% came back not guilty. 98% of that poll. Those numbers were really crazy. They were really, really crazy. Come on, Steele. I know you have 4 in the woodwork about to come out. I can't wait to see the state's rulings she wanted to see. Forever Young, she goes back Tuesday. Future Miss Randall, I bet Miss Love will be doing the bobblehead come Tuesday. Ravens, Weinstein said the state were filing motions too. What do you think they are? That's a very good question. Very good question. What do you guys think the state motions, what we're going to see? What do you think their motions, what do you think their motions are going to say?
As far as what they want to put in, I think it has to do with that the missability of that the one that Lil Rod's attorney was talking about. Remember that one?
Oh yeah.
Sylvia, you got a super chat.
Okay. Miss Sylvia, do you think that Copeland is the only witness the state had an ex parte meeting with? Let's hope so.
I do. I do. I do that. I do believe that was the only one, because if you really take a look back at the witnesses that were up there, all of them were unprepared. What is the first thing you do with a witness that you're going to put them on the stand? You're going to prepare them for that. You can tell none of them were prepared.
Right, but you being a lawyer, right? From my point of view,
I'm not. You said what was that? I'm sorry.
My bad if you're not a lawyer.
No,
But
I'm talking in the background. I apologize.
no,
I
you
thought it was
good.
something.
My opinion is they were unprepared on purpose because they weren't saying what Love wanted them to say. So therefore, she had to impeach them to get the old information in, because that's all she wanted was the old information in. So she just wanted them on stand, unprepared. So ask them questions that she knew that they would not answer the way she wanted to with the I don't recalls and I don't remembers. So let me show you this. Let me go over a said plea deal with you, which implicates guilty.
Yeah, but you also have to you have to keep in your mind too, in for them to impeach their own witness, that's a far and few sketch thing, right? That already happens. That's been happening to almost all the witnesses that they have brought up. They have been impeaching them. That's not something that happens every day. Hey, I'm going to tell you I'm going to be calling you up, but then I'm going to have to turn around and impeach you. That doesn't happen very often the way that it's happening now. And you see witness after witness, you will hear that. This is for the purpose of impeachment. But why? This is your witness that you called. Why is your witness that you called not cooperating with you? These are unwanted witnesses. They do not want to cooperate with them. They never wanted to work with them. They've displayed it. They couldn't prepare them because they didn't want any dealings with them. So there's a big difference here. There's a big difference here. They should not be impeaching their very people that they are bringing up, but they have to. They have no choice. But just know from that perspective, it is not a good look either way.
Right. And to your point, they knew, because that's not their first time talking to these their witnesses when they got on the stand. They've been in communication, so they've been knowing that they were going to be, difficult to understand. They knew that they didn't want to be there, but yet they forced them to be there. They could have simply said, nah, scratch that witness. So that to me tells me that you had the foresight to know that she not gonna cooperate, but I'm gonna pull her up there anyway, just so I can then go behind. Like,
Yeah, but you have to think of the bigger picture. Regardless, it's still not a good look. You do not, if you watch other trials, obviously everybody's watched trials on TV or in the courtroom or has a family member that's had a trial. And if you're a victim, right, quote unquote, if you're a victim and you're working with the state, how many times have you seen the state go against that person on the stand? Very rarely, right?
mm-hmm.
We've seen the treatment that these witnesses have received. Just like Nut's mother. Just right off top, it was very hostile.
Correct.
And is this a picture of your son? And what happened to your son? And those type of things. It's the way that it's presented. It's a way that it's presented. And when you think of Miss Bennett, when she had said that she told her in private that they don't have to discuss her mother. And what was the first thing before testimony? What was brought up? The very first thing.
Her mom.
It was her mother. And she fell apart. And what did she say? I know this was on purpose.
And that was for her to say that, for the witness to say that, and for the jury to hear that. That was a turning point for the jury.
Correct. And you have to understand, this is her witness. They're not there for the defense. This is her witness saying, no, I did not tell you these things. No, that's not what happened. No, they didn't kick in my door. How can I open the door and they kicked in my door? How can I have a 2013 iPhone in 2013? It was so much to that everybody, sees the deeper root issue at hand. You very rarely see the defense taking more care and concern with a witness that the state's bringing up. Usually they have to go directly at them. That wasn't the case here. Those witnesses were treated very bad.
Definitely. If they wasn't the police, they were definitely treated hostile.
And it did show that the county does have dirty investigators. At one point in time, what did Judge Glanville say? Well, I can bet that this person knows that they've made a mistake now, something or another to that effect of something they had done. It's just how it works. It's just how it works. It's the appearance. It's the appearance. I've just never seen witnesses be called and be treated like that. But I mean, they're treating them as a hostile witness. But I mean, that doesn't look good when all of them are falling underneath the same exact category. Says shock appeal to the jury so state can't paint the narrative. Just call me Jay. Jesse from the Nap. Lord have mercy. Really. That's what forums are. That's exactly what forums are. Normalcy, you used to explain what a hostile witness is. It's basically they do not want to work with a party that's calling them in and unwilling to tell the truth, may have to be cross-examined by the party. So exactly what you've seen on there. Non-cooperation. So they both kind of got to do the job as if they're, having them give their testimony, but they also have to do a little bit of cross to get them to say what you need. Forever Young, that is a fact. That is a fact. Joe Blow, looks like we have a water break. Ravens, flocks, Danny. It definitely was on purpose. T-Mac, that was hilarious when that came about.
I got a question for you, my two minds. Fanny can't interject her opinion. She can't call anybody. She can't do anything to ward off a mistrial, can she?
Absolutely. She can, well, I mean, Fonnie has to sign off on it. But I mean, she could go back at any time and say, look, like we need to do something here. But as long as they say keep going, is keep going.
So if with Weinstein's motion, and if Judge Whitaker agrees that, hey, this is a mistrial, Fannie would then basically have to say, I was wrong, and sign off on said mistrial.
Well, it's not
before
going
it
to
was
say
made.
I was wrong. It's not going to say I was wrong. It's going to, they would just dismiss it at that point. But rest assured that that's definitely not their, everybody has seen that. That is not their stance. They want to go.
Gotcha.
I don't really think that they're looking at all the things that have truly occurred. They're looking at, they got to get over this part so they can keep on going. I mean, look at the prosecutor on the Baldwin case. She came forward right away on the news and was like, they hid this report. It's Brady material. And I was done with it from there. Why can't it be that simple? We went through the same thing when Max was yelling, where are the reports? There's T-shirts out there that are saying, where are the reports? They want those reports. That's Brady material. That went away. Everybody knows one was written, but it's nowhere to be found.
Yep, and yet the other guy still let it in.
Yeah, illegally. Miss Sylvia's on the phone really quick. She'll be back in a second. She had to take a call. It seems like you guys work very different down there, though. It seems like whatever they do is what goes.
Yep.
It really seems like whatever can get in is going to get in, and whatever can slide by is going to slide by, and whatever they can get over is going to get over. And that's how they're going to proceed.
Somebody in the chat wants Sylvia email.
Let me grab it. Sparks1565 at Gmail, guys.
Yeah, man. He was allowing a lot of stuff that shouldn't have been allowed. That has to be read now and interpreted when it shouldn't be.
Right. And Miller said, how was they able to testify with no reports? That's insane. It is. It
And
is.
that speaks to the point about those phone calls still was saying. How you gonna admit evidence of a phone call from somebody's voice who we don't even know who it is? Don't plan on calling them there, but yet we're using this.
Yeah, that's the part that is totally. That's why I said it just seems like whatever's going to get in will get in, and whatever's not, they're going to move forward with, and whatever they can get in, they're going to get in. I'm just Lynetta. It is Sparks. The link is right above. Sparks1565 at gmail.com.
I wish Fannie would bring her butt in the courtroom. Somebody said, is she gonna take over?
Well, no, she's got her own case going on right now. She's got her own RICO case she's dealing with right now. You're welcome, Lynetta Williams. How many of you guys have had family in Fulton that you've seen similar that just didn't get any light shone on it?
Yes, me.
Okay.
I am that person.
Did you put it on your page?
What, my
Mm-hmm.
beef? Nah.
Do you have the same ones involved?
Oh no, I ain't got the same people that was involved,
Okay.
and it wasn't as big either. But I did have to sit and wait my turn.
Yeah, from what what the commissioner said on his interview, that was pretty bad.
Hmm.
Having people sit several years just to see if they're going to get charged is insane.
But yeah, man, you got to remember, man, when you on the other side of those walls, if you don't have a voice out here, family members fighting for you, or you know what I'm saying, you don't have anything like that, then you just an inmate back there. They gonna forget about you, and ain't no COs gonna help you.
Yeah. S. Williams, I don't want to mess up your first name. Question: if Steele filed a motion to have Love and Hilton off the case, how is the judge going to proceed on the 30th? At this point, they are witnesses. If the judge does put them off the case, they will just have other prosecution take over from that point, because they are on the witness list. The defense has updated their witness list and it is released for public record. Glanville is on there, ADA Love is on there, and ADA Hilton is on there. So it does change the dynamic of the trial at some point. And
What do you
that's
think?
why that open motion is up right now that still needs to be addressed by the judge. Steele put that in with Krause, and so it's transferred over to Whitaker. And we should hear that by Friday. There should be a ruling on that by Friday. Mhm.
Somebody paid $5 for you to show your face.
I know. I'm gonna comb my hair today. Don't worry about it.
You want to show your face?
I'm gonna comb my hair today, Jazz. I'm gonna comb it. I got one hand. I'm waiting on her to come. I'm waiting on her to come, but I'm not gonna put it up there looking like this.
Oh
Got me
man.
fooled.
Hey, Jazz, shoot him to me. I show
He
mine.
said, "Show your face." You could have sent me a cash app for $4.99. I could have gave it to the hairstylist saying they need me on there, so I need you to hurry up and do my hair.
Oh man.
Glanville will need 50 comfort breaks if he has to testify. Lord, the dog too.
Oh my goodness. We
The
gonna see
dog
Jimmy.
gonna
What's the
be
dog name,
the
Sylvia? We gonna see the dog on camera.
the dog gonna be jingling, and you hear them. It might be collar or chain. I don't know if it was the. I always heard the jingling in the background. Is that the collar or the chain? I don't. Was it loose, Sylvia?
Oh no. Jack. They said Jack. Jack. Yeah, we gonna get to see
Jack.
Jack. He gonna march in with Jack.
I couldn't see the dog on there. I was trying so hard to see the dog, and it almost showed it one time. It sounded like a big dog.
Oh, funny.
Someone say that's the shackles. Oh, I thought it was the dang dog, because every time the dog kept on, I would hear that noise. He would say comfort break.
I think it was the dog. They were being funny down there.
What kind of dog is it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, Tracy B said that was a dog. It's the dog. Jack shakes his collar when he needs a break. Oh, so Jack is the reason why we went on break for 2 hour intervals, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. A black lab. Well, I got the same exact dog. I got a black lab and I got a XL pit bull.
Miss Williams, that helps a lot when courts see family members showing up and caring, they change the way they act towards you. For real. Because they know that you got somebody outside who cares.
Wow. Wow. Okay, future Miss Randall, my niece's dog name is Jack and doesn't need that many breaks. I'm going to tell you, mine go out 3 times a day. I'm talking about from 12 to 12, 3 times a day. I ain't never seen every 20 minutes, every 30. That the dog needs a bladder sling.
You got a super chat, Sylvia.
Thank you, Jazz.
Not you eating fruit like you young thug. No snacking.
Yes, Jazz, I talk to her all the time. Thank you for inquiring. What you got, Sylvia? Proof?
What?
What you get?
Have
Proof?
I seen you before? Want me to tell the truth or lie?
They want me to put myself up on there.
No, I haven't seen her face before. You wanted me to lie?
Oh, no, we don't lie. That's the whole thing. He want my face to come on here. I said, I'm gonna show my face. I'm gonna show my face. I'm gonna get my hair done. You see what I look like right now? Ain't nobody gonna want me up on there.
Right, Reaper Keeper.
Sure.
When you got support, Reaper, they treat you different, man.
They do, and I think everybody, like everybody don't want to see that. That's the whole thing.
It's like, to Sylvia's point, a lot of we still aren't seeing our whole support. We don't know that everyday Jeff's mom's there or other family members are there every single day, and they don't like that. The state don't like that.
She said, throw it in the ponytail.
Gemini, yes, I can see it on this end, and then you guys see it like right away. It's only like a 5-second leg or something like that. You went on break because Jack could sense everything his owner was doing wrong. Those dogs do. If they are a support animal, they definitely are trained to your emotions. And if they're going up and down, I could see why. Arena said there's another courtroom where the family sits and watches on TV.
What's that called, Sylvia? The overflow room? I don't want to go there. I want to be in the action.
He said she sounds like a mole. Be careful. I'm not a mole. I'm a woman of many knowledges for my role of what I do. Miss Sylvia knows what I do for a living. Thank you. That's not okay. Let's not spread false information. That's exactly what they're trying to do to the case. So we ain't even going to do that.
Markia, be careful.
Okay, Wilma. Yeah, I had seen when he said he didn't want anybody else to come in, and they said that the jury box was empty when Steele got held in contempt. And then he said there was no room in the courtroom. I found it funny. The camera had showed all the open seats in the courtroom, and it probably could have filled up about 80 more people, but just her team of attorneys, there was no room in that courtroom.
Then he had the nerve to say, She was like, "What about the jury box?" He was like, "I don't want nobody in my jury box."
Yeah, he said he didn't want anybody in there.
Shut up.
But that goes to show, like why though? Because anybody else is welcome in.
I mean, but at that point, it was because they were attacking. I ain't gonna say attacking him. They were getting on him. He was being reprimanded, and he didn't want any more witnesses that didn't need to be there personally, even though we had thousands of millions online.
Yeah. I mean, the bottom line is the true justice going to be served? Are they going to go through all of these things? They're going to have to back it all the way up from the beginning, what evidence they allowed in. There's a whole lot to go over. The lyrics is the biggest one.
That was I don't think the lyrics are that big.
That's huge because there's a law that states you cannot bring an artist to trial based off of lyrics or their artistry. It covers them in that aspect.
Right.
So that is why you've seen a lot of people come. You notice the worldwide media really, really turned up a notch when that turned. Because you are not allowed to bring artistry and use that against them because it's not the person, it is the artist. So when I say they call him Young Thug in court, that's not appropriate because that's his artist name. They should be calling him Jeffrey Williams and nothing other than Jeffrey Williams because Young Thug is his artistry name.
But that was only coming from the prosecution side, and the person in charge of regulating that was Euro, and he wasn't doing it. It took Steele and them had to get up there and make him. They had to object to things when otherwise it shouldn't have been there. But I think that was a pivotal point in the trial too, when he was threatening him the whole trial, but when he actually held him in contempt, and then he had the backing of all his fellow peers come in there,
Right.
Euro got intimidated. He was like, "Wow, wait a minute. Let
Right.
me kind of backtrack, but let me, keep the lie alive." Basically, he was like, "Who?" type. Like, nah, bro. And then he confused himself. He was like, "Is it criminal? Is it?"
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out. Black
Right. He
Beauty
wanted to
says
jail the
that's
man,
not
but
the
he
law
had no
in
cause.
Georgia. For artistry and music and lyrics, it applies to the United States. That's way higher than it's not a state per state for that for artistry.
Yeah, but I think that's probably why I feel like they pivoted off of the lyrics, because they was on the lyrics early, but then they started going into other stuff. But they kept calling them Young Thug. You know what I'm saying? Asking them. And then I was thinking, like, every time they got up there, Love was trying to make it her point to say who's all in the courtroom. Can you point out Young Thug? Can you point out Jeffrey? As if them pointing him out means something. We've already established they know each other. They're old friends.
Mm. I think it'll all come out regardless. I mean, because all the motions are put in there and held open. So Friday is the big day to see, how the judge responds to it, to see how she's going to handle all the motions that are put out there. But how many people think it's unfair for a new judge to come in and rule that fast? That was a question earlier.
You say that fast?
Yeah.
I mean, what else was she supposed to do? Keep waiting?
Well, properly, I would try to get all the way caught up. I would try to get all the way caught up. I mean, you just never know. One of the rulings could affect something that they had asked for previously that should have been dealt with. T-Mac said, there's a jury, though. How much longer can they wait? Well, apparently that don't matter because they've been sitting weeks. Hopefully they gotten their money. Hopefully somebody signed off on that.
There's a new motion, Ashley? Ashley said there's a new motion? Hold on.
Shannon Stillwell has joined the motion for a mistrial.
All right.
Arena, $25 a day. They only pay you when you're physically in court.
In his motion, he specifically said he does not want this trial to restart.
They got their snacks stolen in the beginning. Lord. Stolen snacks is crazy. So you guys down there, if you guys got a jury trial going on, if the jury is on a break, y'all do not get paid for the break if it's ordered?
I could be wrong, but I thought the jury only to get paid for days in court, in trial.
No, they get if it's on administrative, they get that.
Oh.
See, that's the same as over here. They do get the difference. But the pay on it is just so ridiculous. They're missing work, they're missing life, they're missing everything.
You want to read this one too?
You can have AJ read that. I'm loud, they said. I must be deaf. I gotta get.
Wait a minute.
They like to mess with it. I'll read it.
There we go.
I'll read AJ.
Says Valen told me, didn't she?
Yeah,
Well, they said I was loud earlier. You know my right ear. I said y'all my right ear. I ain't trying to blow nobody eardrums out neither.
You gotta ignore the folks. Come on now, y'all gotta ignore them because they just want to mess with y'all.
I know. I like the people though. I like the people. I want to just see everybody have their messages read. I don't like to be unfair to nobody.
We just have to.
Oh, this one's short.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna read it.
That's so dirty.
I read that one since it's short. All right, y'all ready? All right, motion for fair and constitutional trial. Now comes Mr. Shannon Stillwell by and through undersigned counsel and hereby files this motion for fair and constitutional trial in the above style case. In support of this motion, Mr. Steele shows as following. Mr. Steele is accused, Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell is accused of multiple felonies, including conspiracy to violate the Georgia RICO law and substantive felony in this indictment. Mr. Stillwell is factually innocent of charges against him. Number 2, like all citizens, Mr. Stillwell is guaranteed a fair trial and due process at trial by the federal and state constitution, the Confrontation Clause, the Due Process Clause, and all other constitutional protection. Number 3, Mr. Stilwell demands that his trial be conducted in a fair and constitutional manner. The state is seeking a life without parole sentence for Mr. Stilwell if he is convicted, and Mr. Stilwell's constitutional right must be protected without exception. Number 4, Mr. Stilwell and his co-defendants have been in trial for approximately 19 months. Approximately 75 witnesses have testified so far. Mr. Stilwell has remained in jail for the duration of this trial. Number 5, Judge Earl Glanville has been the trial judge to this point. This case has been plagued by discovery violation, lost and missing. Here we go. Lost and missing police report and Brady violation. The defense also takes issue with several of Judge Glanville's legal ruling, including but not limited to any overly liberal and unconstitutional application of OCGA 801D2E. Most recently, Fulton County District Attorney Hilton and Love took part in an ex parte meeting with Judge Glanville. This meeting also included witness Kenneth Copeland and Copeland's attorney Kayla Bumpus. Neither Mr. Steele nor undersigned counsel were informed of or invited to attend this meeting. The same is true for all of Mr. Stilwell's co-defendant and their counsel. Number 6, Kendricks filed a motion to recuse Judge Glanville on June 12, 2024. Judge Glanville summarily denied this said motion. Kendrick motion to recuse, as well as a similar, sorry, y'all. Dallas is calling me. Hold on, y'all. Hey. Okay, I'm coming. Okay, thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Sorry, guys. She cooked my dinner. My dinner's ready. Sorry. Kendrick's motion to recuse, as well as a similar motion filed by co-defendant William, were subsequently considered and granted by the Honorable Judge Rachel Cross. Mr. Williams, through his attorney, has since filed a motion for a fair trial. On July 10, 2024, Williams' motion alleges and discusses several ways in which this trial has been unfair and has failed to meet constitutional requirement for Mr. Williams. Mr. Kendrick, through his attorney, has also filed a similar motion on July 23rd, 2024. Mr. Stilwell adopts both motions and incorporates their contents into this motion. As Mr. Stilwell has been similarly affected by the errors in this case, Mr. Stilwell does not wish to demand a mistrial absent of jeopardy attached. Mr. Stilwell has been incarcerated since he has suffered through the duration of this case. Starting trial all over again is not a viable option for Mr. Stilwell. Furthermore, the defense has completely neutralized all testimony and documentary evidence presented by Mr. Stilwell thus far. In other words, the defense is winning this trial. The defense is winning despite the persistent legal error. Brady violation, ex parte meeting, and discovery issues have plagued this case. Mr. Stilwell does not request to start this case over. Number 8. Nonetheless, serious errors have tainted this trial and continue to prohibit Mr. Stillwell from receiving a fair trial and from confronting witnesses called against him. Mr. Stillwell's due process rights have been and continue to be violated. These errors, as described in detail in the Williams and Kendricks motion, have been caused solely by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and Judge Glanville. These errors cannot cure by corroborative instruction and will ultimately prevent them proceeding from meeting federal and state constitutional requirements, adhering to the Georgia rules of evidence, and fulfilling the requirements of Brady. Wherefore, understanding counsel respectively requests this court consider Mr. Stillwell's argument and issue an order which it will fulfill and adequately protect Mr. Stillwell's constitutional right. The 23rd day of July, respectively submitted, Max Shard. Okay, y'all, listen. So that's 3, right?
That's 3 thus far.
3. Okay. So whoever had 2, you're out the race.
That was a very strongly worded, specific motion from Shard. And he will not let those reports go. He will remind each and every person that they are continuously breaking his client's rights and legal. It's over with, man. Judge Whitaker can't ignore these motions. She can't wiggle a way around it how Euro was. Sheesh. Well, 2 mics go. Or 1 mic, 2 mics. How many more we got? We got that's Shard, that's Stillwell, we got Weinstein's. So we need
Lovely Shell, why you being mean? Talking about 2 mouths. Jeez, so y'all some mean folks up in the chat.
You know they just be trying to be funny, man.
I know.
So who are we missing? Steele?
We got Matt. We need Matthew. We need Steele. We need Harvey. We need Love. I mean, not Love.
Williams.
D. Williams.
She ain't writing no motion. She barely want to be there.
You know what? You are terrible. You are terrible.
I'm just going off of what I've observed.
Okay, it's 4:34. Do you dig me? Says Steele's gonna be 20 pages.
You gotta say the best for last.
Say the best for last. Last.
I think those are the ones that are going to be dropping back to back.
No.
Who was that one? Who was that one from?
That was Shard. Shard.
Can you put it back on the screen, Sylvia?
Lovely Shell, you are correct. Because you know what? I got that habit from my career.
You said put it back up? That's what you asked?
Could you? Yeah. I want to read it a couple.
I need to work on that on here, huh?
What'd you say? You too loud?
No, when she was like, she has good points, but it'd be for a long time. That's because I'll read 3, 4 comments and just respond all in one because I see the chat gets upset if you skip over some people have been asking several questions over and over again. So you try to, just group them all together to get them out.
So he's facing life.
It's not easy. Who's facing life?
Stillwell life without possible parole.
And you got to remember everything he's been through. He done been stabbed up. He done lost his mom. That Glanville wouldn't have let him attend his funeral. Her funeral, excuse me. So I can see why Shard was so charged in the beginning. When Euro was always getting on him. And that's remember when Shard was like, I'm not going to let anything, I'm paraphrasing. He was like, I'm not going to let anything slide no more.
You want that one up, you said?
I mean, if you want, it's your computer.
No, you know what? Don't mess with me. If you want, it's your computer.
There's another one?
No, it's the same one. He wanted to see it. He wanted to see it.
I'm just Lynetta Williams. I thought that as well. He said, he's charged with 2 murders, right? I thought there was one on this one and then one that they were saying that just dropped on him when he was in jail.
Okay, y'all, let me read it again since Mr. wants to read again. Comes now Mr. Shannon Stillwell by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files this motion for fair and constitutional trial. In the above style case, if y'all stop making noise, which one of y'all need to be muted?
I'm muted.
That must be Mr. over there. In support of this motion, Mr. Steele shows as follows. 1, I keep saying Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell is accused of multiple felonies, including conspiracy to violate the Georgia RICO law and substantive felonies in this indictment. Mr. Stillwell is factually innocent of charges against him. 2, like all citizens, Mr. Stillwell is guaranteed a fair trial and due process at trial by the federal and state constitution, the Confrontation Clause, and the Due Process Clause, and all other constitutional protection. Mr. Stillwell demands that his trial be conducted in a fair and constitutional manner. The state is seeking a life without parole sentence for Mr. Stillwell. If he is convicted, Mr. Stillwell's constitutional right must be protected without exception. Number 4, Mr. Stillwell and his co-defendants have been in trial for approximately 19 months. Approximately 75 witnesses have testified so far. Mr. Stillwell has remained in jail for the duration of this trial. 5, Judge Earl Glanville has been the trial judge to this point. This case had been plagued by discovery violation, lost and missing police reports, and Brady violations. The defense also takes issue with several of Judge Glanville's legal ruling, including but not,
I don't mean to cut you off, but he filed a second one too.
Another one just came out?
Yes.
Okay. Can I finish reading this one? Okay. All right. This case had been plagued by discovery violation. Okay, we did that part. The defense also take issue with several of Judge Glanville's legal ruling, including but not limited to the overly liberal and unconstitutional application of OCGA 801D as in David 2E. Most recently, Fulton County District Attorney Hilton and Love took place in an ex parte meeting with Judge Glanville. This meeting included witness
Kenneth Copeland and Copeland's attorney, Caleb Bumpus. Neither Mr. Stillwell nor undersigned counsel were informed or invited to attend this meeting. The same is true for all of Mr. Stillwell's co-defendant and their counsel. Kendricks filed a motion to recuse Judge Glanville on June 12, 2024. Judge Glanville summarily denied said motion. Kendrick's motion to recuse, as well as similar motion filed by co-defendant Williams, were subsequently considered and granted by the Honorable Judge Rachel Cross. Mr. Williams, through his attorney, has filed a motion for fair trial on July 10th, 2024. Williams' motion alleged and discusses several ways in which this trial has been unfair and has failed to meet constitutional requirement for Mr. Williams. Mr. Kendrick, through his attorney, has also filed a similar motion on July 23rd, 2024. Mr. Stillwell adopts both motions and incorporate their content into this motion. As Mr. Stillwell has been similarly affected by the errors in this case, Mr. Stillwell does not wish to demand a mistrial, absent jeopardy attached. Mr. Stillwell has been incarcerated since and has suffered through the duration of this case. Starting trial all over again is not a viable option for Mr. Stillwell. Furthermore, the defense has completely neutralized all testimony and documentary evidence presented against Mr. Stillwell thus far. In other words, the defense is winning this trial. The defense is winning despite of the persistent legal error, Brady violation, ex parte meetings. Did you hear that?
Yep.
As a plural, ex parte meetings.
Yep.
And discovery issues that have plagued this case. Mr. Stillwell does not request to start this case over. Nonetheless, serious errors have tainted this trial and continue to prohibit Mr. Stillwell from receiving a fair trial and from confronting witnesses against him. Mr. Stillwell's due process rights have been and continues to be violated. These errors, as described in detail in the Williams and Kendrick's motion, have been caused solely by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and Judge Glanville. These errors cannot be cured by corroborated instruction and will ultimately prevent these proceedings from meeting federal and state constitutional requirement, adhering to the Georgia rule of evidence, and fulfilling the requirement of Brady. Wherefore, the undersigned counsel respectively requests this court consider Mr. Stillwell's argument and issue an order which will fully and adequately protect Mr. Stillwell's constitutional right. The 23rd day of July, respectively submitted, Max Sharp. All right. Okay, I'm going to go get the other one now. Hold on. Oh my gosh, my laundry is acting crazy. It sounds like it's beating itself up. All right, here it is, the hearsay motion stuff.
I text you.
You text me?
Yes.
All right, let me send it down to you.
Hey, y'all can't be having no ex parte conversation.
I'm sorry. That was an important ex parte right there. You don't want to know about that meeting.
I'm gonna file a motion. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you don't want to know about that meeting. All I promise you, you don't want to know about the shooting. You're going to say TMI.
So I'm curious about that S on ex parte meetings.
So that means it was more than one then, y'all.
You think that was a typo, or do you think that was...
Nothing about these motions is a typo. They are deliberate and reread.
All right, here we go, y'all. This one's more detailed. Y'all ready for this one, y'all? Let me send it to the lady. Hold on, y'all. Y'all ready? There it goes. There, go read it, ma'am. Y'all ready for this one? This one's gonna be good, Kiki. You ready for this one? This one's good. This one's a good one. Let me put it up for y'all. Did you get it, ma'am?
No.
You and that thing of yours.
You sent it to work or personal?
The work. Whatever you I sent it to the last time. Look at this, y'all. Look at this one. Look at the motion. Bam.
Got it.
Which one do you get? The hearsay motion?
I got motion for reconsideration regarding certain hearsay statements.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. If I'm too loud, y'all, please, I can't read the chat. Just say it in the chat for them to let me know, or if I'm not loud enough. I don't want to blow y'all eardrums. State of Georgia versus Shannon Steelwell. Motion for reconsideration regarding certain hearsay statements. Comes now, Mr. Shannon Steelwell, by and through undersigned counsel, hereby files this motion for reconsideration in the above styled case. In support of this motion, Mr. Steelwell shows as follows. Mr. Steelwell is accused of multiple felonies, including count 1, conspiracy to violate the Georgia RICO law, and specific substantiated felonies. Mr. Steelwell is innocent of all charges against him. 2, Mr. Steelwell is charged with the January 10th, 2015 alleged murder of Donovan Thomas in count 2 of this indictment. Mr. Steelwell is innocent of that charge as well. 3, Kenneth Copeland, a witness called by the state, is currently on the witness stand. Mr. Copeland never claimed to have any firsthand knowledge regarding the death of Donovan Thomas. Mr. Copeland did, however, meet with law enforcement several times in 2015. On June 10, 2015, in what was Copeland's 5th meeting with law enforcement in 2015. Mr. Copeland told law enforcement that he possessed specific information regarding the shooting death of Donovan Thomas. Mr. Copeland made this claim while under the threat of arrest for unrelated crimes that law enforcement was investigating. Mr. Copeland did not mention this information on any of the 4 prior meetings with law enforcement. In his June 10, 2015 interview, Mr. Copeland told law enforcement that he picked up Demekion Garlington at McDonald's restaurant on Cleveland Avenue on the evening of January 10, 2015. Copeland reported that Garlington walked to his Copeland's car, and while the 2 men were briefly alone, Garlington told Copeland that they killed Nutt. Copeland told law enforcement that Garlington then pointed to a group of people who were pulling into the McDonald's. Copeland told law enforcement that he interpreted Garlington's words and actions to mean that Mr. Steelwell, Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Justin Cobb, and Mr. Demise McMullen were all present for and all participated in a drive-by shooting of Donovan Thomas. Per Copeland, Demise McMullen entered his car shortly after Garlington and all communication about the event ceased. Number 5, Mr. Copeland is now a sworn witness for the state and is currently on the stand. On direct examination thus far, Copeland has not denied making this June 10, 2015 statement to law enforcement. Mr. Copeland has repudiated that the contents and veracity of the prior statement. However, Copeland testified at trial the conversation with Garlington never occurred and that he, Copeland, fabricated the event to get himself out of legal trouble. Furthermore, Copeland has denied contextual clues surrounding the out-of-court statement testifying that it was Mr. Stilwell. You got footnote 1 and 2. Footnote 1 says, it should be noted that Mr. Garlington is charged in this indictment. Garlington was severed from this trial and has remained unrepresented into the winter of 2022. Garlington is not expected to testify at this trial, and his case is still pending. Footnote 2, Nut and Peanut were Donovan Thomas's nicknames. So going back from the last, testifying that Mr. Stilwell and Mr. McMullen, who got into the car with Copeland and Garlington that evening. Number 6, Stilwell has challenged the admissibility of Garlington's out-of-court statements on hearsay and confrontation clause grounds. Judge Glanville, who has since been recused from this case, ruled that the statements were admissible as statements of a co-conspirator, and then they put the case. This ruling does not comport with the U.S. Constitution or the Georgia Rules of Evidence. The plain text OCGA requires not only that the proponent of the evidence, 1, establish the existence of the conspiracy, and 2, show that the statement was made during the pendency of the conspiracy, but that the proponent must also, number 3, establish that the statement was made in furtherance of the conspiracy. Assuming that Garlington actually said these things to Copeland, these statements were not made in furtherance of the conspiracy. To find otherwise simply overlooks, disregards the plain language of OCGA and the line of controlling cases that establish the statements that spill the beans. By definition, do not further a conspiracy. See generally Stafford v. State, State v. Lane, State v. Wilkins, and U.S. v. Blakely. Footnote 3, Mr. Stilwell, through undersigned attorney, filed a motion in Lyman on this matter on September 30th, 2022. Judge Glanville eventually considered brief argument and ruled on the admissibility of the statements. Defense counsel was unable to locate a written order regarding the admissibility of Garlington's alleged statement. Footnote 4, Garlington has never publicly acknowledged making these statements to Copeland, and that Copeland now denies that Garlington ever made these comments to him. Number 7, the state plans to elicit testimony from Copeland regarding Garlington's alleged statements. While Copeland is now denying that Garlington made any such statements, Copeland has openly acknowledged that he previously told law enforcement that Garlington made said statements. The state has attempted to improperly introduce the contents of Garlington's statements through recordings of Copeland's prior statements, including his June 10th, 2015 interview. The state's method is improper for 2 reasons. First, Copeland has not denied making these prior statements, and therefore no foundation for prior inconsistent statements has been laid. Second, which in the focus of this motion, Garlington's statements to Copeland, even if uttered, were not made in furtherance of the conspiracy and therefore fail to meet the requirements of OCGA 24-801 D2E. Wherefore, undersigned counsel respectfully requests This court considers Mr. Stillwell's arguments and reconsiders whether the state has met their burden in establishing that Garlington's alleged statements satisfy the requirements of OCGA 248801 D2E. This 23rd day of July 2024, respectfully submitted, Max Sharp. And then they have the certificate of service.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I had take care of something. That's why I was like,
Sharp not playing. And like you said, Pam, the state been playing games, man, been being petty. Like, I don't see a way that Judge Whitaker can deny any of these motions, man. They're too specific, and it actually happened. And I think
violations,
these violations.
constitutional violations.
Correct, right.
So this is what I touched on earlier, wondering why that didn't come back up, but it did. It did.
Yep. He wasn't gonna let them reports go because that's it's crazy, man. But that goes to the last guy that was in charge. He was allowing all of this stuff that shouldn't have been allowed.
Okay, the state just dropped something too? Uh-oh, state just dropped a motion. Okay, hold on.
Let me go see.
This is the watch party here.
What they gonna say?
Looks like 3 are in.
Oh, the state has asked that the judge prevent the defensive attorneys in the YSL.
Hold on, AJ. Hold on.
Hold on, AJ. My gosh. You know what? You suck, man. You know I gotta get it. Yeah, we just gonna be pushing out these things left and right, huh? Thing is just like
Miss Love said, hold on, I got mine to throw in now.
hold on, gotta go get all of them. Hold on. All right, I'm sending it to you right now, ma'am. It's 2 of them. I don't see 3. You see?
It was this one, just because I wasn't on, so it showed 3 new for me, but it's actually 2 new plus the one I just read.
Okay. Let me send it to you. All right, yeah, let's go. You should have it now.
All right, let me refresh.
I'm going to read the exclusion first. Exclude victim character evidence.
Okay, just waiting on it to come. Okay, just got it. All right, you got it up so they can follow?
Ma'am, I got this part. You
Okay.
go
I
ahead.
can't see anything at this point. I'm on the,
You take care of your part. I got this.
go ahead then. All right. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. State's motion to exclude victim character evidence. Introduction. The state believes the defendants in the above style case may attempt to improperly place the character of the deceased victim, Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr., in issue at the trial of this case. For the reasons stated below, the state moves this court to prohibit any attempt by defendants to elicit and introduce improper character evidence as prohibited by OCGA 244404 and 244405. Defendant Diamante Kendrick and Shannon Stillwell are charged in count 2 with the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. over Acts 16 to 20 of count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Acts. Also pertain to the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the defendants have pled not guilty to both count 1 and count 2 and have never raised or asserted any claim of self-defense. One moment. Footnote 1, additionally, three severed co-defendants, Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, and Demise McMullen are also charged in count 2 for the murder. Defendant Williams is charged with over Act 16. Defendant Kendrick and Stillwell are charged along with other severed defendants with over Acts 17 through 20. Arguments in citation of authority. Georgia Evidentiary Statutes, OCGA 24404 and 24405 govern admissibility of a victim's character. These statutes generally limit evidence of a victim's character to reputation or opinion and not specific bad acts. OCGA 244404 provides impertinent part as follows. Evidence of a person's character or trait of character should not be admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith or on a particular occasion. There are 3 enumerated exceptions, 24404. Pertinent traits of character offered by a party to refute the same. 2, evidence of the victim's character trait for peacefulness to refute evidence that victim was the initial aggressor. 3, evidence of the character of a witness. Where evidence of a character of trait of a person is admissible, proof shall be made by testimony as to reputation or by testimony in the form of an opinion. 1 second. Generally, a murder victim's character is irrelevant and inadmissible, Walker v. State. A victim's character may only be admitted if there exists some factual nexus to the conclusion for which it is being offered, ID. It is impermissible to establish such a nexus through sheer speculation, ID. Even if cases where an accused is arguing self-defense, the accused may only seek to introduce evidence of the victim's violent character through the admission of reputation and opinion testimony. Ward v. State. The footnotes. B, no factual nexus to admission of victim's character. The character of Donovan Thomas Jr. is irrelevant and inadmissible in this trial because there exists no factual nexus for introducing any evidence pertaining to his character. Furthermore, any evidence of the victim's violent character is unequivocally irrelevant because no defendant has claimed self-defense. Finally, if the court were to find a relevant purpose for victim character evidence, it could only permit admission through reputation and opinion testimony, not specific acts. Conclusion, the state requests this court to prohibit the defense from intentionally or inadvertently eliciting improper character evidence. Respectfully submitted this 23rd day of July 2024, Adrian Love. And then underneath is
State motion to restrict.
where's
State's motion to restrict.
What was she even talking about?
so she doesn't want to touch back on what
I mean, I know what she was talking about, but I was being sarcastic. Like,
Wait a minute, somebody said they included Adam's interview with Miss Sylvia in the motion.
Okay, here's the next one.
This is what I was reading. They had me laughing out loud. But go ahead.
Well, they have my thing is in here.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, there go my video.
Where'd you see that one at?
Right here.
You've been saying from day one that they've been watching. They probably listening right now.
That's in the new motion, Sylvia? Because the one I just read, I don't see that.
I just sent it to you. The state's motion to restrict jurisdiction. I sent that to you.
Oh, I got that one right now, but I'm saying that I didn't read that one yet, so I didn't see the exhibits.
Okay.
You ready for that one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. State's motion to restrict extrajudicial statements. Comes now the state of Georgia and moves this honorable court to instruct the defense to refrain from making further extrajudicial statements about this case moving forward. Georgia Rule of Professional Conduct Rule 3.6 prohibits lawyers participating in litigation from making extrajudicial statements a reasonable person would believe to be I can't even say it now. I'm not even going to say it, by means of public communication. What was that?
Disenfranchised? That one?
No, I'm on means of public communication if the lawyer knows or reasonably should know that it will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing or adjudicative proceeding in this matter. A relevant factor in determining prejudice is the nature of the proceeding involved. With criminal jury trials being the most sensitive to extrajudicial speech, the character, credibility, reputation of a party and any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a defendant are subjects deemed to be more likely to have a material prejudicial effect on a criminal proceeding. Defense counsel has made numerous extrajudicial statements explicitly about this case while a jury is sworn and seated during the state's case in chief.
But the juror's not supposed to be looking. I thought they said the juror's not supposed to be looking, right, y'all?
Right. So I don't know how they would be able to
She mad because
see
they've been
that.
talking. She mad because they've been talking.
There's no gag order on this case. I don't understand.
That's what I'm. Go ahead. Finish.
Says defense counsel has made numerous extrajudicial statements explicitly about this case while a jury is sworn and seated during the state's case in chief. Defendant Williams' counsel, attorney Brian Still and Keith Adams, defendant Kendrick's counsel, attorney Doug Weinstein, and defendant Stillwell's counsel, attorney Max Sharp, have all made extrajudicial statements.
Can you pause right there? Still ain't said nothing.
No, Still made a comment. They took the comment that he made. He did a comment with WSB TV. ahead.
Weinstein and defendant Stilwell's counsel, attorney Max Sharp, all made extrajudicial statements to the media explicitly discussing the case in violation of Rule 3.6. The extrajudicial statements have included, among other things, interviews and statements to the Associated Press. 4 of those interviews have been 25, 33, 43, and 107 minutes in length.
Oh my God.
The statements include, among other things, the attorney views and opinions about the case itself, opposing counsel, the now former judge, the jury, the outcome, and the guilt of innocence of specific defendants. Pursuant to OCGA 15134, courts have the power to control in furtherance of justice the conduct of its officers and all other persons connected with a judicial proceeding before it, in every matter appertaining thereto. The state thus moves this honorable court to instruct the defense to refrain from making extrajudicial statements about this case moving forward. Respectfully submitted this 23rd day of July, Adrienne Love. And she included Exhibit A. Below, please find Brian Steele's statement regarding the recusal order. Jeffrey Williams is innocent of the charges brought in this indictment, and to clear his name, he sought a speedy trial, one in which he would receive the constitutional guarantees of a fair trial with an impartial judge presiding with ethical prosecutors following the law. Sadly, Judge Glanville and the prosecutors have run afoul of their duties under the law. Mr. Williams is grateful that the reviewing court agreed with him and entered the order recusing and disqualifying Judge Glanville from presiding over Mr. Williams' case. We look forward to proceeding with a trial judge who will fairly and faithfully follow the law.
Oh, so she's just like, oh my God.
She mad at the truth.
Come on, y'all.
She mad at the truth. Come on, man.
Exhibit B.
Is that me? That's me, yo.
Exclusive. Young Thug's attorney speaks out on Glanville recusal Keith Adams. And it has a YouTube link, complete interview, 12 minutes, 55:15.
That's me, y'all. That's me.
Exhibit C. The Associated Press reached out to Glanville and to a lawyer for Young Thug seeking comment on Monday's ruling. A spokesperson for Willis' office declined to comment. While I respect Chief Judge Glanville and his service to the community and the country, he simply became biased over the course of this case, Kendrick's lawyer Doug Weinstein said in an email. He added that he looks forward to trying the case before an unbiased judge, but said the only just outcome at this point is a mistrial and bond for Kendrick, who has been jailed for more than 2 years. Exhibit D. Judge Glanville recused. Attorney Doug Weinstein discusses live with journalist Megan, I think it's Cuniff.
Yeah.
And that has hers. Exhibit E, Young Thug, YSL trial update. Megan interviews defense attorney Max Sharp. Exhibit F.
Lord.
INALB, the debrief interview with attorney Doug Weinstein, YSL ex parte transcripts and recusal. And in this one is in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams, certificate of service, state's motion to restrict extrajudicial statements. And it just shows it went to all the attorneys, and then all the links are provided into the exhibits, and they're just the links. But that's not going to stand. There's no gag order in place.
Out of all that truth that the motions filed by Weinstein and Sharp, the best love can come back with is, can you tell them to please stop
saying
talking?
something, stop saying stuff.
Come on, man. I told y'all she was gonna try to switch the narrative and not talk about nothing substance. She just wants y'all to she just want them to just stop talking. Come on, man.
She wants us to shut up.
Well, it does look a certain type of way that, through all of this, it did seem as if in court when she said, and the state will be filing motions of their own out, it sounded as in substance. There was some things up in there that definitely needed to be touched on. And this is it.
This is what you got. Out of all them truths that the motions filed against you, you come back and tell them, can you ask them to not talk to the media? Come on with it, man. And then to be honest with you guys,
no gag order. So what?
I did have, in my opinion, I was asking myself, I was wondering.
No, her motion. No. And her motion is due right now. Reply is on Friday. Motions are today. Reply is on Friday. Get what I'm saying? Anybody's doing initial motion is due today. Now, if you're going to reply to, like Steele could reply to her motion that she just put in and is due by Friday. An argument against why they don't feel they should do it.
I mean, maybe she's upset. Maybe, they haven't been asked for an interview.
No, they don't want to interview.
No.
Okay, so that there it goes. That was a question one of the chat had.
Yeah, they was asked, but they did not return any answer.
And but Miller.
I'm him.
You got a couple super chats.
Infamous Sylvia, we made it. Y'all, the numbers are gonna go up now. They're gonna go click that link with it Adam.
But I did wonder though, because I've been watching trials and I've never seen during a trial so many attorneys start giving interviews, and that hinted to me like maybe we're
I've seen it. I've seen them giving interviews. I have.
You have?
Even with OJ, they was giving interviews left and right. They just didn't go detail about the case. Right,
and from watching, they never go into detail. They always say, we can't mention this. I won't mention this. They're broad. And her motion just is a petty motion. It's like...
Well, see, Adams didn't say anything about the case. He was answering stuff like what goes next and stuff like that. Because remember, we asked him.
Yeah, they never say nothing of substance because they understand the law. They know. And like what you're saying, there ain't no gag order. Just because y'all not talking don't mean we can't talk.
So now I know why the hugs was not there.
Yep, that's exactly why, because she was watching it and lurking.
Well, I'm pretty sure the judge gonna come forward and say, well, Madam Love, there is no gag order on this case. There, was no talk about what's to come. Everything that has been spoken on is everything that has already occurred, and anyone can go back and review.
Oh, Lord. Somebody just sent me a thing. Said, infamous Sylvia, they use your video. They definitely going to use your photo with Woody. You're mad at Dennis, but he's correct. That is... Yeah, really?
I mean,
really?
We already been through that one.
Really, y'all? Come on.
We already been through that.
Let's try a better one, y'all. Let's try a better one.
This was Love's attempt to jab. Dang, I missed that comment. It was a good one.
Trust me. They're not going to, if they didn't put it in this motion right now, they're not going to put it in the motion. So stop it.
I'm just appalled that she's looking for professionalism. What about the professionalism when you're doing this in front of everybody?
Oh, another motion, y'all. Reconsideration. Hold on. Wait. Oh no, nothing else. Sorry. I'm
reflecting YouTube. Reflecting YouTube and no case law says a lot. There was no case laws to back up just YouTube links.
She said there was no case law backup YouTube links.
Okay, so how many motions we have now total?
We have
5, right?
no more than 5 because you had
2
from Love, 2 from Shard, and 2 from that's 6.
Okay, 6. All
2
right, we
from
got
Love, 2
6.
from Shard, 2 from Weinstein.
Come on, Steele. We know your 500 pages are coming. It says Shell is trying to come up. Drop the link. She's trying to come up on the panel. What's
Are you
up?
trying to come up? Hold on. Let me put the link in here for you. All right, here it is, Shell. It's wrong.
Oh, she said no, she's not. She wanted others to come up.
Oh, so
It says it's unfortunate that people's lives are riding on all of this.
he said this channel doesn't have any balance. What does that mean?
Where you see that at?
Right there on the thing. This channel doesn't have any balance.
Neither does the court system.
I know.
So who's right and wrong?
Candy Cane. Hey, Candy Cane.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to go on here.
I moved you. I removed you. Bye. She said, oh, no. I didn't mean to come on here. Y'all think everyone needs to agree with y'all? No. No one ever said anybody needs to agree with me. Never said that. Nope. That's what your feelings about it is. Never said that. You never heard that out of my mouth.
What about when they interviewed about the case?
Fonnie did. Fonnie interviewed about the case.
Correct. And Glanville does have one that was asking him questions in his office, seated in a suit. So it can't just go one way.
Yo, balance would mean other people come on up and give their point of view. I've never dogged anybody else for their own point of view. Now, if only one side is coming up, I can't. That's not my fault. Yeah, T-Mac, that's what they do. They always come up here and be rude. It's okay.
We go out of town at a family reunion. Well, Sylvia, you better get your motion in since you got to exhibit.
Yeah.
Wow, those both were very short. Mostly, when I seen 10 pages, I thought it was going to be 10 pages of case law. And it was 7 pages of exhibits and 3 pages of asking them to not have interviews about this.
They didn't say anything about Woody's interviews. They didn't say nothing about his interviews.
I was thinking they didn't put Kayla's on there. They didn't do any of that. Lovely show. No, there was no case law. One case law cited. One case law.
He said I'm a female. I think I think because your name is masculine, that's probably why they thought you were male. Because the collective tribal consciousness, that's a masculine type of title. I'm sure you go in the smiling next to me, Miss Sylvia. Tell me, keep the same energy. Remember that look she gave Sylvia was saying, I'm going to get you, Sylvia. Sylvia's exhibit. Ain't nobody blocking you. Could you stop that, y'all? Could you stop? She just gave an opinion, y'all. Let's be nice in the chat, y'all. Let's be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Sylvia, I have to speak now. You want me to put it back in there? I'll put it back in there so you can speak. Here's the link. Oh, Steels just dropped. Steels just dropped, y'all. Steels just dropped. Thank you. Thank you, Raven. No, they did 3. Hold on. Oh, okay. They said it hasn't dropped. Okay, I was listening to somebody in the chat. Steels have not dropped yet. Steels has not dropped yet.
My apologies, Sylvia. I had a phone call.
It's okay. It hasn't dropped yet. Hey, Daryl. Hey, Candy. Candy's here. Candy Kane, go ahead, go first. And
Okay.
then.
Hi, Miss Sylvia. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, honey.
Okay. I didn't want to come on camera because I don't look decent, but I'm reading the chat, and I don't know, Miss Fee. They're making assumptions as if some of us are chiming in for the first time, or we don't know what's going on with the case. I just wanted to speak up for myself. I've been watching you for a while now, and I've been watching YSL trial since day one. I have 4 boys. And so what I'm witnessing going on, I've seen this in real life. Once is with my child. I'm the one that spoke in the chat when I said that family members need to show up for the simple fact for stuff just like this, because this stuff happens every day on a day-to-day basis. And although I couldn't afford an attorney, I helped the investigator help my son. So I did the work. So for the lady fee in the chat that's saying it seems like a different crowd today. No, sweetheart. I've been watching Miss Sylvia before the YSL trial came. I just don't, I'm kind of shy, so I don't like to join in on the live chat. But I was reading you guys' content, and Miss Sylvia is very good at what she's doing. And this whole thing just reminds me of some of my children. I'm gonna keep it 100. Some of my family members. So I can relate to this whole trial. So I have been following it from day one. So no, I'm not new to the YSL trial, and no, honey, I'm not new to Miss Sylvia. And Miss Sylvia, you keep doing what you're doing, because if it wasn't for you, like they said earlier, we wouldn't have special insight on what's going on. So I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for letting me come up and say what I had to say. Now my conscience is clear, and I feel better. I just
Thank
hate
you,
when
Candy
people
Cane.
assume. Thank you. I just don't like when
Thank
people to assume. You know what they say when you assume.
you. Making A.
That's right. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart. All right, Danielle. She's back up here. Go ahead, Danielle. You muted. You muted. You're still muted. You're still muted. Oh, she on the phone. Okay, she talks.
I thought Steele dropped his motion, and I'm at work sneaking back and forth.
So you were wrong. You're the one running in here telling me wrong information.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I thought you said Steele dropped his motions, and
Okay,
I
I
missed.
thought it was somebody told me that. Somebody came in the chat and said Steel's motion drop. Something like that, they said.
So did Short made a motion too? I'm sorry. I'm at work and I'm sneaking back and forth. I'm sorry.
You are terrible.
I'm terrible. It's bad.
Shark did too, Weinstein did too, and Love did too.
What did Love say?
She wants the testimony. Oh my God, she wants the testimony. You know, like the interviews that the attorneys were given. She wants the judge to tell them stop doing interviews.
Well, she'll have nothing to worry about because the case will be over by then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going back on mute, but I'm still in here.
Okay, honey.
I love the chat. I love you guys.
Love you too. What was I about to do, y'all? What else I was gonna do? Guys, what else I was gonna do? You're not even paying me attention.
You were in the middle of looking for the new motion, but there wasn't one there.
Okay. It's still not one there.
Someone keeps asking, I know there's a lot of questions about it. They said Hilton, when she was crying in court, what made that breakdown happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gemini, I think we read, you said 6, Sylvia, or 7?
I read 6.
Yep, so 6 are, I don't know if it's Gemini K or Geminique 77. I don't know how to properly say it, so my apologies, but there's been 7 already. T-Mac, probably the ex parte meeting. I still don't know who the mole is.
I mean, at this point, it don't even care. It don't even matter who told. It shouldn't have happened. But someone in the chat said, you can tell from Love's motion how weak their case is. You, out of all the stuff that's been said with the defense motions, all the truth, all you got to say is stop talking. Come on, man.
Maybe Steele's not going to drop anything else because he does have several out there open still. He has a bond, he has a motion.
Harvey just filed. Harvey just did it. Harvey just did it.
Oh,
hold on, y'all. I gotta refresh my page, y'all. Hold on. Refreshing my page. Harvey just filed a motion. We are on it. Like dag on it.
What's the count on y'all little motion counter y'all doing?
That's right, yo. He did. I think he's got so many out there. I think he's probably covered all his bases waiting on those rulings. Now that I think about it, I think he got like 5 open right now.
I'm trying to wait for Harvey's.
Clifton, I wonder if some point Miss Weaver is going to be added to the witness list. I thought the same. She is missing.
Okay, Mr. Nichols, got it right now. Hold on. Yeah, this is a real party, y'all. I'm waiting for my thing to upload. Come on now. My phone, my computer is taking its time. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm about to send it to you, young lady. Okay. It's taking its time. Come on. There it is. Dang on it. All right, here we go. There we go. We still got Mr. What's the name? Mr. Matthews.
He does have some open and pending too. He did bond, but I believe he didn't do motion for mistrial. All right, let me know when you're ready. I got it up.
Hold on, let me put it up for them, for the people. Let me get it up there for the people.
I like the way he worded his too.
You just like trying to be all fast. You know that? All right, there we go.
All right, State of Georgia versus Quamarvius Nichols. Motion for mistrial and objection to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge. Comes now.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that? I missed it.
They want to get rid of the substitution judge.
Yeah. Comes now the defendant, Quamarvius Nichols, by and through undersigned counsel and files this motion for mistrial in the above caption case. In support of this motion, Mr. Nichols shows the court as follows. Mr. Nichols adopts all motions and arguments for mistrial as filed by co-defendants. If such motions are denied, Nichols further moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution for the following reasons. 1, Mr. Nichols moves for a mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because here, for a judge to be substituted after 19 months of trial, including 6 months of testimony and the admission of evidence, prejudices the defendant's right to a fair trial under the 6th and 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, as well as the covenant provisions of the constitutions of the state of Georgia. 2. Further, Mr. Nichols moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because the current presiding judge was not the judge during the last 19 months of trial. When, for example, Mr. Nichols moves for directed verdict, this court will be unable to adequately evaluate the entirety of the prior proceedings in order to rule on the request. Of the 19 months of trial, over 6 months has been testimony for which this court was not present and therefore cannot base its decisions on what has occurred during trial. Number 3, additionally, Mr. Nichols moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because on Friday, July 18, 2024, this court advised the parties that she was unfamiliar with the previous trial proceedings that have occurred over the last year and a half during the trial. Before this court became the presiding court, Judge Glanville made several contingent decisions noting that he would revisit his rulings as trial proceeded. These contingent rulings covered several aspects of the tentative admissibility of evidence. Given the fact that the current court is unfamiliar with over 6 months worth of testimony, arguments by the parties, motions by the parties, and contingent rulings, this court could not possibly make decisions based on what has occurred, which the court was not privy nor has re-reviewed the record. 4, Mr. Nichols further moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because Nichols specifically on several occasions during trial moved the court to give curative Rule 105 instructions. The court denied each request to give such instruction at the time, but indicated it may be necessary to give it at a later time or at the end of trial. Mr. Nichols also moved the court for severance on multiple occasions, which the court denied at that time, but agreed that a time may come that the issue would need to be revisited. This court will now need the benefit of the 6 months worth of previous testimony to adequately and fairly make decisions regarding whether an instruction and or a severance is warranted, given the court is unfamiliar with the trial proceedings and has indicated that it did not intend on familiarizing itself with the trial proceedings. Mr. Nichols' constitutional rights are violated because this court cannot make informed rulings based on the record. Trials evolve and decisions are made by the court based in part on the way the trial and evidence play out over time. This court has missed crucial proceedings necessary to make fair and well-founded rulings and to properly instruct the jury both during and at the conclusion of the trial. 5, Nichols moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because the court has indicated that it does not intend on reviewing the complete record, including trial proceedings and litigation that have already occurred. For this court to step into a 19-month ongoing trial in which over 100 witnesses have already testified means that this court is proceeding with a trial and unable to assess core trial functions such as the credibility of the witnesses that have already testified, the lack of trial court being personally familiar with the record, but presiding over the continuation of this trial, making decisions regarding trial and instructing the jury. Footnote 1, Nichols would contend that such a task would be impossible at this point. violates Nichols' right to due process and a fair trial as guaranteed by our Constitution. Number 6, Mr. Nichols further moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because even if this court attempted to read the transcripts of the past 6 months worth of trial, that would not be adequate substitute for the court observing live testimony. Even if this court attempted to watch 6 months worth of trial proceedings via media recordings from afar, that would not be an adequate substitute for the court's personal and direct observations. If there was an argument to the contrary, Nichols notes that the media was not allowed to film several witnesses and at times were not recording due to technical difficulties. 7, Nichols moves for mistrial and objects to mid-trial substitution of the trial judge because trial has been suspended for over a month and jurors cannot reasonably be expected to just pick up where they left off with their memories and observations intact. Furthermore, a mid-trial substituted judge cannot adequately instruct the jury regarding previous proceedings which the judge is unfamiliar with. 8, further, Nichols reiterates and realleges his request for a severance and incorporates his previous arguments that an enormous amount of prejudicial spillover has already occurred and no jury could be expected to compartmentalize the evidence as it relates to the separate defendants and charges. Wherefore, the defendant moves this court for a hearing on this motion for mistrial and objection to the substitution of the trial judge. This 23rd of July, 2024, respectfully submitted, Bruce Harvey and Nicole Westmoreland. And then they put their certificate of service. That's a lot. And that's exactly true. She did say that she was not able to go back in that time, and she wasn't going to. If there was any issues, they needed to be brought up and parsed through. But I said it earlier, so I figured we would see it at some point that it's nearly impossible for her just to parachute down.
Correct. They don't miss with these motions, man.
Nope, they don't. Hold on, yeah.
And I can't see how Judge Whitaker can deny any of it. If she's a stickler for the law, and come Tuesday, right, Miss Sylvia, Judge Whitaker is addressing all of these motions, right? Jamal, Lil Rod attorney ain't filed nothing because she's barely there. No, I was just playing. That's my opinion. I mean, at this point, she ain't got to get through all along because all I'm saying the same thing. She just need to let her know, is we coming to work or we not coming to work? But this is what happens when the state didn't want to trial these boys separately. They put all of them in court together. So now it's 6-on-2.
It's not even about guilty or not guilty at this point. It's so far gone.
Definitely right. Like, only out of my opinion, I don't think we're gonna get to not guilty. This is aimed to be over with. It seems like the defense attorneys are trying to end this, and on paper.
Present, not perfect, said, I'm going to miss Miss Hilton. Is she leaving?
She about to.
If I were a juror, I'd just come back and say, look, I don't know what you want to do, but my mind ain't even here no more. It left 103 days ago, and you might need to dismiss me.
And if I was a judge, I would look at the motions being filed versus their rebuttals. Like, what are you saying against these men? And the state ain't said nothing or saying anything like of substance with facts behind it that'll keep the case going on their end, on their side of it.
All right, we got a motion from Steele.
Yep.
Whoa.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get it.
All right, chat. How many pages is this motion going to be? How many pages?
1.
You know, Steele comes with them pages. Drop the number of how many pages you think that this motion from Steele is going to be. 30, 200.
Y'all so silly. Y'all so silly.
Eban Suck say 200. William says 46. Ben Walker 3. Lovely 6 to 8. Brandy Morgan 4. Tucker 5. Mira 2 to 3. Keys 15. 780. Dominique, woo! You got it about in the ballpark. You know, not a stone goes unturned with those motions. They come in heavy. Nosy Rosie Grand, 25 pages, 6, 3 to 5. Laretha 3. Not 103 days ago. Oh, I'm for real. 577, 4, 15. 7. Oh, Nettie P, 500. Truth be told, still better drop the mic on this one.
We have a super chat.
Will you have a motions response party Friday from Black Beauty? And she gifted.
Thank you, Black Beauty.
Yo says, man, it's 10 pages asking for bond.
Yes, we'll have a response party. Yes, we will.
50, 11 pages, Arena. J-Town, he used the whole pen pack. Nardy Nard, 13. I say this one's going to be his shortest, probably 9 to 10 pages, I guess. That's my guess. I could be wrong. His last one was like 80. Jones says 20. Miss Naturally Nolans, 8. 8 for sure. DC Pete, 4. Is sent, Sylvia?
I think she's still getting it probably.
Denitra said, not too much on steel now. Stokes said 47. So it looks like some have already seen it. They're saying it's 10 pages. Oh,
It's 10
someone
pages.
said it's 8
It's 10
pages.
pages. It's
Okay,
10
it is.
pages. It's 10
Yeah.
pages. Hold on a second. Let me send it to you.
Okay. Williams said Jennifer Scott, his public defender, don't like her pay rate. She's not doing no extra work, which is sad. It's really not much for her to do because you see his name ain't coming up in anything. He just sitting there.
Yeah. He's definitely gonna get a bond.
All right.
Got it?
Yep, I got it. It's up. Just let me know when you're ready.
Hold on. Let me pull it up. There we go.
All right. State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. Renewed motion for bond and brief in support of pre-verdict bond. Comes now, defendant Jeffrey Williams by and through undersigned counsel and hereby files this renewed motion for bond and brief in support of pre-verdict bond in the above reference case. In support of this renewed motion for bond and brief, Mr. Williams shows the below. In the great state of Georgia, unlike other states, for purposes of pretrial bond analysis, the presumption of innocence remains with the person accused of an offense, even a capital offense, from arrest and even during trial. See Vanderford versus Brand. That means prior to and during trial, courts view the criminally accused to be innocent of the charges waged against him or her. It has been written that the most fundamental premise of our criminal justice system is that the criminally accused cannot be punished for an offense until the prosecution proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, ABA, Standards for Criminal Justice 10 through 1.1, comment 1980, thus, the granting of a reasonable pretrial bond must be preserved. Otherwise, the presumption of innocence secured by only after centuries of struggle would lose its meaning. See Stack versus Boyle. In order to protect our firm foundational belief that the accused is presumed to be innocent prior to finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the prosecution alone has the burden of persuasion in convincing this honorable court that there are no set of conditions or circumstances that can be ordered to permit Mr. Williams' pretrial release on bond. 2, ABA, Standards for Criminal Justice 10 through 510, DE, supplemented 1986, the state bears the burden of proving by clear and convincing proof that pretrial detention is warranted. Ayala versus State. This requires the prosecution to carry the burden of proving by preponderance of the evidence that this honorable court must deny Mr. Williams' motion for bail outright rather than set bond with conditions of same in order to ensure Mr. Williams present in court and to protect the community. See Ayala versus State. It is so significant to deny Mr. Williams pre-verdict bond that the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia requires this honorable court to specifically explain why no bond could be set, so our higher courts can evaluate whether there was a flagrant abuse of discretion when reaching that decision. See Lane versus State. When considering pre-verdict bond, alleged guilt and extraneous is completely irrelevant and not considered for this pre-verdict bond analysis, as supposed guilt has no place in the bond proceeding since Mr. Williams is presumed innocent. Cowards versus State, Yorker versus State. Our highest court explained that in a bond hearing, Mr. Williams bears the initial burden of producing evidence that he would, 1, not pose a significant risk to flee the jurisdiction and would return to court when required. 2, not be a significant threat or danger to the community or any other person or property in the community. 3, not be a significant risk to commit a felony while on bond. And 4, not be a significant risk to intimidate witnesses or otherwise obstruct the administration of justice. See Ayala versus State. 5, Mr. Williams is not a flight risk. To meet this burden, Mr. Williams must first present evidence showing his roots in the community, which include the length and character of residence in the community, employment status, and past history of responding to legal process. See Dunn versus Edwards. Mr. Williams was born and raised in Jonesboro South section of Atlanta, Georgia. Since birth in August 1991, Mr. Williams has maintained residence in Atlanta, Georgia. Although Mr. Williams has traveled the globe, has performed his music and artistry in every continent, save Antarctica. He always returns to his home in the Atlanta, Georgia area. In fact, days before the return of the original indictment and the arrest of Mr. Williams returned to Atlanta, Georgia from the country of Norway. Mr. Williams is one of 11 children, and he is the father of 6 children, ages 16, 13, 12, 11, 9, and 9. All of Mr. Williams' family lives in the Atlanta, Georgia area, including his parents. There is not many among us who has stronger roots in our community than Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams has been working since he was 6 years of age. At 14, he was recognized and began performing his music for audiences. As a teenager, had a manager, and within a few years, Mr. Williams was signed by Atlantic Records and was paid $1 million. Mr. Williams is currently gainfully employed, tirelessly works at his
The other way,
artistry.
Sylvia.
Mr. Williams is currently gainfully employed, tirelessly works at his artistry and other lawful business ventures that include clothing line, modeling, owner of a successful record label, and various investments. Mr. Williams has demonstrated a strong history of lawful employment. Mr. Williams has appeared in courts in the past, represented by undersigned counsel Brian Steele for approximately a decade. To wit, Mr. Williams' entire adult life, Mr. Williams has never missed nor been late for a court appearance. Mr. Williams has a history of responding to the legal process. Undersigned counsel is in possession of Mr. Williams' passport and has permission to surrender this passport as directed by this honorable court for purposes of bond. Furthermore, when a bonding company writes a bond for the criminally accused, the company takes financial risk in ensuring the criminally accused presence in court. In the case at bar, Free at Last Bonding Company has agreed to write a bond set by this honorable court, and the representatives of Free at Last Bonding Company are motivated to keep track of Mr. Williams and prevent any possible flight. See Easy Out Bonding First State. The bonding company is additional evidence that the accused will return to court when required to do so. Mr. Williams intends to present witnesses to testify at the renewed bond hearing, specifically Mr. Williams' parents, managers, members of his record label, childhood friends, business associates, and the like will be present in court to testify and or show support for granting a pre-verdict bond for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is not a significant threat to community or any other person, property in the community. Mr. Williams has taken the initiative to secure the commitment of full-time, off-duty sworn law enforcement officers to watch his home and secure him in his home 24 hours, 7 days a week. If house arrest is ordered by this honorable court as a condition of pre-verdict bond, Mr. Williams will also submit to wearing an ankle monitor if ordered by this honorable court as a condition of a pre-verdict bond. Mr. Williams will submit to a condition that any person who would visit him at his abode would have to be on an approval list provided to this honorable court as well as the district attorney's office. And if the individual's name is not on the list, that person will be denied entry into his home. Moreover, any visitor will have to consent to being searched physically and electronically by the off-duty sworn police officer, and if the visitor does not agree to consent to the search, the person will be prohibited from visiting with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams also agrees that any of his text message, telephone calls, emails, or any forms of communication in any manner could be secured and the information provided to this honorable court if desired, as if Mr. Williams was in custody and on a recorded line. The cost of this 24-hour, 7 days per week off-duty sworn police officer detail, as well as the cost of the ankle monitor and any other related costs will be incurred by Mr. Williams. With these parameters in mind, it cannot be said that Mr. Williams would be a threat or danger to a community or any person or property in the community. Undersigned counsel will agree to meet with Mr. Williams at his home to continue to prepare for trial. The above conditions place Mr. Williams in custody in his home. See Brown v. State. Specifically, our General Assembly has provided for the creation of electronic pre-verdict release to assist sheriffs in alleviating jail overcrowding by creating alternative methods of pretrial release, monitoring, and home confinement. The legislator found that electronic release, monitoring, and home confinement incorporates modern technology to accomplish various purposes. Therefore, our General Assembly explicitly recognizes that Mr. Williams' home is a place where he can be confined and restricted in movement for the purpose of electronic pre-verdict release on bond. See Brown v. State. Ordering Mr. Williams to wear an ankle monitor and to be in total lockdown in his home is equivalent to custody and confinement, has been deemed lawful confinement without the punishment opposed by the current county jail conditions wrongfully imposed on Mr. Williams. See Brown v. State. Since May 9, 2022, Mr. Williams endures the torturous conditions in the county jail, to wit, 22 out of 24 hours a day locked into a small cement cell with no contact with another human being except when his counsel visits and in court proceedings. Inedible food, living in squalor, anti-fested room, and unable to see any activity movement out of the cell's windows. Mr. Williams is not a significant risk to commit a felony while out on bond. Mr. Williams is not a convicted felon. This fact alone satisfies this bond factor. Moreover, law enforcement officers executed a search warrant on or about Monday, May 9, 2022, after the arrest of Mr. Williams on the original grand jury indictment, and indicate to the search drugs and guns were allegedly located in his home. At the time of this search, there were numerous people in Mr. Williams' home. This is because others live at this home more often than Mr. Williams, who is at this home intermittently. As Mr. Williams has several homes in the Atlanta area, thus Mr. Williams is not a significant risk to commit a felony while out on bond, especially with the use of the security and other conditions offered above. Since Mr. Williams is not a significant risk to commit a crime, he is also not a significant threat to the community, property, or person in same. See Williams v. State. Mr. Williams is not a significant risk to intimidate witnesses or otherwise obstruct the administration of justice. Mr. Williams has suggested as a condition of bond that all of his calls, text messages, and other means of communication are to be monitored, save privileged communications, and additionally, he will be secured in his home when not present in court. This will prevent any possibility to intimidate a witness or otherwise obstruct the administration of justice via electronic means. In today's times, the legislator has provided the ankle monitors are a humane method of incarcerating a criminally accused without the need for punishment that is endured by languishing in the county jail. See Brown v. State. This honorable court foremost consideration with fixing the amount of bail should be the probability that Mr. Williams is granted bond, if granted bond, will appear at trial. Hernandez v. State. Mr. Williams is a respected, high-profile artist who has positively impacted lives of others who would otherwise never break the poverty line. Mr. Williams has made a tremendous positive impact in our community. Mr. Williams is a positive member of society. He will continue to lawfully and ethically fight these baseless charges governed by the above facts and law. Mr. Williams satisfies all four prongs of the Ayala v. State. Mr. Williams satisfies these 4 bond factors, and thus the burden of production falls onto the prosecution, and the prosecution always retains the burden of persuasion that there are no conditions of bond that can be crafted to permit Mr. Williams to be entitled to pre-verdict release whatsoever. Dunn versus Edwards. In our society, liberty is the norm. Custodial detention prior to verdict is carefully limited to few people. See United States versus Salerno. Indeed, the most important element of liberty is to be free from physical detention by one's own government. Hamdi versus Rumsfeld. Carr versus State. Based upon the above, Mr. Williams must be granted a reasonable bond with conditions of same. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests a reasonable bond to be set by this honorable court with reasonable conditions of same. This 23rd day of July, respectfully submitted, Brian Steele and Keith Adams. And then they have the certificate of service. So it does sound like all 4 are satisfied.
All of these conditions have been met way before we got a new judge. So I don't see how she can deny it going by the law. And he gave all the case law she would want to go behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then also the big part, offering the 24/7 home to
right,
be monitored. That's huge right there, because he's incurring all these charges.
right, and that's been on the table before. He's said that he would pay for his own confinement. But they wanted him in jail, and the other judge didn't allow it. So now she has to give in. He meets all the conditions. He ain't going. He's not a flight risk. He ain't never missed no court date. He ain't no felon. He gonna pay for his own home confinement. He gonna let y'all monitor him. He gonna pay for the police to be there 24/7. Like, come on.
Yeah. But the conditions that he's in, what is they 22 out of 24 hours?
Yeah, because I can see that because he's a celebrity. So I don't see the jail having him in GP, even though he can sign off on it and want to go himself. They wouldn't want to risk that. So if still saying he on lockdown 24 hours, unless he in court. Then per Supreme Court, come on, man, you can't confine them, and it's on the states to prove. They just saying, oh, he's gonna intimidate witnesses. Okay, prove it. And the other judge was just allowing it.
Not only that, I mean, consider somebody's mental health being held that long in that condition, having absolutely no outside contact, not even a window to look out of, and you have to wait for your little 2 hours a day to be able to get that. I don't think he's going to get out on bond and be thinking about all of this. He's going to get out, and it's going to take him some time to get his mental health together.
Right. And then still made it his business to say, hey, when y'all brought this indictment, my client was all the way in Norway. He flew back to face it.
Yeah, that says a lot right there, too.
Yeah. The chat is saying if he gets a bond, does that trickle down to the rest of them?
No. They have to all do their own bonding requests.
And then all the ducks in a row, he already got free at last, waiting to bond them out. So what you gonna say?
What they say? I was scrolling too fast. No, I didn't. I wasn't scrolling, y'all. I was reading. I didn't scroll. I'm not scrolling. I just read. I'm on a, I don't know what y'all seen on your side.
Collectively, hold on, see what you're on.
GSG, man, who you work for, bro?
GSG, you got to remember, though, it's before a different judge. All of those were before Glanville. So it's a different judge.
There's another motion. But still, motion to correct discrepancy. There's another one. Motions on top of motions on top of motion. Hold on, let's see. Y'all heard me, right?
Yes, we did.
No, what was that one? I'm sorry.
Motion to correct discrepancy.
Who is that one from?
Looks like Steele.
What, he had a typo or something?
Motion to discrepancy. That's not typo. There's a discrepancy. That one, this one is 6 pages. Oh, so okay, you ready for this one? It's a short one.
Okay, I got it open. Just waiting.
Hold on a second, make sure there's not another one.
Wilma, I think that's 8 now. And then now this one 9. Are we at 9, y'all?
Yeah.
Yep, we're about to do number 9. Number 9.
And all the state can say is, please stop talking online.
You know what? You funny, AJ. He said, please stop talking online. Please stop getting on our nerve.
Please don't talk about all the truths. Don't tell the people.
Oh, Lord, somebody said I'm not loud enough.
You're
Uh-oh.
perfect. You're perfect.
They saying you're not loud enough, then they're gonna complain, say you too loud. See, they don't know how to make up their mind.
I broke y'all eardrums this morning, and now I'm not loud enough, Lord.
Look, Shell said link. Shell, do you want the link for real this time, or do you playing with me?
Wait a minute. It says, B. Slayton, what are you talking about? Woody and Sylvia can have a bond. If 2 minds, 1 mic doesn't like Sylvia and Woody having a friendship, 2 ones, 1 mic doesn't have to watch. I'm truly confused.
You gonna give yourself a headache trying to catch up down there, Mom.
We just gotta laugh it off.
I'm looking, trying to see where that even came from. He owed me a dinner.
Hold on a second, guys. Hello?
Yeah, Green. The state responded, but all they said was tell the defense to stop talking online. Well, they didn't respond. They had their own motion. Excuse me. Bing, bing. We ain't doing it, but just reading through all the motions so far. It's been mistrials, and we just read Young Thug's bond motion, renewed bond
Bing,
motion.
bing, you're gonna have to go and go back because there's so many people have been in here, and we can't keep doing a retrial.
Right.
We can't do a retrial. We're just reading motions. That's dropping.
But right, Sylvia, I have a question. As long as, like you're saying, there hasn't been a gag order. As long as there's no legal gag order, the
They
defense
never actually talk about the case. They never talked about the case.
right. So it's legal for them to do what they've been doing. So the state don't have any legal ground to stand on with their motion.
But when DA Fonnie Willis was talking about the case, it was okay.
Good point.
I got it up.
Hold on, y'all. All right, here we go. Ready?
All right. State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. Motion to correct discrepancies concerning Mr. Williams' trial exhibits. Comes now, Mr. Jeffrey Williams, by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files this motion to correct discrepancies concerning Mr. Williams' trial exhibits in the above reference case. In support of this motion, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams is innocent of all crimes in the above reference indictment. 2, after review of the YSL exhibit status Excel spreadsheet provided to undersigned counsel by this honorable court, Mr. Williams has identified the following exhibits which were admitted at trial but are not recorded as such. 1. DW1 admitted on December 6, 2023. See YouTube link dated December 6 at 2:11:56. DW2 admitted on January 8th, 2024. See YouTube link dated 8th. Has the time. Footnote 1, undersigned counsel is still analyzing the potential discrepancies in the state's exhibits. At this time of filing this motion, it is believed that there are approximately 100 state exhibit discrepancies. Shows DW3, January 8th, DW4, January 8th, DW7, the 8th, DW22, admitted January 10th, 2024, DW26, admitted January 11th, 2024, DW31, admitted January 11th, 2024, DW34, admitted January 11th, 2024, DW35, admitted January 11th, 2024, DW42, admitted on February 6th, 2024, DW43, admitted over objection on February 6th, 2024. Footnote 2, Law and Crime posted the February 6th, 2024 trial proceedings a day later, to wit on February 7th, 2024 on YouTube. 3, this exhibit was played for the jury in open court. DW 44 admitted over objection on February 6th. DW 60 and DW 60A admitted over objection on February 8th. DW 61 admitted over objection on February 8th, 2024. DW 62 admitted on February 8th, 2024. DW 63 admitted on February 8th, 2024. DW 64 admitted on February 8th. DW 65 admitted on February 8th. DW 66 admitted on February 8th. DW 69 admitted on February 8th, 2024. DW 70 admitted on February 8th, 2024. 7/19/22 was the time. February 15th, 2024. Admitted on June 5th, 2024. Moreover, the following exhibits were not admitted at trial. However, the Honorable Court Reporter has marked same as being admitted on the YSL Exhibit Status Excel spreadsheet. DW 8 not admitted into evidence, and DW 10 not admitted into evidence. Further, the following exhibits have been admitted into the case at bar. However, these exhibits are not listed in the YSL Exhibit Status Excel spreadsheet. JW22AB, JW22ABR admitted on June 5th, JW233 admitted on June 5th, 2024, and JW229 admitted on June 5th, 2024. Footnote 4, at this time of filing the motion, the corresponding YouTube link cannot be located for this exhibit. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests that this motion be spread upon the minutes of the court, and if needed, Mr. Williams stands ready for a hearing on same. This 23rd of July, respectfully submitted, Brian Steele and Keith Adams with the certificate of service. Says 100 pieces of evidence. In that footnote, it says, undersigned counsel is still analyzing the potential discrepancies in the state's exhibits. At this time of filing this motion, it is believed that there are approximately 100 states exhibit discrepancies.
And this is what Steele meant when he said, I got to go back and clean this up.
Correct.
Over objection. And how did, look at the date. They was admitting evidence in this month. I mean, June. How?
It's 15 motion that has been filed. Who's winning?
Hey,
Who's
Sylvia.
winning?
How, you said how many?
15. We got Doug had Jeffrey had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yak had 2. SB has 2. Nickel has 1. Quay has 1. And the state has 2.
Where you get the 7 from Steele? We only did what this is number 2.
Still put some on Friday, remember?
Right.
That was still due on today. He just happened to do it early, remember?
Right, but just for the ones today, we're at number 8, right?
No.
Or 9.
We're at 9. Then we had no, we had the bond, mistrial. That was mistrial. Disqualification of love. Strike Woody's testimony from the 12th. Challenge previous judge ruling on ex parte. Bond, mistrial with no retrial. And then Yak got bond, mistrial with no retrial. SB has mistrial, no retrial. Reconsideration. You have Quay, mistrial. You have Quay again. Another Quay Huey is bond. We didn't pick his. We didn't. Mr. Matthews. That was last week as well.
Mr. Williams, pack it up.
Hey, Michelle, what's going on?
Hey, you guys.
How are you?
I'm good. Whew. This has
You
been a.
said something's wrong with your thing. You said it's
Oh
blocked?
yeah, I was put on timeout earlier today,
Oh,
but
what you do?
I didn't want. We're not
What you
gonna
do?
talk. We're not gonna talk about that. I didn't do anything, but we're not gonna talk about that
They
because
just
we have
blocked
so.
you for no reason.
I mean,
They
I don't
just
know
blocked
who did. I don't. I mean, I'm not. We're not gonna talk about that. We'll have an ex parte about that.
What's going on?
But this afternoon has been well, it's afternoon here, so it's 3:30 here. But this afternoon has been a good one. Whew.
We've been busy.
Jesus, they was giving me chills, getting me excited. I was going through so many emotions with all of these motions that have been filed. But the state, that's all they got for us. That's all they got, huh? They couldn't do nothing better than trying to exclude some character witnesses and bring you into exhibits.
I knew you was gonna put that in there. Hey, I'm not by myself. Megan is in there too.
Hey, I mean,
Megan had two. I only had one.
Well, I don't know Megan. I don't follow Megan. I don't listen to Megan, so I don't care about Megan making it to the hottest case of the year. But
Look, they had to put mine first, huh?
yes, period. So at least now we got your answer. You know where you stand with the state. Do not expect any hugs, honey. Do not expect any, coffee, snacks. You don't even expect a wink. You might get some dirty looks. But don't be in your feelings about it. It is what it is. You was the best case they had to present a rebuttal, because that was some weak if I could cuss.
No, you can't.
I know I can't, but I'm saying I want to put a cuss word there so you could just imagine the word I would want to use.
Okay.
But yeah, I think what was it Harvey's motion where he came for the current sitting judge with respectfully came for her, but he was speaking facts, but I can't say it was facts because he didn't give us no case law. Like, I didn't see any case law in there, but he had a nice story for us, but it was facts. And I am do you guys think that she's going to call she's going to do it on a hearing, or do you think she'll just respond to the motions like Judge Q's did, where without having a hearing but taking everyone's
Oh, they're gonna have
motion?
motion. They're gonna have motion with this one.
Oh, they're gonna have it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's gonna be a hot mess. We're gonna see everybody's true colors. How everybody was on their best behavior on the other day and being respectful. This time around, everybody's going to be wanting to speak on that mic. So this is going to be fun. Yeah, I had to take the day off for next Tuesday because I can't miss not an ounce, not a second.
You're going to be nervous, right?
Yeah,
nerves are going to be racking.
I know. It's going to be so emotional.
Yeah.
So emotional. And I hope that, that the judge does the right thing by the guys, by the case in general. Like if she sees fault, I know we all have our opinion, and I think it doesn't take you to have a law license to see when justice and injustice is being, served. So I hope that she's able to, set these boys free, whether, guilty or not guilty. The state just did not do what they needed to do to convince us as the public, or in my opinion, the jury, that these boys are guilty. But that's my opinion.
Yes. Well, do you think any more going to drop?
Sylvia, I pulled up a few of the exhibits that he said were missing.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going back to, it was Nutt's father when he was on the stand, and still put the exhibits in that were pictures of them together in the studio. So all of the photos that they were together making music, those were not found in there.
Interesting, isn't it?
I'm pulling up the other one now.
So on the state's motion, in their exhibits, did they say anything about Weinstein speaking? Because I think he did the most interviews
Yeah, they
out
did.
of
They
all.
said Weinstein and Shard.
Oh, okay. I
Mhm.
missed that
They
one.
pulled it up. They pulled the Weinstein, Shards.
And then they said something about a tweet, right? From
Yeah, that
Phil.
was
Like they were
hmm?
so reaching for that. Like that seemed like a common thing, to do. Like I remember other cases and lawyers come out and speak and say something.
They always say something. They may not say too much, but they was always saying something during the trial.
Yeah. Do you guys think that it's funny or interesting that that they didn't say anything about Woody or Kayla saying anything?
Well, I don't think they want. I don't know. I don't know. That is, yeah, that's kind of weird. But they're not part of the case. Well, he's a sworn witness, right?
I mean, he's a part of the case and he represented her and he's forever her attorney in that matter. So, I mean, essentially he's a part of it. But then they didn't also say anything about Weinstein, but Weinstein didn't say anything about the case.
Yeah, they did say Weinstein.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
snap. So, yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
Weinstein was definitely on there.
I have my theories on why they didn't say Kayla and Woody, but we'll save that for another time.
I think it wasn't about them. It was more about them talking about the attorneys. They were more concerned about the attorney because attorneys are the one litigating the case.
I mean, I think if you're going to speak on the attorneys who didn't say anything, you definitely should have said something about Woody at the very least.
The judge never admonished him not to say anything.
Well, he also didn't admonish. I mean, he didn't admonish. I don't think that the state should have said anything about any of it. But I'm just
That's true. I agree.
objectively stating that it seems odd that they wouldn't say that. Not to say that they have a leg to stand on either way, but objectively speaking, if you're gonna, you can't say, 5 kids got cookies out the cookie jar and you only, want to slap 4 on the hand.
But Woody's not an attorney.
But he's a sworn witness. I'm not going to debate back and forth. I just find it odd. That's all. Because I just think it's weird. And I guess they don't want to throw their own witness under the bus, like someone is saying on the chat. I mean, I have my reasons why I think they're not, but it is what it is. I'll just point it out.
I don't think they would include Kayla because she's been taken off the case too, and then all her stuff went moot.
Yeah, I guess throwing their name in it, they're trying to stay far away from that ex parte anything anyway. So throwing their names in it just, brings a reminder to our frontal lobes that, about that miss.
Well, yeah, because then everything around that's going to go right back directly to that.
Yep. So what lawyer hasn't filed anything yet?
D. William.
Is that the youngest one? The one with the public defender?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, she's going underneath the Weinstein, not the Weinstein, the Harvey law. She gonna ride underneath that. But I would at least think that she would try to file for at least a bond or something. Has everybody filed a bond motion?
He's not gonna get one because he's serving
He's
time.
he's already serving a life, so it
He's
wouldn't
serving
make
a
no
life
sense.
sentence?
Right. So it doesn't make any sense for her to really even do anything with this case because he's only mentioned like once or twice. So there's not really too much work legally that she can do. And he's already on a whole, his time doesn't matter because he's already serving for a case that is closed.
Well, she can at least file for a sever something because that don't make no sense. But it's I understand
They
that.
did. They did. It was denied.
I'm in again, but at least I didn't know he was doing a life sentence. That's sad.
She basically has the easiest part in it because there's not really too much she has to do. So she's kind of just being paid because legally she has to sit there.
Melissa, 1984, girl, what you talking about?
You think any more gonna come down?
I'm looking now. I pulled up the ones that were missing on there. It's crazy. They're all steals that pertain to all the photos he put in as exhibits pertaining to him working with Nut in the studio. All of those are gone.
Why do you guys think that the state wants to exclude character witnesses for the two guys?
No, they don't want the person that's deceased to look bad. So they're trying to because they don't want that deceased person to be tainted because they're the victim. And they do that a lot with different cases.
Oh, okay. Yeah, especially like with his family sitting there or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it's the case not about him, it's about the defendants. He's not the one on trial. Let's see if anything else drop. If anything else don't drop, I'm about to get off this live and go get me some food. Let's see.
I know Two Minds is hungry and thirsty. She's been up here with you all day.
Now you know we're on this same diet. I ain't got too
But you're
many.
supposed to eat, and you're supposed to eat what 3 times 2 snacks or something like that. I think I heard it.
3 times in 1 snack.
3 times 1 snack.
I've been putting myself on mute, smacking.
Have y'all been drinking that water? Oh, she got a cute cup too.
Have to make it look fancy.
Yes, it looks nice and chill.
Oh man, let me see. Okay, Arena, you are definitely right. I did. I pulled an 8-hour shift today. And I'm trying to adjust my volume every time. And Lord.
Well, we're going to give you days off next time.
I'm going to put myself on the timeout.
Yeah, they say you're too loud.
Well, they said that in the beginning. Then they said I wasn't loud enough.
Someone would like the link dropped if you're not coming off. I don't know if you're letting more people up.
You want the link drop? Because I'm about to get off in a few, but I'll drop it. Who's coming up?
I don't know. Someone, I am DJ something asked.
Okay. I just dropped it. Thank you because of the implication. Thank you for the membership. The bond hearing will be next week on the 30th. They're gonna do bond hearing and all that.
They said the real unsung heroes, Mr. Kokomo, because he got to help put all this missing stuff. He's going to have to go through the whole spreadsheet of what they took out that they can't find.
Hey, DJ.
Hello. How everybody doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just a quick question. First off, thank you for all you've been doing with the case. I just wanted to say that. I never really came
Oh,
up,
thank
so I
you,
just wanted to
DJ.
say to get that out the way. But
Thank you.
I seen the other gentleman left, but this young lady that just joined too, I think Michelle, she said it too. My question was really to them, and either one anybody can answer. But what were y'all expecting more from the state? Like what else or what motions would they have been y'all been expecting for them to file? Like I'm confused there. If anybody can answer that.
I think for me, it was just petty. I didn't expect nothing from them. But I
All
think
right.
it was pure jokes for me. Like I don't really expect much for them. I think they should have put more time in doing the rest of the homework that she had and trying to gear up their responses. But hey, she want to file a motion, go ahead. It was just weak, and I was just being petty. So I didn't expect nothing. That honestly, DJ.
All right, that makes sense. All right, I got it.
Did you like the one they even put in? The one that don't tell the interviews that they have done. Please be quiet.
Now
It's not.
that was surprising. That was crazy though. Like that was such a reach. But I'm sorry, DJ, because I know you was about to talk. But go ahead, DJ. You go first.
Oh no, you if you're gonna respond, you can. I could wait. I'm in no rush.
Oh no, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, one
Oh
of
yeah.
y'all say something because I'm about to get off. I want to go eat. The
Oh
one's like, no, you
Hangry's
go, you go.
coming in. That hangry's coming in.
yeah. No. I just personally think that's I guess you could say standard from the DA side. When you do see people that you're going against in the media or whatever, you're gonna try to limit their communication as much as possible. I don't think it's far fetched that a DA is doing this to a defense personally. So when I saw it, I know everybody was like, "Oh, is that it?" I'm like, I mean, I figured it was coming. I'm kind of surprised she didn't try to stop Mr. Copeland from speaking or asked about that, but asking for them not to speak is I didn't think it was far fetched personally.
But here's the thing. Yeah, I know you're talking about the Copeland thing. Um, he the only way they could really say anything, they wouldn't put it in a motion, but they would bring him in and have a conversation with him. They wouldn't put it in a motion because that's their witness.
Right. And I'm not mad at I'm not mad at him. He's not the one on trial here. I mean, he's just a sworn witness at the moment. I think he's doing a pretty good job not speaking about his testimony. I think he's touched on some of the little things. I mean, to me, the biggest thing would have been when he was asked about the transcript. I think that would have probably been the biggest thing, but I think that's long gone. I don't really think anything else he's saying or he's done. He has to make money some way, and this is his way. And I just don't see a problem with his side either. So I don't know. I expected it from them. Me personally, I didn't think this was nothing far fetched.
Good answer. Good answer. Go ahead, Shell.
Um, no, I mean, I agree. I mean, I have my opinions, but I'm gonna save them for when nobody's hungry because I don't want to get yelled at. Um,
Let me go give me a
let
snack. Let me
let
go
the
give me a snack. Go ahead,
let the
say what you got
mind
to say. I'm
That
clear.
that was a great response because she definitely will be angry because she ain't ate.
I'm gonna go give me a snack.
But in regards to what did you say? Oh, I was here for the Sylvia making an exhibit. That was like, that was funny. That was entertaining. And it's because I know in the chat we be clowning and we be, we be petty and we be, cracking jokes and stuff, and we're always like, stay high to the state, stay high to Judge Glanville. But for real, they really be up in here. Or the
Yeah,
or somebody they be up in them bushes, child. They be in the bushes.
Oh yeah, they definitely
they
watching.
they definitely do. But the funny thing is that the information that they collect from it is not because they don't watch it in total, so they kind of sparse through it. So I figure if you're going to join, stay, and at least if you're going to do a lot in the chat, or if you're going to do a lot and just stay in the woods and not chat and then report back, at least hit the like button. At least do that.
Help the algorithm. That's what Two Mike said.
That's it.
Nah,
That's all.
bless based off of their exhibits, and I was kind of shocked I didn't jump to those parts, but they put in their exhibits the parts of the interviews that they had problems with. It wasn't like they just said, "Oh, the whole interview is trash." I mean, I think one of them they did, but they put the parts where they felt was most troublesome for an attorney to be commenting on during the midst of a trial. So if y'all look at the exhibits, it do say that underneath the timestamps. They put timestamps on what they thought was troubling.
Yeah, I'm going through those actually right now, and honestly, it's everything that had already happened in the case. So it was always spoke about after the fact. So there's no wrongdoing. Did Shell drop off?
Oh, I don't. This is my first time. It looked like yeah. This is my first time on this thing. I don't know how to really. Oh, they go to chat.
Jenny D says, "This is horrible. You're not keeping up with her reading. Why?" I am, but still, hey, state. Kiki said, "Auntie needs a vacation."
My biggest thing is, do you think Love is going to allow other people to help her now that she has 2 days to respond to all of these motions in writing before arguing her next week? I think this is the time we'll see the other DAs that's part of the case possibly file, some type of motions, but just to be caught up.
Motions are done. Today was the cutoff.
Yeah, but
To
she has time to respond by Friday.
the judge.
No, Miss Love, she has time to respond to these motions.
Oh, sure, but I mean, what do you think the actual responses could be when you see motions put together in this way?
She has to respond. I mean, if everyone's asking for mistrial, they have to come up with something and respond to each one of them. I mean,
Now, she doesn't have to respond. She really doesn't. If they choose not to and
if
allow
she
the
want to
judge.
keep her case, obviously. I mean, if she's okay with just dropping the case, then no. Or if she's okay with the mistrial, then no, she won't respond. But based off what we're seeing here, it's obvious that's not what they want.
Plant Lady said, "Did y'all really start this 7 hours ago? I'm at the beginning." You are definitely right. It has been 7 hours. Serena, a whole bunch of air. I mean, I just thought the last few has not been really anything of any substance. So, I mean, really, what can you say? You have all these motions coming in stating all these case laws. They know exactly what has been going on. They know what the rulings have been. They know that they did have Glanville to support them. There's been several times throughout the case where he's actually helped guide them when the right thing wasn't happening, or the right words or the right actions weren't happening at that time.
So you believe Glanwell was biased or tainted since day one?
I do.
So you believe Glanwell was?
It's just certain things that have occurred that you normally wouldn't see occur.
What up, DJ?
I just can't see.
AJ, what's up, man?
I just can't see her responding to every single one of these motions that have been put out there. I think that she's going to respond where she feels that nobody should be given bond and that the trial needs to continue, and she's going to leave it right there, and then see where Woody's at that moment.
Ashley just brought up something. She said, "You remember when Love tried to admit DJ Academics YouTube at
Yep,
the
that
trial?
was.
But here we are now. She's complaining about said YouTube stuff."
Well, that's because he had took a different stance at one point, and then he did a little bit more coverage. I don't see anything coming from that side anymore, but
Yeah.
it's the point of just a lot of things. Like it's so hard to go over so many things that has already occurred. I had a list, and once I got to the 6th page, I said, this is just past horrible. But
I
it's
mean,
horrible for anybody that's expecting justice, though.
I mean, people asking like, "What could Love say?" We know what she's gonna say. She's gonna have a whole lot of nothing to say and get off topic and try to confuse the judge as if that's gonna fly.
Yeah, for some reason, though, this I don't know. Did y'all catch the hand waving? Oh well, I'm not even gonna address it. I'm gonna just sit back down moment.
Yes,
I
that
think
that was her
after
giving up.
I think after the judge had her talk about courtroom decorum and ethics and professionalism and all of that, those actions still done after that sets the tone, right? That's what
Yes.
we, the people, have to go off of. So it shows the respect for the courtroom.
Yeah. And I looked at it as she had gotten used to arguing down Euro so much to the point to where he was going back on his own rulings. And she saw in the middle of her argument that wouldn't fly. So let me just, and she can't control her body language. So she just waved it off like, yeah, I ain't gonna say it. Ain't no point.
But that's the first thing they teach you is how to compose yourself in front of jurors.
I mean, some things can be taught. Others you gotta just have it. And apparently she don't.
Yeah, it's just sad because if you look at Fulton, when you have younger ones that are across the board in there, you would hope that they would come fresh, and they could make a lot of room for change. I just think that the way it went about, it really ruined, I think, what was trying to put forth from the very beginning.
Right.
I can tell you this was not the outcome or anything close that Fonnie had on her mind.
Nope. She wanted plea deals and people to go to jail and then it to be not talked about again.
Well, if you look at Hilton, her actions, she had more composure than her chief DA.
You're right, but Hilton's body language showed that she knew she was wrong.
Yeah, it was the way that she handled herself throughout that, through the
Right.
actions. And if she had a funny face to make, or if she seemed, what I did notice is ADA Hilton would put her head down and her hand over her face. So she's covering those underneath emotions. I say that's a good job, but it doesn't look good when you have to snatch, move back the microphone so she doesn't, say anything out of anger, and she'll constantly look down that way, love will at Hilton with those eyes, like,
Right, but
did you hear this? Or did you hear what he just said? Or just the professionalism. Because at the end of the day, regardless of everybody in that courtroom on trial, you have to think of this, the fact. They're going to meet again in that courtroom with another case.
yeah.
They're gonna
Kevin,
have to see each other again. But I don't feel Hilton is one of them. I feel like maybe she's trying to reason with love to get it out. But that's just my point of view from what I was just reading, their body language. She doesn't hold the same decorum as ADA Love.
right. Hey, Miss Ashford, what do you think?
Well, I was listening to you guys read through the motions that have come out, and I don't know. I feel like the attorneys could have come harder. I mean, maybe that's just me. Shard, for example, he could have been more assertive as to why, getting into the details of, as Shannon, he's been stabbed since being incarcerated. I would have went into the jail conditions, local news, like I would have had all kind of footnotes and exhibits about the conditions of the jail. Moving on to I think Steele did insert why a bond should be granted or why a mistrial should be granted. because he was saying how he described how Mr. Williams languishes in jail. He described the diet. Like he kind of went giving them reasons why too. He also gave a lot of case law, I think. But I think like with all of these motions, me personally, I think I would have went like my motion would have been probably 70, 80 pages. Like every little thing that I can think of. It's like this time is speak now or forever hold your peace, and everything would have come out. From the mistrial, when I asked for a mistrial during opening statements, because my name was published on, like I would have went given her a laundry list. She would have been tired of reading.
I think I'm on the fence with it. I think I kind of agree with you, but then for the simple fact that they know that this judge already set a date to argue these things, verbally, to have it argued versus just written. I don't know. I think it's better to go kind of with the way they did. I think most of them did pretty good, if you ask me, and allow to be able to see the response on Friday, and then be ready to come in and drop whatever balls you need to drop on Tuesday when you're arguing it verbally in front of the judge. If it was just all written, arguments, and it was a chance she was just going to rule based off of whatever they wrote, then I could say, yeah, maybe go super hard. But being that she told them we're gonna argue these motions in court on Tuesday after it's due, then I feel like give them what you give them, but don't give them your whole hand, if that makes sense.
No, let me explain the reason why I say that. Lawyers, that's all we do is read. That is all we do is read. That's why she kept telling him, put it in a motion. Because when you put it in a motion, that makes the court have to address it. She has to read that motion. And every line item in it, every paragraph that states facts, she has to read it. If you know how to say that, know your judge, get a feel of your audience. This woman, she's already said, I got homework. This is what I do. This is what I do. When she said that, when she told Bot, no, I'm not gonna go back on everything. But if it's meat and potatoes worthy, put it in there. I want to hear about it. I want you to bring it to the court's attention. A lot of times, if you've seen trials, they'll ask you, was that in your motion while they're arguing?
And to your point, every motion that the defense has filed today is meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes.
Give
her. So
that's why I feel like she can't ignore these. She has to go
Wait, so that's
her
contradicting what you just said. Then, if you said it was meat and potatoes, then they did what they needed to do.
I would have given them more.
Oh, okay.
I said I would have given them more. I'm not taking anything away from the motions that have been filed thus far. Still came back with a motion full of footnotes and evidence. I am not knocking that. Throw the kitchen sink at her. And she is a diligent judge.
And all legal arguments.
And basically in his motion, all those cases that still put in there, he's going to argue those cases. He's just laying out what we would call a roadmap for what's coming when I get in court. You didn't put that in my roadmap. Why are you talking about it in front of me? This is new to me. I don't like surprises. Most informed judge, happy judge.
Yeah, that's what that other guy kept saying.
But that's true. That go for anybody, even in your own home.
I think most judges like that. I mean, I like I said, I could get both sides.
I got a question for you, DJ. You look like, from your picture, that you're an artist?
Nah, I DJ.
You DJ. Oh, okay. Because I
Yeah,
was gonna
but
ask you
most,
about
I
the
mean,
lyrics.
I mean, I'm
I
not
was gonna
a musician, but I DJ and I have a extensive history in law enforcement.
law enforcement. Okay. How do you feel about the have you been watching the trial? How you feel about the cops that's been on the stand thus far? Like, if you got an extensive history, you keep reports and shit, right? Stuff, right?
Yes, for the most part. If it was a case like this, yes, I would be able to find my report for a shooting or a homicide or a gang report, etc. Like, you should be able to find these things. So
Right.
yes, my time working the streets and all of that. If I had something like that, I would have been able to most likely locate it at some point.
I'm not trying to take a dig at people who do not finish college, but I found it very alarming at the number of officers when they were asked the question, well, did you attend college? And they'd be like, yeah, I did, but I didn't finish. And I'm like, okay. And then you get up on the stand and like the most unprofessional work. And it's like, I think we need to do better with our policing agencies. Like these can't just be Joe Blows off the street because nothing was working for them. Because they get in there and they don't do their job to the fullest. Like, oh girl, she didn't want to, do street traffic and this and that. It's like,
Oh, you
these
talking
were
about
the
Miss Gates? Yeah, she wanted to pick and choose what she wanted to do.
and just want to cut corners. And just like they cut corners in their job, they cut corners in their investigation. And you got these people's lives weighing in the balance, whether it's a police traffic stop or like, don't cut corners. Do your job. I'm sorry, I had some police issues downtown at work today, and I was just like, I can't believe it. I can't believe the level of ignorance that plagues the police force. No digs at police, but I just had experience today.
I just think when they have a target in mind, it's hard for police or detective to come off of said target, even if everything is pointing somewhere else. If you want it to be it, then you're gonna do everything in your mind gonna fit that what you want it to be. And you're not even listening to nothing. Like, they had interrogations where Jeff's name wasn't mentioned until they mentioned it.
Tunnel vision.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that speaks for most officers though. I mean, you have some of that way personally. I believe that's true. But well, I won't even say officers, but I would say detectives and investigators. I think once they go down, you know, a rabbit hole of a theory, they follow the evidence. If it's bringing them down that way, they're gonna go. If not, they're gonna bust a U-turn and start over. I think most officers that I've worked with previously, in my past life with law enforcement, I feel like most people, they did that. That's just my experience though.
I mean, I agree. It's not all, but
not all. Yeah.
I'm not even going to say most.
I agree with you. Not even most. But it takes one bad apple to spoil that bunch, and that's why I think they should do better at.
But I agree. Yes, I agree. I do feel like when you are the target for some people, they're going to continue to go. And
I think that makes a good closing statement, AJ. That tunnel vision theory.
Yeah, and but still already hinted to that in his opening, because he was saying Jeff Thug has been a target his whole life. Police have been trying to get him for something. So when you've had a spotlight on you, even before you were world famous, you've been in the city and the police know of you. It's hard for them to come off of that and not see you in a different light. No matter, if you're a platinum selling artist, they just see Young Thug on Cleveland.
You can't use that against someone where they grew up, though, and then that's part of the thing. Tall glass, you are exactly right. Unpopular opinion, refund my tax dollars immediately.
I'm trying to tell you, but I boycotted Atlanta. I haven't spent no money in the city since this. That's my way of not contributing to this mess. But we, like y'all been saying, people gotta vote and get these people out of offices they shouldn't be in.
I work in Fulton County. I live in DeKalb. I wish I could vote in Fulton.
Man.
Because I'm like, I spend half of my life in Fulton County.
See, my kids go to school. My kids APS. I used to play in the city, and I'm from where this case is originated from. So, come on, man. You can't bunch all these men up and pull up old crimes when they 10 years removed from this. In Jeff's case, he's been removing himself from it.
So let me ask y'all this: y'all Fulton County, not residents, but people that have been there. I think it's pretty obvious she's still gonna win by a landslide come November. How do y'all feel about that?
She being Fanny?
Yes.
Landslide?
Yes.
You have to remember there's an investigation on the other RICO.
That's why I
I ain't even.
preface that
Yeah,
landslide.
I still. I mean, just look at the primary numbers. It tells you
as long as she
all
has
you really
somebody
needed.
running against her, I don't think it'll be a landslide.
Wow.
Given
Okay.
her
Never mind.
recent stuff.
Did you see the primary numbers?
I saw.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's move to the chat for a second, Miss Sylvia, to read some of the messages. How many of you guys think these motions are done for today?
We ain't heard from Matthews yet.
No, but he does have 2 open.
Oh, that's
So,
right. So he already done got
and
his.
and he did adopt the Harvey rules. So, I mean, all of them really.
Right.
How many in the chat vote?
I would hope all. So the chat gonna file a motion, Corville. What they gonna file? What y'all gonna file a motion on, bro?
Chat said they want to get their time back.
Hey man, being in the chat is completely
CJ
voluntary.
CJ says Fani will win because people vote Democrat in Fulton. That would be the reason. Defy normalcy said I do, but not in Georgia. You know, I had actually considered moving to Georgia. I used to hear great things of Georgia, and this has really detoured my whole thought process on Georgia. And I hope it's not Georgia as a whole, but what I've been hearing is neighboring counties are equal to this.
Yeah, man, we full.
Well, I'm gonna say this now. I'm a Georgia peach. I consider Georgia. I consider it God's country. Like, it's a beautiful state. It has beautiful people in it. We also got some loony bins down here too, unfortunately. But Georgia is a great place. You talk about Southern hospitality. you get that when you come to Georgia, especially the city of Atlanta, Metro Atlanta as a whole. Like I am not from Georgia. I mean, not from Atlanta. I'm from Columbus, Georgia, and this going on down there in Muskogee County too, where they are called they railroading people. But unfortunately, is if you're in a certain community, there's a risk that may happen to you. And the goal is coming from that community to get up out of the community, but come back and give back to it. My way of giving back is going to law school because I know it goes down. So Georgia is a beautiful, beautiful state. Don't get it twisted about this trial. This is a circus.
You said it's a beautiful state.
It is a beautiful state. You want to see waterfalls, plateaus, good fishing, good hiking, good people, good food.
Keep it real with them now.
Good food. And don't get it twisted. But baby, we got some of the most beautiful women in this city, in this metro area, that come up out of this state. So
you leaving out the bad stuff though.
But that's everywhere.
Mikey B says all the dope rappers from ATL. Thank you, Lady C, for dropping those emojis. She said if you guys all could hit that like and hit those emojis on the side for the coverage. Thank you, Lady C.
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat.
All right, those numbers are going up. Keep it going, chat. You guys are doing right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, tall glass. See, court on TV is not uncommon these days. Most of the courts in different states now are having it. COVID put that out there for everybody. And most of the courts have not retracted back from that. Mikey B, Migos, Little Baby, 21 Savage, GC.
Lovable
Mike Vick on in the background.
Lovable Leo says, you would think that with all these nationwide cases that have highlighted the negativity and bias on the police force, these investigators would be on their A game. Shout out to Love Able Lehos. I totally agree with that. Everybody's watching. The world is watching.
Hey everybody, I cannot hear. I can't hear you guys. I'm on my other phone, so continue.
Okay.
Did you get she said she couldn't hear us. I hope she got something to eat.
She can hear now. She just couldn't hear on the line she was on.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. DeFi Normalcy says, I don't think that the primary is a good measure. It is against her own side. So people who like her. That's a good topic.
I mean, I knew that, but I wasn't finna go in depth about politics and stuff like that.
Well, there is the Republican challenger. She does have a challenger. It's not like Glanville where she's running unopposed, but we'll see how that goes in November.
Mr.
44
says
it is her
hello,
own side, but you also got to look at the numbers of the people that even just vote based off of who they vote for in that county. Somebody said it. It's Fulton County, and 9 times out of 10 people are just gonna vote Democrat just to vote Democrat. So if her numbers was 10 times higher than the young lady that's going against her for the people that liked her, it's just the numbers just don't balance out. It's simple math, people.
It's simple math to say that, but you giving the people, you dumbing down the people, man. You saying it as if the people of Atlanta or the people of the city ain't paying attention.
Okay. I think November is about 104 days away. I think I seen Miss Harris post.
True
We'll
that.
be there.
We gonna see.
My whole thing is if I got 10,000 people to come out and vote for me on my side, I'm just throwing out numbers, people, and you
Mhm.
got 2,000 people that came out to vote for you on your side, that would be a scary matchup personally. But if that's what y'all think, then okay, I'm not mad at it.
Well, it looks like we have a voting chat. Like the chat really votes. Looks like they're all over wherever they are, they're voting. So that's good.
What you say, Mikey? It would be impossible to go through all our IPs. I wish you would. Don't say nothing about my YouTube searches because my daughter be on my phone. I don't be looking at weird stuff.
Oh, this chat's going crazy.
I'm trying to catch up. See what they talking about.
I'm
But
thinking this is Mikey B says, shout out to the judge for being so pretty and having a sexy accent. Ooh, my. Okay.
he talking about Whitaker.
He better not be. Well, I mean, we're
We
gonna
don't
assume.
we don't know.
We're gonna assume. But pretty and sexy accent, I think that is, I would like to guess he's talking about Whitaker.
Hey.
The lady that recused herself, we didn't get to hear her voice.
Oh, he said he talking about the new one.
Joe Blow hating on the chat. He says Georgia is trash. I'm up for 25. I'll up for 25 years. Move to Texas and love it. Okay, Joe Blow. Well, you always have a place here in Georgia.
No, he won't. Bye.
We stay on his mind. Breezy F Baby says her candidate is a young white girl. I think she's going to win. We'll see in November.
I'm not a Fulton County person, but can somebody tell me the last time a Republican won in Fulton County?
Long silence.
I don't know. I mean, I can't. I would have to go to the computer.
Long silence.
It was a rhetorical question, kinda.
It was.
J Face Forever says this case got me getting involved in voting on Charlotte Council's 100. That's good, J Face. Make sure you vote wherever you are.
Definitely, everybody should vote.
We got to get Miss Sylvia on one of these campaigns around here.
I think
interview these candidates. Bring them to the people.
But this stuff like this happens in all counties and all states. It just so happened that this one is happening over the internet.
I was just about to say that this is everywhere. This is everywhere. All this case is doing is going to have the ones in their state that are faced with similar things take a deeper look. But if you think that this is the first state or the first county, this has been happening for a very, very long time. I think what the difference is, we're seeing it on a public platform, and we're seeing a lot of different connections. So I think that's what the difference is. I don't think it should ruin the county as a whole, but I think that it should unite the citizens within the county. Because there is a lot going on in Fulton, from the courthouse to housing authority to a lot of different things that is happening. But this is just because they're zeroed in on it. So I believe if other counties and other states are zeroed in the same way, it would be different.
Right.
I mean, there's definitely, everybody knows there will be case law behind this.
But this just goes to show you how, for lack of a better word, being poor and being rich helps you, because poor people don't have this exposure. They go to jail and they are forgotten about.
And you know what, Melissa, 1984, she said, I'm still shocked that the state banked their entire case on a 10-year-old video. And now look at them.
That's insane, right?
Yeah.
We were sitting here watching this trial, and everything the state would bring up was from 2015 this. I'm like, what the heck? How is this relevant? How would the jury sit there looking at this old stuff like, come on, man? And then you was trying to, you brought Nuts murder in this, like, this his trial. They already tried that.
I know with this case, it sucks kind of to be in law school right now, because I would like to think this case is going to be in law books. Like, people are going to be rewriting textbooks right now as we speak.
Oh, it's going to go higher up. It's going higher up. I'm working on a nice little piece. It's definitely going to go higher up. There was way too many gray areas within this case.
Do you think it'll go higher than perhaps the Georgia Supreme Court on some of these issues?
Oh yeah, this is going to go to Washington.
Constitutional speech, First Amendment.
No, when you go to fight for laws to be put in place, you gotta start there. You gotta put it together. You have to do your speeches, and you have to say why, and you have to fight for it. I've already done one, and it's not easy. It's not easy, and I'm gonna say you do need a community, and you do have to have some petitions put together to show that that county. Basically that there's so many people that agree that something needs to change on a not just that level, but as a nation. So you not just fight for it for Georgia, you fight for it as a nation.
Sylvia is on lunch probably.
I did one on education and with children with disabilities. So the No Child Left Behind Act, I was up there for.
You were?
Yes, sir.
And you're a pro No Child Left Behind?
My name is on there.
I ain't gonna. I'm not.
We can have that discussion on another platform, but I'm very welcome to show you. A lot of children suffer, and it's not fair because the funding is there to help those children.
Okay, maybe I have in my mind No Child Left Behind backwards. So No Child Left Behind means.
We'll save it on another platform.
Okay.
But I got you. A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions, but there's a lot of money that goes into education every single year for all kids. And when that money is not going to children in need, there's a problem. And you have to look at a greater picture.
All right, YSL AJ and YSL 2 mics, 1 mind. Y'all bring it on back.
So, okay, gotcha, Mikey. I'm gonna need 50 names when this is over. I just got back on. I have to drive home from work. Brandy, yes, it's been a long day. Motion, 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 motion. 9 total.
So that covers all of the defendants, correct? Except for Lil
Right.
Ron. Okay. Dang, I was really anticipating the young lady who was there when Miss Williams was on the Zoom. I really thought she was gonna drop something.
I mean, but she's not his Williams was just sick that day.
But I thought she said she came on as co-counsel for him. I thought she made that announcement.
Oh, she did?
I could have sworn she made that because I was like, uh-oh. Round 2.
Oh, I mean, cause he gonna need one because his main attorney is missing in action.
Which one?
I was just
AJ?
saying Miss Williams be missing in action.
Thought they said she was out sick.
No, I mean even when she's there, she's missing in action.
I mean, really, a lot of people say that, but what can she do? What can she do? Everything that they have touched on does not pertain to this gentleman. What is she supposed to be getting up and saying? What is she supposed to participate in? It don't even pertain to her client.
I know, we know.
There's nothing, but so many people on so many, they always say, well, she just sit there and she's doing a disservice to this young man. He's not even named yet. They ain't even got to anything pertaining to him. That's why they had continued to ask to dismiss it, to let him go back to serving his sentence. He's already on a sentence. It makes no sense that they are even spending the money for her to sit there, because Glanville should have just let that go and let him go.
Yeah, but that went to Euro's bias because he was just allowing stuff. Like he ain't got nothing. Like you're saying, he don't have nothing to do with nothing. He don't know none of the other boys. He was a baby when this stuff happened, literally. So you're right. Why is he there?
It's just, it's pointless. She has no business to stand up for day after day, because it does not even pertain to her client. She can't get up and start fighting for everybody else. So I get her standpoint. You can't interject if your client's not in that part. And so far, 103 days, her part still hasn't came up. I don't think it's a disservice to him. I think it's, a disservice to anyone. It's a disservice to her client and to her, because like she said, she has zero time to work on other cases that are still being assigned to her. So my sympathy goes out to her. It really do. It really do. Because how is she expected to sit in a trial 5 days a week and not have anything to do on this case, but fall behind on other cases that are coming nonstop that she can't even go to court for? It's ignorance at its finest. It's just another person to add on the list to try. That's the bottom line. And he still looked like a baby. That's right, T-Mac. Same with Quay Nichols. Can she continuously ask for a severance like Harvey? Yes, that was put out in the very, very beginning. Everybody adopted it. Everybody adopted it. So they're all under one. So she can sit with their client and, well, they used to enjoy snacks. That's done now.
Black Butterfly said that Nichols came up once, and Mr. Harvey is very boisterous. I agree. Nichols, I don't even remember the one time he came up, but
Right.
Harvey not hearing it. Harvey like, I don't care. He's letting it be known he's not supposed to be in there.
But you remember that part didn't get allowed in. So that's when he should have been allowed out. That's the ignorance behind it.
That speaks to the last guy in charge.
Khadijah G says, do y'all remember her opening statements? She said, get ready for the show. She wasn't lying. And I love the Jungle Book. I just did not remember that. I guess I did not remember that. I do know that when it comes on, the monkey is telling you a story, but I guess that's the story. I just never thought I would hear it in YSL trial. I'm scared to read some of these guys. I had to read them first because y'all going hard.
Brandy, I just got back on. I had to drive home from work and y'all still here. Yeah, you done went and worked a full shift, Brandy.
AJ, would you say
Yes, she did, and it's been a circus with the state being.
Would you say Fulton County is a pretty big county? Mikey B was asking that in the chat.
Yeah, that's why it would be so hard for this trial to be moved somewhere else, because they got to fit the.
Oh yeah, the demographics. Yeah. Khadijah G asks Nicholas, is there on a murder charge? She's asking that. Is Nicholas a part of a murder charge? Nichols.
No.
Yeah, that's the one I like. You made it spicy? They didn't bring me a fork.
She didn't got back on and ordered.
I got kicked out of the shell. I don't think nobody's back there.
Why are they speeding like that? Why are they speeding like that?
Okay, Khadijah G is saying she was talking about Miss D. Williams' opening statement. She basically said her and her client shouldn't be there. Yeah, she did say that in her opening statement.
I can't mute anybody in T-Mac.
Truth be told,
It's you have as low as a 620. Of course, I want a 700.
Go all the way up, lovely. Go all the way up to the top and just grab that one.
As far as like down the line, if you want to sell it later on. Yeah.
Yes,
Look, I gotta eat my thing like a Chinese. It's cold.
Pamela, let me see if I can copy it.
Yeah, you gotta scroll all the way back up for that link.
Yeah.
Somewhere. It ain't even in my scroll.
Well, she says she had been waiting back there. Trying to see if I can scroll to it. No, I can't. It's already off of mine. I'm sorry, lovely show. I tried.
Yeah, Sylvia.
It's good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine's limited too.
Gigi right here. You don't want to say
try.
that, Gigi?
Sylvia,
Hey,
can you
Kobe.
drop the link?
Yeah, I gotta get away from that. You wanna get away from the car? Come on, I'm gonna pick you up. Don't let Ruth call me no more.
Black Butterfly, she doesn't
I feel
have a
bad for her.
firm. She's
For
a
what?
public defender.
Why you feel bad for her?
Mikey B, you can
I
do
want
it,
to put my
Mikey B.
information on
You
there.
got it.
I'm
Just
tired of information being on the internet, and I feel like
does
putting
she
it on
know she's
justice.
not
Yeah.
muted?
You know.
Is Mikey B talking about dropping some paperwork?
No, she just he or she just wanted motivation to go do some paperwork. So you know.
Oh, yeah, you can do it.
That was so dry. Yo.
Yeah, I cannot hear y'all. What's a McDonald's? Yeah, I can't hear them. McDonald's
We can
fries.
hear you.
I'm on my live and I can't hear them. All
Sylvia,
right, I'm picking up my food, y'all. Sorry.
Sylvia,
We here.
I'm
Sylvia.
sorry. I was picking up my food and I can't hear y'all. Nothing y'all say I can hear.
Go to your message.
What? She just said she can't hear. Is there any proof of witness intimidation by the defense? Love standing on that argument, but where's the proof? The proof is in the transcript. Everything that was said was in the ex parte transcript. So that's the proof.
But I think he's saying that Love is saying there was witness intimidation by the by the defendants, and well, of course, by the defendants. But it's like, again, I don't think there's no, because you haven't heard any reports of anything about any witnesses being intimidated.
Oh, that was just Love lying, man.
She said that? I don't recall her saying that. When did she say that?
She tried to accuse the defense of something like that. I remember her saying that. Something to that nature. But yeah, it's just Love lying, man.
And then there was a point that she was brought up for Bond, how she was saying that there stands a chance of witness intimidation and this and that.
No, ain't no Birdman coming, ain't no Lil Wayne coming, ain't no Rich Homie coming. That's what Steele was saying. Steele was told the Euro that they never intended to call none of those people. So you mixing up rap beef or industry stuff with Atlanta street stuff. It was all, she tried to gumbo it all in together. And to me, when we was watching the whole bus shooting, the state was giving more evidence for Birdman than freaking Young Thug. You are correct, Mikey. They talked about them for a month and a half, and they had no intentions on bringing them. Yep, T-Mac. She was lying across all platforms.
ATL Shah, is it Sharon or Sharon, 38, said the judge sweet right now, but I believe she got another side to her, for real, for real. I did catch that drift. I did catch that one too. Don't she know that this is fake rap beefs all the time in the industry? It sells music. Absolutely, it does get the sales up.
She didn't care. She and still had to go behind her to prove it. Like she had detectives. Y'all remember when she had detectives coming in talking about artwork on album covers? Like, who are they to tell you about? Come on.
Says, and if this new judge doesn't get taken off this case, don't think that she's gonna see that she's a sharp tool. Don't think that she ain't gonna see that she's a sharp tool. Well, I think the first thing that's probably going to be shown is the decorum. And as she stated, she needed a realistic list of who was supposed to be left and a brief description of what they were supposed to say, because she does not want it to go under the cumulative, since it's been like 100 witnesses that have hit that stand.
And her saying a realistic list tells us that she knows that they've had a whole lot of extraness going on for no reason. The state have.
Yeah, I just kind of get the sense she's not going to take too much on either side. I think there's not going to be any back and forth. How Love did Glanville on a couple occasions. You know, she wanted to get her point across. I can't see that with this one. I could be wrong, but it's just kind of her appearance and what has already been said. I don't think she's going to spare anyone in there. You have to look at how many judges are there. Fulton County Jail is overcrowded. There's been so many cases waiting to be heard. There's so many cases waiting years for trial. There's issues inside of the jail of conditions. Not only that, you're going to factor in how many people that have been held up for this case to keep going. So some of the other judges may be looking at this as this needs to now, somebody needs to put an end to this. It's been through a lot of judges' hands. I mean, it went from Glanville to Ingram to Krause to Whitaker.
Ingram.
All right,
Ingram
good
didn't
people.
even
I'm
get a chance
about
to
to
sit
end
down.
this live, and I'll see you guys later.
Well,
All right, guys, hit
Okay,
that like
guys.
on the
I'll see
way
you guys
out.
later.
Hit that like on the way out for the next party.